Chapter 1. Beep, 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 the alarm rang. Groaning, I rolled onto my back and stretched my arms. Gosh, I hate waking up early. Usually, I don't wake up this early, but today is unlike any other. I smiled at the thought of it. It has been a long time since I last saw him. We see each other often, but today, not only will he be coming, but the kings and queens of all 4 kingdoms will be here as well. Our world is different from that of humans. Angels, demons, witches, vampires, and werewolves live in the supernatural world. Of course, each has its own kingdom. However, ever since my parents married, the witch and demon kingdoms became one. I am Ava, the princess of demons and witches. My parents are King Eric and Queen Vivian, the ones who brought peace to our world. Demons and witches once despised one another, largely because of the long-standing conflict between them. But my mother, the controller of all 4 elements, defeated the very cause of the war. The prophecy said that one day, a witch able to control all 4 natural elements would bring peace to the supernatural world. Queen Vivian did so by defeating the king of demons, my grandfather. On that day, a battle broke out. The demon army split, and my parents won the war. It is known as the Thalden War, for the conflict took place in Thalden. My father was next in line to become king, so he claimed his right outright. Later, my parents got married, which in turn merged the 2 empires. Their love story has become a legend. I sighed, getting up from bed. I could see from my window that all preparations were set. A red carpet covered the ground, and roses lay on both sides of it. Banners and decorations were all over the castle. It was beautiful. The servants were all over the grounds checking that everything was in place. Walking into my closet, I put on a simple, baby pink v-neck dress. The heels were also pink, just a faint shade. Last night, I spent a full hour trying to figure out what to wear. Thankfully, my mom came to the rescue. Today, I will finally see Jacob. Every time I think of him, I can't help but smile. He is such a handsome guy. We keep on bickering like siblings. He ruffles my hair, and I hit his arm. With time, I developed feelings for him. We used to do everything together, but as we got older, duties called. As the heir to the werewolf kingdom, he had to accompany his father regularly to learn the responsibilities of a king. Ava. My mom's voice brought me out of my trance. You're still not ready. They'll be here in no time. Her eyes pierced into mine, looking at me with both seriousness and humor. From the beginning, my mom knew of my crush. She could see the way Jacob looks at me and the way I look at him. She even calls us lovebirds when we are alone, of course. My mom and I look so much alike, with silky black hair and wide Vivian eyes. You still need to do your hair and... Mommy, I look like a princess. The munchkin I call my sister ran into the room. She still hasn't gotten the idea that she is indeed a princess. Darling, you look wonderful. Mom caressed her cheek and brought her into her arms. Carrie, my sister, is the youngest of the 3 of us. She is 12 years old and the most hyper child I've ever seen. Her golden curls bounced when she turned around to show us the puffiness of her white dress. Why isn't your hair done? She put her hands on her hips, her doe eyes frowning at me. I rolled my eyes. She is such an on-time person. I will do them. Don't nag, I replied, putting on a heart-shaped silver necklace. Someone knocked on my bedroom door, and my mom answered with a come in. The hair and makeup specialists had finally arrived. We stood in front of the castle doors. My parents' eyes were shining. They couldn't wait to see their friends. Yes, the kings and queens are their friends. Long story short, they knew each other from the Supernatural Academy and have been friends ever since. My younger brother, Axton, stood on my left, whereas Carrie stood on my right. Axton is the spitting image of my dad. Black hair and wide silver eyes. He has much of his personality too, persistent, bold, and strong. He is just 14, but looks and thinks beyond his years. My parents stood side by side. They had their hands locked together. I couldn't help but wish that someday Jacob and I would be in their place. It is hard, especially given that he is a werewolf. He will eventually find a mate and marry her, just as his dad and his ancestors had. I felt my eyes water. No, Ava, no. This is not the time to cry. I scolded myself. I don't like thinking of it, but in the end, it is the truth. Suddenly, the gates opened and the limos were in sight. Oh dear, that's them. My heart pounded. I don't know what is happening to me. It isn't like this is the first time I have seen him. 2 limos parked in front, and the doors opened. Dad smiled as he saw his longtime friends. King Remy and his wife, Chloe, were the first to get out. They are the royals of the vampire kingdom, and no, they don't get affected by sunlight. It is just a myth. Their kids, Ariel and Remy, were right on their heels. Next came King Jaivon and his wife, Patra, the rulers of the angel kingdom. The moment they came out, a grin spread on Uncle Joe's face. I call him Uncle because he is like a second father to me. I love him dearly. King Remy's gaze shifted to me. He's like your second father and I'm not. What a shame, Ava. He'd sked, making me laugh. Yeah, he can read people's minds. Well, you're all grown up. Such a beautiful lady. He winked. Dad and Uncle Remy hugged each other. Long time no see, Remington. My dad's smile spread from ear to ear. You can't live without us, I know, Uncle Gio interjected, his eyes full of humor. After all the greetings and hugs, I noticed a third limo was parked. King Brian, ruler of the Werewolf Kingdom, stepped out in all his glory. According to my mom, he was known for his charm in his youth. But ever since he met his mate, Queen Lila, he changed completely. His bright green eyes sparkled as his gaze fell on us. They came closer and closer, and with every step they took, I could feel my heart pounding even more. Calm down, Ava. It's either you calm down or embarrass yourself. When I get nervous, I usually start talking in silliness and end up embarrassing myself. I don't want this to happen today. No, not at all. Jacob was right behind his dad, and I was breathless. He looked so handsome in his black tux. I didn't realize I was staring until someone next to me coughed. From the corner of my eye, I saw Uncle Remy chuckle. He will never stop doing that. Our eyes met, and it was like falling for him all over again. His green eyes, filled with warmth, were looking down at me with genuine affection. Wait, affection? He flashed me that billion-dollar smile of his and ran his hand through his blonde hair. Didn't your parents teach you not to stare, princess? He teased, his deep voice sending shivers down my spine. I wasn't staring. Way to go, Ava. He said nothing, but I could see that smirk plastered on his face. Why are you sitting here all alone? I could hear his footsteps as he got closer. My parents and their guests sat in the grand salon of the castle. I sat there doing nothing. Neither Jacob nor I could talk, so I decided it was best to go to the garden rather than sit and hear old stories. He sat down on the bench next to me. I got bored. My hands were locked together as I stared off into the roses. Every time I see you, you get prettier and prettier. I froze in place. Well, that's a first. And you get more handsome every time I see you. I wanted to scold myself as if his ego wasn't big enough. What he did next surprised me. He put his hand on mine and smiled. What is he doing? I got excited, but at the same time felt nervous. We usually laugh and make fun of each other, but he had never done this before. The moment I looked at him, I could see that he had something to say, as if he were contemplating whether to say it or not. We kept staring at each other, neither one of us finding the right words. His expression changed from soft to sad. He looked down at our hands and slowly removed his. I'm going to my chamber. You need anything? He sighed, getting up. I looked up at him and shook my head no. He nodded and turned around. I watched him walk away, a million things on my mind. Chapter 2. I woke up the next morning with my head feeling heavy. I was thinking about Jacob all night, so I hadn't slept well. Pulling on a plain white shirt and denim jeans, I walked down the castle's hallways to reach the garden. The guards and servants bowed their heads in respect as I walked by. I don't really like feeling superior, but I got used to it. Reaching the garden, my eyes roamed the place. We were having breakfast together. Everyone was there except for one person. Is he not coming? I mentally scolded myself. I shouldn't keep thinking about him. He'll eventually find his mate and break my heart. I approached the big table fixed at the center of the garden. It was covered with a white silk sheet and topped with small vases of red roses. 2 seats were empty at the very end. I sat there, having no other choice. "Good morning," I enthusiastically greeted. "Good morning, princess," my dad softly responded. As the king, my dad has to keep a steady composure and a serious face. But when he's with us, his affectionate side surfaces. I returned his smile with a smile of my own. "Ava dear, have you seen Jacob?" Queen Lila, Jacob's mom, asked. Before I could say a word, Aunt Claudina, my mom's best friend, replied, "He'll come, don't worry." She stared at me amusingly. Mom couldn't keep her mouth shut and spilled everything to Aunt Claudina. She practically can't hide anything from her. I looked down, blushing. The footsteps I heard made me look up, and there he was. Today he wore more casual clothes, just like the rest of us. I tried my best to keep my eyes on his face, but that tight black shirt he wore made it much harder. "Sorry I'm late." And he took a seat next to me. Breakfast went smoothly. Like always, we didn't get to talk much because of our parents. King Brian kept talking about pack business and rogues, hoping to find a solution soon. He didn't want the rogues to wander all over his kingdom, so he thought it was best to make them join packs. I excused myself and went to my chamber. Later, I decided to go shopping downtown. Maybe I'll get distracted and stop thinking about Jacob. I didn't tell my parents since they would order guards to stay with me. I wanted to feel independent for once. Entering my favorite boutique, I tried on a velvet lace dress. Definitely buying it. It hugged my figure perfectly, revealing my curves. I'm more of a baggy shirt and jeans girl, so dresses aren't my thing. Hopefully, Jacob might find me attractive. Darn it, Ava. I paid for it and decided to discover the town. The buildings were 3 stories at their tallest, each sizzled in mesmerizing mosaic stone. Every building was a demonstration of a different art concept. A specific one caught my eye the most. It was an arrangement of rocks portraying a lone wolf in a field. I wonder what it meant. My gaze finally drifted from the portrait and onto the abandoned road. My gut twisted. Something didn't feel right. I turned around to see, expecting someone behind me. Instead, no one was there. I probably should return to the castle. I gasped, nearly forgetting my phone in the back of my pocket. I'm in a lot of trouble. There were nearly 1,000 missed calls. All of a sudden, my phone rang. I looked at the dialer and my heart skipped a beat. Jacob. Hello. It was nearly a question. I heard him blow out a sigh of relief. Where are you, Ava? Anger was evident in his tone, but so was worry. I went downtown to shop. I was met by silence. I knew he was trying his best not to blow up. Get down here, now. With that, the line went dead. I couldn't help but smile at the fact that he was worried sick. Putting the phone back where it was, I walked toward the castle, but that uneasy feeling of someone watching me was still there. The moment I stepped foot inside the castle's walls, I was bombarded with hugs. My parents were distraught. I looked into my father's eyes. They were gleaming with relief. He warned me not to go alone again, or else. Mom rambled about how she's going to glue guards in front of my chamber doors. Just what I needed. Next time, I'll make sure you're locked up in a dungeon, young lady, Uncle Jaivon joked. He ruffled my hair, making me snort. I bet he will. There will be no next time. Jacob strolled down the hall, his eyes flaring. Uncle Gio looked at me with amused but knowing eyes. I looked away, saying nothing. Well then, I'll leave you two alone. He walked past Jacob toward the assembly hall. Jacob stared at me, fists clenched. Heavily sighing, he ushered me to follow him, and I complied, walking next to him. We reached the terrace, neither of us saying a word. I wanted to brighten the mood, but noticing Jacob's dark expression, I thought it was better to keep my mouth shut. Was he that worried? Do you know how scared I was? The calmness of his voice surprised me. Only minutes ago, he seemed infuriated. I thought something happened to you. I was about to send warriors to look after you. He ran a hand through his sandy blonde hair. A smile tugged my lips. Putting a hand on his arm, I offered a shy smile. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to worry you. I just wanted to go out alone, without guards. You know, feel like a normal person. My voice trembled. I expected him to continue his lecture, but instead, I saw his eyes soften. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me closer. I stood frozen for a second, but instantly relaxed as I inhaled his scent. It was a mixture of both mint and pine, reminding me of the forest. When he pulled away, his eyes were a vibrant green. He smiled down at me, eyes content and sincere. "Promise you'll never do that." He raised an eyebrow, daring me to say the opposite. "I promise," I replied. Always the obedient one. He grinned, teasing me. He was doing what he does best, changing the mood. Narrowing my eyes at him, I puffed in disagreement. He let out a loud, symphonic-like laugh. I wouldn't mind hearing it for the rest of my life. "Come on, let's go back to the assembly hall." He walked past me, and I followed. I couldn't help but admire his figure. Wide leaf green eyes, sharp cheekbones, straight nose, and lips I'd die to taste. Whereas for his body, oh dear Lord. He might actually be the most handsome man alive, around 6'1", broad shoulders, and a strong frame. I shook my head, trying to get those thoughts out. "You should not think of him this way, Ava." I scolded myself as I followed him. Relaxing on my bed, I felt my phone vibrate. "Asleep?" He texted. "Not yet." "Why haven't you slept?" "Couldn't. Have a lot on my mind." His reply was instant. "Like?" I waited. A minute or two passed before my phone vibrated again. "Someone." I looked at the text, and my eyes widened instantly. Could it be? I quickly dismissed the idea. A girl in the castle might have caught his attention. "Good night, princess." I arched my brow in confusion. He clearly didn't want to talk about it. I bit my lip as I sent a goodnight text back and put the phone away. I noticed a folded piece of paper on the nightstand. That's weird. As I got up, I reached for the paper, took it, and opened it. Overcome with fear, I stared at the written black ink, fingers trembling. "He will get to you soon," was written on the paper.
Author's insight. In the next chapter, the lines between best friend and predator start to blur. We finally see Jacob in his element, raw, physical, and dangerous. But I want you to pay close attention to his reaction when another male steps into Ava's space. It's no longer just teasing, it is territorial. And when the threat against Ava finally becomes real, watch how Jacob handles her father. He stops asking for permission and starts taking command. This is the moment the boy next door disappears.
Chapter 3. Needless to say, it was a sleepless night. I hadn't told anyone about the paper, not wanting to worry any of them. Maybe it is just a prank, I tried to convince myself. But who would like to pull a sick joke like this on a princess? I stared at myself in the mirror and groaned. There were bags under my red-rimmed eyes, and my face looked as pale as ever. Great, just great. I tried to cover my tiredness with a bit of makeup, and thankfully, it worked. Making my way down to the opening field, I noticed two wolves standing in the middle of it. The wolf on the left was a medium gray color. It was slightly smaller than the sandy brown wolf in front of it. Both growling, they charged at each other. I watched in astonishment as the wolves snapped and sparred. The brown wolf was strong and powerful. He was gaining the upper hand in the fight. The color of his fur and eyes reminded me of someone. I gasped, realizing who it was. Oh Lord, that's Jacob. They went behind a tree, and once they came out, my jaw nearly hit the floor. Jacob was shirtless, wearing only a pair of low-riding pants. Once I snapped out of my trance, I shifted my gaze to his face, only to see him smirking. "Like what you see?" he asked, raising an eyebrow. I blushed and looked away. "You wish," I argued, but it only came out as a murmur, making him laugh. "How long have you been here, love?" "Love. I like the sound of that." "Just long enough to see you fighting," I replied, crossing my arms. From the corner of my eye, I saw someone walking toward us. "You're getting stronger, Jacob," he exclaimed and slapped Jacob on the back. I realized that their fight was some kind of training that werewolves do. The man looked to be in his late 20s with jet black hair and light gray eyes. He and Jacob were practically the same height, and I could see the resemblance. "Maxwell, this is Ava," Jacob introduced me. "She's the princess of demons and witches." Ava, this is Maxwell. He's our beta and, unfortunately, my cousin. He laughed. Maxwell put a hand on his heart and scoffed, pretending to be offended. Your words are daggers to my heart, cousin. Maxwell's words dripped with sarcasm. He put a hand on his heart and fluttered his eyelashes at Jacob. He sure is something. Maxwell stepped forward, a smile lingering on his face. Pleasure to meet you, princess. He took my hand and kissed the top of it. A gentleman. You are as pretty as they say. He coughed, eyes darting to Jacob, a smile tugging the hem of his lips. I looked at Jacob only to see him glaring at his cousin. I decided to play along. And what else do they say? I smirked. That you have marvelous Vivian eyes that one might drown in. Your hair as silky as he howled, clutching his side. What the hell, man? Maxwell stared at Jacob, eyes wide in disbelief. I stared at Jacob, a laugh escaping my lips. I can't believe he just elbowed his cousin.
Author's insight. This isn't just a cousinly nudge, it is a warning. In werewolf lore, a wolf cannot stand another male courting their potential mate. Jacob is laughing it off, but his wolf is snarling. He is marking his territory right in front of her.
Story chapter continued. I think that's enough. Come on, let's go. He gripped my arm, dragging me away from Maxwell. I was grinning. Who would have wondered that almighty Jacob talks about me like that? I watched the sunset and sighed. I couldn't get the writing out of my mind. He will get to you soon. I shuddered. Telling my parents was not an option. They would triple the security and stick even more guards wherever I go. But I need to tell someone, and at the moment, the only person I could tell is Jacob. Can you come? I need to talk to you. I typed and hit the send button. On my way. He texted back. In a matter of seconds, I heard a knock and the opening of a door. What's wrong? He came near, worry evident on his face. I remained silent. He furrowed his eyebrows, grasping my arm and turning me around. Ava, you're to be escorted by guards wherever you go, and no buts, young lady. My father's voice was authoritative, and I knew I had to comply. That won't be necessary. I'm going to stay with her. Guards won't be able to protect her if something happens. I nearly choked on my own saliva. Did he say that? All eyes turned fixed on him, and I saw my dad nodding in agreement. Are you sure, son? It was King Brian who intervened. He was just as confused as I was. Positive, Jacob responded, sitting casually in his chair. Well then, it's settled. And Jacob, thank you. Now I'm definite that my daughter is in safe hands. Father's eyes were grateful and, better yet, relieved. As soon as my father dismissed us, I trudged out of the room. I should have never told Jacob. It was supposed to stay between us, not for the whole castle to know. But he did this to protect me, the logical part of me argued. On one hand, I wanted to punch him, but on the other, I wanted to jump right into his arms. The good thing is that Jacob will practically be my guard 24/7, so I get to see him every single day. Feeling Jacob right behind me, I mentally rolled my eyes. He sure doesn't waste any time. So, now you're my guardian? I stopped in my tracks and turned around to face him. Something like that. I can't leave you all alone, Ava. The way he said my name made me shiver. He seemed to take notice and smirked, getting closer. But why do you want to stay with me? I tried keeping a steady breath. He stood in front of me, barely any space between us anymore. I fixed my eyes on his, hoping they won't trail down to his lips. To protect you. He answered shortly. Something flickered in his eyes, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Guards can protect me. Now tell me, why are you doing this? I straightened myself, daring him. He leaned forward, his lips close to my cheek, and whispered, "Patience, love. Everything in due time." With that, he disappeared into the castle's hallways, leaving me wondering what in the world just happened.
End of chapter analysis. The most telling moment here isn't the threat, it's the boardroom scene. Jacob, a prince of a different kingdom, just overruled Ava's father in his own castle. He didn't ask to be her guard, he declared it. And that final whisper? Patience, love. Everything in due time. This confirms that Jacob knows exactly what is happening between them. He isn't unsure of his feelings, he is restrained by timing. He is waiting for a specific biological or chronological trigger, likely her coming of age or a shift in the moon, to claim her. He is playing the long game, while Ava is still trying to figure out the rules. Audience engagement questions. 1. Everything in due time. What specific event do you think Jacob is waiting for? Her 18th birthday? A full moon? Or something else? 2. Jacob took the note straight to the king. Was this a betrayal of Ava's trust, or the only right move a protector could make? 3. Maxwell mentioned what they say about Ava. Do you think the other packs already know she is Jacob's mate, and only Ava is in the dark? Now that Jacob is her shadow, the distance between them is gone, but being that close to a wolf who is barely holding back his instincts might be more dangerous than the threat outside.
Chapter 4. A week had passed. A week in which Jacob had become a pain in my royal behind. At first, I thought his becoming my so-called guardian would be pleasant. Curse the day I told him about the letter. Ava, move it. You have training today. The banging on the door had me on my feet. I checked the clock and my eyes widened. I was already 30 minutes late. Well, I wanted to get on Jacob's nerves and let him wait, but not this long. I wonder what he's going to do. Act as if I'm invisible to teach me a lesson or yell. Either way, I don't really care. Serves him right, I snickered. Opening the door, I was greeted with Jacob's flaring eyes. He sure doesn't like to wait. Trying my best to play innocent, I put on my best weapon, puppy dog eyes. I have training today? The corners of his lips twitched. He knew I was doing this on purpose. I took in his figure. He was wearing denim jeans and a plain V-neck white shirt. White has become his signature color, I mused. Let's go. Your trainer has waited enough already. I nodded and followed him. Training is the worst part of being a princess. I thought of skipping numerous times, but my mother would drag me down to the arena. Having to spend hours trying to control your element drains your energy. The only element I can control is fire. Most witches can control more than one element, but I guess I've taken more of my father's powers than my mother's. Fire, of all elements, is the most challenging. If you don't know how to control it, it can burn you. I've had a couple of incidents that ended up with either a burn or burning something in the castle. Princess, you're finally here. My trainer's voice, Vixen, got me out of my trance. I was beginning to think that you skipped. His coffee brown eyes stared at me with a glimpse of playfulness. His hands were crossed, and by the looks of it, he was expecting me to explain my lateness. Like always, his hair was gelled and neat. Rolling my eyes at his snarky comment, I shot him a shut-up glare. Not only is Vixen my trainer, but he is also one of my closest friends. Being a princess has its pros, but it sure has a lot of cons, mainly not being able to make many friends, since most want it either for the spotlight or the money. It's devastating, really. Vixen is practically the same age as Jacob, only a year older. No. I wouldn't miss training with the glorious Vixen, now would I? I teased, sarcasm dripping from each word. Just for your information, baby girl, girls would die to be in your place. He grinned, flexing his biceps. Before I could respond, a growl erupted from Jacob's chest. Vixen looked at him skeptically. Care to introduce us, baby girl? Jacob's voice was low, almost threatening. He clenched and unclenched his fists, knuckles turning white. He was furious. Wait. Do I sense some sort of jealousy? I cleared my throat, trying my best to hide the smile tugging my lips. Jacob, this is Vixen, my trainer and best friend, I said as I turned to face Vixen. Vixen, this is Jacob, the prince of werewolves. I stressed the prince to warn him not to misbehave and get on Jacob's nerves, but it only made things worse. I yelped in surprise as Vixen wrapped his arm around my shoulder. Immediately, I elbowed him and got out of his grasp. Narrowing my eyes, I put both hands on my hips. Really, Vixen? He snorted. I watched Vixen intently as his features grew more serious. He put his fist on his heart and lowered his gaze. Your Highness, he addressed. It is common for warriors to put their fist on their heart as a gesture of respect and loyalty whenever they cross paths with a royal. Vixen, being a warrior and one of the strongest in our kingdom, followed the notion as well. Jacob only nodded, paying little attention. He was staring at me, many emotions clouding his eyes. Let's start training. I averted my gaze to Vixen, who was busy analyzing Jacob's features. Trying my best to avoid Jacob's death glare, I hurriedly walked to the center of the arena and waited for Vixen's instructions. You have to concentrate, Ava, Vixen yelled. It had been more than an hour and a half, and my energy was drained. Opening the palm of my hand, I took a deep breath and generated fire. Vixen did the same, but waited for me to strike. Jacob was sitting not too far away, his eyes following every move I made. I attacked, fire pooling its way out of the palm of my hand. Vixen was quick to dodge the flames and wasted no time attacking back. The ground erupted in flames as he created firebolts. Before it could reach me, I blocked its path with a firewall. Next, I was surrounded by a ring of flames, and fireballs were thrown in my direction. I managed to avoid most of them, but one hit my left arm. Wincing in pain, I stared at the burn to check if it was something serious. Hold your fire, I screamed, and the fire ring instantly vanished. When I first started training, Vixen and I agreed that whenever I got hurt, I would yell, "Hold your fire." Jacob seemed to notice the pain on my face, for he was next to me in a matter of seconds. He stared at the burn worriedly. Checking the burn, I sighed. It will need a couple of days to heal. We need to get that treated, he grumbled. It's nothing really, I've had worse, I said, attempting to sound fine but failing miserably. I noticed Vixen standing right next to Jacob. Grabbing my arm, he stared intently at my wound. It's a first-degree burn. We need to place a cool compress on it to avoid swelling, he stated. Why thanks, doctor. I snapped. I hated it when this happened. Sure, I've gotten used to burns, but I don't want to go through the pain process again. I groaned, realizing how the next few hours would pass. Just what I needed. I'm only trying to help, baby girl. He grinned, trying to lighten the mood. This boy is something. Let's see who'll be needing help when I kick your butt. He snorted, looking at me from top to bottom, and barked a laugh. Idiot. Jacob didn't say anything. He just looked back and forth at us with evident amusement. Maybe he'll stop feeling jealous and realize that Vixen and I are like brother and sister. Huh. As if. This is Jacob we're talking about. Ava, we have to suddenly, he paused, turning rigid. By the looks of it, he was mind-linking someone. The familiar dark green eyes of his wolf appeared, and straight away, I knew bad news was coming. I have to go, he stiffly said. What's wrong? He shook his head and ran a hand through his ruffled hair. I'll tell you later. Take care, love. He kissed the top of my head and smiled, trying to assure me, sensing my uneasiness. Jacob and Vixen exchanged glances, and Vixen smiled knowingly. Jacob wanted him to stay beside me until his return. And then he disappeared into the forest. We went back to the castle, and Vixen took care of my arm. The moment he placed the compress on it, the throbbing faded. Care to explain about Lover Boy? I looked up at him and scowled. Drop it, I warned, making him chuckle. We have a lot of talking to do, baby girl. Chapter 5. As soon as Maxwell spoke to me through the mind link, I hurriedly sprinted into the forest. Not bothering to take off my clothes, I set my wolf free. Maxwell has been running patrols around the kingdom to ensure his king, my father's, safety. Of course, no harm could reach my father since he's under King Eric's protection. But still, precaution is essential. Today is our last day of visiting. I talked to my father a while ago about my staying in the demon and witch's kingdom longer than I intended. We argued because I was soon to become king and needed to be present on our land to understand my duties fully. But in the end, after many clashes, I succeeded in convincing him. My main reason for staying is Ava. I can't leave her unguarded, knowing that someone is after her. I have been trying to suppress my feelings as long as I could, but no more. Seeing her with Vixen had put my wolf on edge. I understand he's like a brother to her, but my possessiveness has gotten the best of me. It's unheard of for a werewolf to mate with a race other than its own. But I couldn't imagine my life without her by my side, even if it meant rejecting my true mate. I don't give a damn. I know what I need in life, and what I need is her. I remember the promise I made to her when we were younger. I was 14 back then. We sat in the field of my father's castle. Both she and I lay on the ground and stared at the sky full of stars. "It's beautiful," she whispered, mesmerized by the view. It truly was beautiful. I usually snuck out of my room every night to come to the field. It brought me peace. I wanted to share this excellent scene with someone special. I looked at Ava, who had her hands locked under her head. Remembering that it was her last day in the castle, my heart ached. Being with her makes me feel happy. She can draw a smile on someone's face without even trying. When she noticed my gaze, she turned her head, and our eyes locked. "Is there something on my face?" She pouted, looking incredibly cute. "No, beautiful as always." A lock of her hair fell down her face. Before she could reach it, I quickly put it back in place. She blushed, her cheeks turning crimson. "I don't want to go back. I'm having a lot of fun here. I will miss you." She grumbled, crossing her arms. I noticed her eyes watering. "Shoo, don't cry. I promise I will always be by your side." She sniffled. "Really?" Her innocent eyes lit up, making me smile. "Of course. I can't live without you, now can I?" I joked, but was surprised when she came close and hugged me. "No, you can't. Neither can I, Jacob." I caressed her cheek as both of us fell into silence. My paws dug deeper into the humid soil, growling. Every night, I drift to sleep thinking about her hypnotizing emerald eyes, hoping that someday, I'll wake up to them in my bed. I yearn for her presence, crave her touch. It's not something I can control. She completes me. She is my other half. I love her. Truly love her. Spotting Maxwell a couple of miles ahead, I lessened my pace. "What's wrong?" I demanded, noticing his tense form. "Jacob, look at these footprints." He ushered me to where the footprints were. Just by looking at them, I could tell it wasn't a werewolf. These footprints were of a creature much larger. Never have I seen something like this before. I caught a glimpse of the creature. It was tall, beast-like. Body so dark and a very creepy face. I wanted to take it down, but it disappeared, Maxwell explained. A low growl emitted from my chest. "We need to inform the kings immediately. This is getting dangerous." The beta nodded, following me as we sprinted toward the castle. The kings were in a meeting in Eric's office. His office had a dark aura, pitch-black walls, and a few white lines in the midst of it. Simple yet spooky. A mahogany desk stood at the far end of the chamber, beautifully carved with what seemed to be ancient symbols. King Eric sat behind it, shoulders straight and a serious look on his face. Behind him, 3 arming swords were hung. When I stepped closer, all the king's attention was fixed on me. I cleared my throat, looking straight into Eric's eyes. My apologies for interrupting, but the beta found some kind of footprints in the forest. After I said so, King Jayavan stood up and walked closer until he was in front of me. "What did they look like?" he questioned, startled. The footprints were large. It definitely wasn't a werewolf. I paused, taken aback by Jayavan's look of distress, but continued. Maxwell, the beta, caught sight of the creature. Its body was of a dark color, tall, beast-like features. We have never encountered such a thing. My father raised his eyebrows in surprise, and so did Remy, the king of vampires, whereas Eric's expression could not be read. Then my vision is true. My gaze went back to Jayavan, who was rubbing his forehead. "What vision?" I questioned. "Sit down, Jacob. I will explain everything." He sighed, his voice strained. I sat next to my father, curiously eyeing the king of angels. Not once have I seen Jayavan this stressed, since he's usually the calmest. 100 years ago, there lived a 5th supernatural race. They called themselves fire, which means beasts in Latin. The color of their bodies shows their strength. The darker, the stronger. Deceitful red eyes, sharp shark-like teeth, and horns on either side of their heads. At some point, they came to believe themselves superior to all beings in the supernatural world and set out to conquer it. As soon as the kings knew of their plan, they did whatever it took to stop them. On a moonless night, we attacked all 4 kingdoms. They were taken off guard, not expecting our attack. We made sure to kill the last of them. But somehow, one managed to escape and went into hiding. He furrowed his brows. Does this have to do with your vision? I asked. Jayavan nodded. They seek revenge. They want to wipe out our very existence. Loathing, fury, and revenge are all they can think of. But it's not that easy. They need an element to do so. By now, everyone was looking at Jayavan with panic, fearing that what had happened in the past would repeat itself. Which is? Eric questioned. A feeling in my gut told me I wouldn't like the answer. Jayavan turned to Eric, sorrow covering his features. Your daughter, Ava. My blood ran cold.
Author's insight. This chapter is divided into 2 distinct emotional halves. First, we get the truth-teller moment, where a best friend forces the protagonist to admit what the audience already knows about the romance. But don't get too comfortable with the banter. The second half features a massive lore drop. We aren't just dealing with witches and werewolves anymore, we are introducing a power scale that breaks the rules of this universe. Pay attention to the specific term, gravity controller. This changes Ava from a princess into a weapon.
Chapter 6. Vixen and I went to the medical wing. Luckily, the burn hadn't hurt that much, considering that a fireball had just hit me. It stung, of course, but the pain was bearable. Neither of us talked until we reached our destination. The medical wing was like a small infirmary, stocked with all manner of medication, painkillers, antibiotics, creams, and more. Much like any infirmary, all of it was plain white except for the bed, which was a pale shade of blue. I watched as Vixen rummaged through the cabinets to the upper right of where he stood and pulled out what looked like an antibiotic ointment. He came to my side and applied the ointment to the burn on my arm. I winced as the ointment touched my skin, but relaxed afterward as the area numbed. Finishing his task, Vixen returned the antibiotic to its place. When he turned around, he crossed his arms, a determined look on his face. Care to tell me what's happening between you and Loverboy? He was referring to Jacob. I rolled my eyes, but frankly, I didn't know whether it was a good idea to tell him or not. He's just a friend, I protested, but even I didn't believe the words coming out of my mouth. I was hoping Vixen would drop the subject, but knowing him, he wouldn't. I groaned when I saw him arching his eyebrows, daring me to lie. I have no way out. This guy knows me too well. Figuring out I had no choice, but to spill the beans, I began talking. Look, the moment he arrived, something felt different. I tried denying it, but day by day it seemed too obvious to avoid. He became more and more protective. Whenever we speak, a glint in his eyes appears. Every time I talk to a man, he fumes in anger. He wraps an arm around me as if telling every male in this castle to back off. Even the guards are afraid to look at me when he's around, I proclaimed. Vixen was all ears, but said nothing, knowing there was more to come. Plenty of times, he wanted to tell me something but decided not to. Sometimes, it feels as if he's having an inner battle with himself. I have feelings for him, you know I do, but everything is so vague right now, I murmured. I slumped my shoulders, feeling defeated. I was so lost in thought that I didn't notice Vixen shifting to sit next to me. It wasn't until he cleared his throat that I fell out of my trance. To my surprise, he wore $1 million smile. Well, aren't you in love? He stated in a matter-of-fact tone. I'm not in love. I snapped, but by the twinkle in his eyes, I knew he wasn't buying it. You were so in love, baby girl, he teased, and denying your feelings only proves my point even more. Catching my glare, Vixen chuckled. He was starting to get on my nerves. Shouldn't he be telling me that falling for Jacob isn't a good idea? Shut up. Even if I do love him, I quoted the words with my fingers, it just won't work out. I muttered, my voice barely above a whisper. It really won't work out. He's a werewolf after all. Eventually, he will find his mate and love her, leaving no room for poor Ava. Don't let the mate thing get in the way, Ava. Vixen turned serious. I see the way he looks at you. The way he gets jealous when a male comes closer to you or even looks at you. A person's eyes give away his true feelings, and when he's around you, it's so obvious, Seva. Trust me when I say this, Jacob is head over heels for you. I can't understand how you haven't noticed it yet. My heart fluttered at his words. Sure, he will have a mate. But I'm confident he made up his mind on who he wants to spend the rest of his life with. No one would leave his kingdom, his land for goodness sake, just to protect a friend. He knows that if anything happens to you, he would go crazy. He can't accept males around you because he wants you all for himself. I'm a guy, and I know. He squeezed my hand, smiling at me reassuringly.
Author's insight. Vixen serves a critical role here, the validator. In romance, the protagonist is often an unreliable narrator regarding their own love life, due to insecurity. Vixen represents the audience's voice, confirming that Jacob's behavior isn't just friendly, it is undeniably romantic ownership.
Story chapter continued. But do you think he will confront me? I'm sure he will soon. He's just waiting for the right time to tell you. His words were extremely comforting. Any uncertainties I had faded away. Thank you, Vixen. I really needed someone to lift my spirits. He grinned and ruffled my hair. I was so lucky to have him by my side. Vixen got up and held out his hand for me to take. Putting my hand in his, I lifted myself off the bed. I almost forgot. Now that you have lover boy, should I go all formal with you, milady? He bowed, snickering all the way. I held back a snort and tried to keep a serious face. I'm afraid circumstances have changed, sir. I faked a British accent. As soon as I finished, Vixen and I were roaring with laughter. I put my hand on the wall, trying to steady myself as I clutched my waist. Vixen was breathless, wiping tears streaming down his face. This is the first time I laughed my heart out. He shook his head with a grin on his face. Well, you're with me, aren't you? I smirked. He playfully narrowed his eyes at me and scoffed. Yes, I'm with you. The lame, boring princess that's waiting for Prince Charming to come riding a white horse and sweep her off her feet. His mouth turned into an O in realization. Oh wait, he's a werewolf. He'll let you ride him. He snickered, a look of triumph on his face. I can't believe he just said that. Shut up. No one's going to ride anyone. Putting my hands on my hips, I gave him the best glare I could manage. I could feel my cheeks heat up. Whatever helps you sleep at night, baby girl. I rolled my eyes at his childishness, but I couldn't help but smile. I could never imagine my life without this goofball. We spent the next 3 hours watching movies. At first, we watched an action movie, but after it finished, Vixen decided to watch a horror movie. And that was my cue to leave. Horror movies aren't my thing, especially since I start getting creepy thoughts at night that end up keeping me awake. I decided to wander the castle. I had nothing better to do. Walking down the hall, I saw a few maids cleaning the chandeliers, while others tended to the windows. Princess Ava, can I help you with anything? The head maid, Bailey, kindly smiled at me. She was in her early 50s and had been working in the castle for as long as I could remember. Her once cocoa brown hair was turning gray, tied up in a bun. The lines on her face told years of hard work. No, Bailey, thank you. I was bored and decided to walk. I smiled back in adoration. She was a powerful woman. Her husband had died in battle several years ago, but she coped and worked to be able to feed her 2 children. Do you know where my parents are? She nodded. Her Highness has gone shopping with the rest of the queens, and I believe His Highness is in a meeting with the kings. She stopped, hesitant. But Prince Jacob came with a troublesome look on his face. I frowned. Earlier today, Jacob left the arena disturbed. Maybe he found out something? I need to go to my father's office. I knew he wouldn't let me in unless he finished his meeting. Eavesdropping was not an option since his office was soundproof. So, I had to take another route. I found it best to take the secret pathway in order not to get noticed. A portrait of a young little me was placed on the wall next to my bed. I set it down and pressed a square engraved in the wall. A part of it moved, allowing me to enter the passage. No one knew of these secret pathways except for the royal family. It was made decades ago so that, in the event of an unexpected crisis, the royal family could escape safely. The moment I stepped in, all the lanterns lit up. The pathway led to several chambers inside the castle, one of which is my father's office. I've gone to it several times when I was a kid, so I memorized the way. Left, left, straight. 2 holes were punched in the wall, allowing me to see clearly. My father sat in his usual seat, while the other kings sat in front of him. I noticed Jacob at the very end of the office, a look of distress on his face. Maxwell, the beta, caught sight of the creature. Its body was of a dark color, tall, beast-like features. "We have never encountered such a thing," he said. My brow arched in confusion. What was he talking about? Was this why he hurriedly left today? Then my vision is true. It was Uncle Gio who spoke. I bit my lip worriedly. Seeing Uncle Gio rub his forehead meant trouble. "What vision?" Jacob questioned. "Sit down, Jacob. I will explain everything." I silently watched as Jacob took a seat next to his father, but my attention remained on Uncle Gio. I listened as my uncle explained about creatures said to be killed until the very last one. The way he described them sent chills down my spine. I imagined how they looked as he spoke. Dark figure, red eyes, sharp teeth. Fire, he said their name was. They seek revenge. They want to wipe our very existence. Loathing, fury, and revenge are all they can think of. But it's not that easy. They need an element to do so. Uncle Gio stared at my father, stressed. A painful look crossed his face. By now, all of the kings looked worried. I couldn't see my father's expression since he had his back to me. My heartbeat quickened, hearing that those monsters sought revenge. But what came next shook the breath out of me. Witches. My father came closer to the desk, placing his arms on it. "Your daughter, Ava." I put a hand on my mouth to stop myself from whimpering. No. That can't be true. What do they want with me? My father stood up, rigid. He banged his fist on the desk, anger radiating from him. "Eric, had you noticed something unfamiliar happening with Ava before?" Or even now, Uncle Gio continued, unfazed. My father paused before replying, trying to suppress his anger. He sighed. "When she was 12, we came into her room at night to put her a present as a surprise. Her birthday was the day after. We were shocked to see her floating in thin air as she slept," he gruffly stated, sorrow masking his voice. "One time, she and I were in the library. She wanted to read a book placed on a much higher shelf. She asked me to get it, but I said no since she wouldn't understand the writing. Next thing I knew, the book was in her hands." My father continued. My eyes widened at the information. How could I not remember this? "We first thought they were signs of being an air controller, but the exam results clearly stated otherwise." Uncle Gio nodded, a sigh escaping his lips. My eyes darted to Jacob. He had his lips pressed into a thin line. The expression on his face could not be read. "Eric, your daughter is something else. They want her because she possesses an incredible power. She is of major use to them. She can be our source of victory or our cause of defeat." My legs trembled. "She's a gravity controller." He stated it. The room went quiet, all eyes bulging from their places. I could not believe it. I could not be a gravity controller. There's no such thing. I tried convincing myself. My breath quickened, mainly because of the fear that overtook me. I knew I couldn't stay here and listen any longer. So I left. I don't know how my legs carried me back to my room, but I was more than glad to get out of there. Sitting on my bed, a million thoughts crossed my mind. Then it clicked. Those creatures were the ones that put the letter inside my room.
End of chapter analysis. The reveal of gravity control is a game changer. In most fantasy systems, elemental magic, fire, water, air, earth, is standard. Gravity, however, is a fundamental force of physics. This implies Ava isn't just powerful, she is a singularity. She can likely crush armies, fly, or tear buildings apart if she learns to use it. Crucially, her parents knew. They saw her floating as a child and kept it from her. This changes the family dynamic from protective to secretive. Ava now knows she is the element the monsters need, which isolates her psychologically. She is the danger everyone is afraid of. Audience engagement questions. Gravity controller, do you think this power is stronger than the elementals? Could she defeat a werewolf alpha with it? Her father kept her floating episodes a secret. Was he protecting her from the world, or protecting the world from her? Now that Ava knows the truth, should she confront the kings immediately, or keep her knowledge a secret to protect herself? Ava knows she is the target, but knowing the truth and surviving it are two different things, especially when the enemy is already inside the walls.
Chapter 7. It was very early in the morning, almost 7. Standing on the terrace, I took a breath of fresh air, enjoying the castle's calm. Yesterday, I kept myself locked inside my room. Jacob texted me later that night, checking if I was all right. I didn't want him to think that I was ignoring him, so I told him that I was fine, just a little tired. Suffice it to say, sleep was impossible last night. I tossed and turned, waking up from endless nightmares. Uncle Joe's talk hit me, and it hit me hard. It is not easy to digest that some beasts want me to destroy the supernatural world. Moreover, they want to reach me because they think I can control gravity. Gravity. Deep down, I knew Uncle Jayavon's words were valid, for he is never mistaken. As the King of Angels, he always saw correctly. I weighed my choices, deliberating what I should do. My first choice was to lock myself up inside the castle for the time being. I wanted to convince myself it wasn't such a bad choice, but I failed miserably. I can't spend all of my time locked up. My second choice was to run away and live in disguise, change my name, change my looks, change everything. Yeah, that could work. I groaned, it wouldn't work out. Why are you up this early? I squealed, jumping from my place. I put a hand on my heart in an attempt to calm myself down. Jacob stared at me, amused at my sudden shriek. I hadn't noticed he was here all along. For heaven's sake, Jacob, you frightened me, I exclaimed. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. His voice was strained, and by the bags under his eyes, it was apparent he didn't have enough sleep. Are you okay? He asked, coming closer to stand next to me. Yeah, just couldn't sleep. He nodded, running a hand through his ruffled hair. You look tired, I commented. I couldn't sleep. I had a lot of things on my mind. I understood what he was talking about. I remained silent, not really knowing what to say. Should I tell him about yesterday or not? Hesitant, I decided to speak. Jacob, I know about the fire. The moment I said that, his whole body tensed. I heard everything. From the footprints you found in the forest to the beasts wanting to destroy all of us, I continued. He clenched his jaw and squinted his eyes, possibly remembering the meeting. He looked straight into my eyes, his eyes holding a lot of emotions. Anger, uncertainty, and worry. How? I fidgeted, trying to look anywhere but him. There's kind of a secret pathway that leads to my father's office. I was really curious to know what was happening, especially after you left to the forest. I was worried, and a maid told me you were at my father's office. I scratched my head, feeling like a kid caught eating tons of candy. You never change, Ava. The corners of my lips twitched. I stared at him, trying to find any trace of a smile, but instead, a neutral mask covered his face. Instantly, my smile fell. I want you to know that I will always be by your side. Those beasts will never get to you. He turned around, now facing me. But they were the ones that put the paper inside my room. I stared into his green eyes. The moment those words made their way out of my mouth, anger flashed through his eyes. He breathed in and out, undoubtedly calming his wolf. I know, and that is what is confusing me. I think there's someone inside the castle helping them. My eyes widened in horror. Terrified, I suddenly felt like running away and hiding in a corner where no one could find me. Jacob realized my discomfort. But I'm not sure of it yet. So now I am threatened inside my own home. Can my life get any better? Note the sarcasm. Everything was too much to handle at the moment. Knowing that someone is after you, beasts in specific, is not easy. It is terrible, I told myself. No one will harm you, Ava. Not when I'm alive. His words held a promise. If he weren't a werewolf, I would have suspected him of reading minds. I smiled, feeling a rush of relief washing over me. His presence made me feel safe, protected. But wait, aren't the kings and queens leaving today? My eyes widened as realization hit me. Aren't you leaving today? I questioned, but it sounded like a demand. Suddenly, Jacob's features changed. The thin line of his pursed lips turned into a wide grin, and the glint in his eyes returned. It felt as if I were suffocating. Tears welled up in my eyes as the sudden feeling of betrayal hit me. So I was a burden on his shoulders, and he is happy to leave. I spun on my heel and began walking toward the inside, but a grip on my arm stopped me. Where do you think you're going? He demanded, confusion written all over his face. I nearly cursed myself as a tear escaped my eye and trailed down my cheek. Instantly, Jacob's grip on my arm loosened. His hand, so soft, moved to rest on my cheek and wipe the tear away. I looked at him, trying my best to control my emotions. I didn't want to cry in front of him. Why are you crying, love? I bit my lip, avoiding his stare. You want to get out of here and leave me, I choked out. Suddenly, I was pulled to his chest with both of his hands wrapping around me. I stood still for a second, my heart about to burst, but wasted no time in hugging him back. Breathing in his scent, I blushed as I heard him chuckle. I'm staying, Ava. I'm not leaving you. His words were genuine. Really? He nodded. My face broke out into a huge grin, and this time, I was the one to throw myself into his arms. Saying I was content was an understatement. I felt ecstatic. I didn't know what had come over me, but knowing he was staying made my day. The way Jacob looked at me reminded me of how my parents look at each other, with adoration. I gasped. Could it be? His eyes trailed down to my lips, lingering there for a moment before making their way up to my eyes again. Both of our gazes locked together. Ava, I need to tell you something, he murmured. This is it. He's going to tell me how he truly feels. He came closer, his lips almost touching mine. Prince Jacob, Princess Ava. Their majesties are requesting your presence. The kings and queens will depart soon. Both Jacob and I jumped from our places at the sudden interruption. Bailey was standing at the very end of the terrace, staring at us suspiciously. Not saying anything else, she quickly turned around and disappeared inside the castle. I could feel my cheeks turning a shade of pink. Glancing at Jacob from the corner of my eyes, he had his hands placed inside his pockets, whispering profanities to himself. An awkward silence filled the air. Do you want to go inside? I stuttered. Get a grip on yourself, Ava. After you. He smiled a little, but it didn't reach his eyes, making me groan inwardly. Guess I have to wait a little longer for him to confess his feelings. Chapter 8. He said what? I rolled my eyes at Vixen's exaggerated cry. He paced the room, analyzing Jacob's and my little chat that took place 2 days ago. Since then, I hadn't seen him, and to be honest, I missed him a lot. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but what I know is that he's grown on me. Vixen, I told you he couldn't say a darn word. He was about to, but Bailey came out of nowhere, I repeated for almost the 10th time now. Frankly, I was beginning to get irritated. You told me he whispered something. He squinted his eyes, pointing his index finger at me. I groaned in despair. Vixen wouldn't believe one bit that Jacob hadn't said anything about how he feels, no matter how many times I repeat the incident. Vixen, get out. I rose from my seat and pointed toward the door. Promptly, Vixen held both of his hands up in surrender, comprehending that he should cut it out. Seriously though, it felt like a police officer interrogating me. Okay, I get it. But I just can't believe that he was this close. He put 2 fingers close to each other until little space lay between them, this close to telling you how he feels. I let out an exasperated sigh and nodded in agreement. Oh, baby girl, don't be sad. He pinched my cheek and pouted, making me snort in response. Vixen was way older than I was, but sometimes I can't help but feel like I'm dealing with a 5-year-old. Hearing my snort, Vixen's face spread into a wide, victorious grin. That's the spirit. Sitting here dulling your luck all day long won't help you. Okay, Thanks, Vix. He pulled me into a side hug, patting my head. I chuckled in amusement. This guy never fails to cheer me up. The day Jacob and I had our little encounter, my parents threw a farewell party because the kings and queens were leaving. The banquet was set, covered in trays and trays of desserts. Pudding, tarts, cakes, waffles, pies. Nearly anything anyone could think of. My mother was busy talking with the queens, probably spilling her heart out on how she'll miss them and when they'll see each other again. On the other hand, my father was enjoying a glass of wine with the kings. Their laughter was nonstop, probably talking about the good old days. Axton was sitting right beside my father, attentively listening to whatever they were talking about. My sister tugged the hem of my dress, making me look down at her. Ava, I want to ask you something. She whispered carefully, looking around to make sure no one was paying attention. I bent slightly until I was at her level. Is Ariel more beautiful than me? My mouth turned into an O, understanding what's going on inside that head of hers. Carrie was jealous of Ariel. I mean, sure, the princess of vampires was a beauty even at a very young age, but my sister's charm was undeniable. You're the most beautiful girl in here, Carrie, I replied in the same whisper voice. Straight away, Carrie squealed, and a glimmer appeared in her eyes. I watched her march toward the other children with confident strides. It took me 5 minutes to pick something to eat. Finally settling on a vanilla cupcake with buttercream icing and sprinkles, I put it on my plate. Just as I was about to eat, someone behind me coughed. Automatically, I smiled, seeing it was no one other than Uncle Gio. Having fun. He cocked a brow, his eyes landing on the plate I had in hand. As if, you know I hate these kinds of get-togethers. I scoffed, making him chuckle. How are things between you and Jacob? I nearly choked on my own spit. I had a feeling Uncle Gio knew something was up between Jacob and me, but I never expected him to be this bold. I cleared my throat, attempting to cover my struck expression. What about us? His mischievous grin said it all. I just said US, didn't I? Already to the us stage, are we now? He teased, clearly enjoying my slip. No, it's not like that, I swear. Things are just complicated, I said apologetically. I hate hiding things from him, but they are actually a little too hard to explain. I understand, but let me tell you this. If you choose to go down this path, a lot of obstacles will be ahead of you both. I nodded, aware of what he was saying. I know, but I'm sure it will be worth it. I sighed. It will. Jacob is a great person, and I know he'll be able to cherish a diamond like you. He winked before walking past me and joining the kings. A couple of hours later, all the royals except for Jacob left our kingdom. Are you even listening to me? Vixen's furious voice snapped me out of my daze. Smiling cheekily at him, he rolled his eyes and grunted. A bang on the door made me jump. To my surprise, Vixen quickly darted from his place, reaching the door and putting his hand on the handle. I brought you something, he smiled, someone actually. Before he could open the door, someone slammed it open. Are you people deaf or what? There stood my best friend, her honey brown hair falling to her face as she puffed in dissatisfaction. Once her eyes landed on me, I was pulled in a back-breaking hug. As much as I missed her and wanted to hug her back, I also wanted oxygen to fill my lungs. Lena, I need air. I breathed in a gulp of air as she let go of me. I missed you so much, Ava, she exclaimed, her hazel eyes shining in excitement. I missed you too, Lena. I grinned. I couldn't say the same. Vixen came into view, rubbing his nose. I stifled a laugh, realizing that the door slammed right into his face. Lena stared at him, her mouth turning into an O. Next time, be a little gentle with the door, Lena. Or better yet, the person behind the door, he said, pointing to himself. I have to say, Vixen looked hilarious with his Rudolph red nose. How should I know that you were standing behind the door? Lena snapped, narrowing her eyes at Vixen. Shut up, you two, I demanded, rolling my eyes. Vixen and Lena remind me of an old couple in a love-hate relationship. They're always at each other's throats, arguing like children. For the next 2 hours, The three of us sat listening to Lena's adventures in the Supernatural Academy. She somehow managed to throw slime all over the dean's office without getting caught and cast a spell on her instructor's car, making it fly over a lake. I bet that was a sight to see. For a witch her age, Lena is advanced in witchcraft. She didn't have to take the introductory classes regular witches usually took when she first entered the academy. We became friends in middle school. She wasn't like the rest of the girls there who wanted to befriend me just because I'm a princess. She was a down-to-earth kind of girl. By the way, there was a guy downstairs who's extremely hot, may I add. I raised my eyebrows, watching Lena sigh dreamily. What did he look like? The smirk on Vixen's face said it all. Tall, blonde, green eyes, totally gorgeous. Vixen burst out laughing, probably looking at my dull expression. Oh, someone's jealous, he said, making Lena's eyes turn wide. You have a crush on a gorgeous dude and you hadn't told me. I grimaced at her, screeching. Would you keep it down? I hissed, narrowing my eyes at her. I'm sure the whole floor heard. Tell me everything. And I did. From knowing him since I was little to him being the prince of werewolves. I told her about his jealousy, his protectiveness, his worry, literally everything. You sure know how to pick them, Ava. She joked. But nothing happened, I said quickly. Yet? Both she and Vixen said at the same time. They turned, looking at each other with a smirk on their faces. We were startled by a scream coming from the hall. The three of us ran out of the room, trying to find out where the scream had come from. Reaching the end of the hall, I froze in place at the sight in front of me. A brunette girl is clinging to Jacob's forearm. I forgot to tell you. Lena chuckled nervously. I brought my cousin Lizzie with me. Just what I needed. Chapter 9. I recognized her from the photos Lena had shown me. Lizzie definitely wasn't the type of cousin anyone would want to hang out with, especially with her infamous approach of hooking up with men. Let's say she's a gold digger, and boy, did it show. The white printed crop top she wore revealed her cleavage, and the denim shorts shouldn't be considered shorts. The way she looked at him had my nerves riled up. It pissed me off to an extent that I wanted to rip her throat out. Take deep breaths, Ava, I told myself. Slowly walking up front, I cleared my throat, making the guards standing in front of me step aside. As soon as Jacob saw me, a flash of relief crossed his face. We heard someone screaming. Is everything all right? I hoped to sound neutral, but the irritation couldn't be hidden. The twisted smile plastered on Lizzie's face made me purse my lips into a thin line. Princess, she bowed her head. The guards here stopped me from walking in. The guiltiness in her tone was almost too convincing, but I knew better. From the stories Lena had told me, I knew Lizzie was manipulative. Whenever something happened, she made herself seem innocent. And you scream. I demanded. I'm sorry, Princess. It won't happen again. I didn't appreciate the sweetness of her voice. I knew that if she weren't forced to apologize, she wouldn't have. Good, my voice was clipped, you may leave. Noticing her shocked expression, a grin threatened to spread on my face. Serves her right. Anger coated her features, but unable to defy my order, she nodded and stomped in the opposite direction. Jacob smirked with both of his hands crossed as he stared at me with amusement. He wore a light blue button-up polo, its sleeves rolled up, with matching gray pants. To say he looked amazing would be an understatement. He looked utterly perfect. Noticing his smirk growing bigger, I quickly recomposed myself. He knew I was checking him out. I looked away, feeling my cheeks heat up, and thanked God when I saw Lena standing next to me, smiling broadly. Hey, I'm Lena, Ava's best friend, she exclaimed. I know who you are. Ava talks a lot about you, Jacob. I froze in place, hearing Lena's words. She did not just say that. My eyes widened in horror, and so did Lena's. I mean, she talks about when you guys were young and stuff. She fiddled with her fingers, biting her lip. I wanted to hit her with a brick. And stuff? Seriously, Lena? So much for covering it up. Nice to meet you, Lena. He smiled, but not before glancing at me first. After the embarrassment Lena caused me, Vixen and Jacob decided to head off to train. As Jacob attended my training sessions with Vixen, he got to know him better, which helped his jealousy subside. I was pretty thankful for that. No girl likes to deal with a jealous man. I groaned, rolling onto my back. Staring at the ceiling, I thought about earlier today. The moment I saw Lizzie's hand on Jacob's arm, something inside of me ticked, jealousy. The reasonable part of me knew that Jacob had no interest in her. He didn't take her hand off, probably not wanting to appear rude. But the provoked part of me said otherwise. Thinking about him, I didn't bother looking at Lena, who sat on the right side of my bed. I felt a tag of guilt for ignoring her, but I couldn't help it. She brought the devil herself inside the castle. Oh, come on, Ava. Don't give me the silent treatment. She grumbled, poking my side. I sighed in defeat, knowing that she wouldn't budge unless I spoke to her. Sitting up, I crossed my legs and stared at her cheerless expression. What were you thinking when you brought her here, Lena? I mean, of all people, you picked Lizzie. I snapped, frustration clear in my voice. You know I had no other choice, Ava. I had to. My mom went on a vacation with Aunt Moni, so I got stuck with her. She explained, pleading with me with her eyes. I took a moment contemplating the situation, then nodded. Lena squealed, pulling me into a hug. But that doesn't mean I'll play nice, princess. If she gets out of line, I sure as hell won't think twice about putting her back in place. I warned when she pulled away. We looked at each other and burst out laughing. How about we dye her hair in her sleep, she suggested, making me snicker. Oh, come on, Lena, you can do better. I squinted my eyes teasingly. I would, but I'm still trying to get over the 3-hour car ride with her. Her voice made my brain shut down. I grimaced, feeling sorry for her. I couldn't stand her for 5 minutes, let alone 3 hours. Exactly, she said, seeing my grimace. Enough about Lizzie, I'm starting to lose my appetite. I chuckled as a look of disgust crossed her features. You, darling, were jealous today, she pointed out, making me roll my eyes. Knowing that I couldn't lie to her, I solemnly grunted. How did you know? I knew it was a dumb question, but I asked it anyway. You should have seen yourself. You looked like you wanted to tear her limb from limb. You were fuming. My eyes widened in surprise. Was it that obvious? And he sure enjoyed it. That caught me off guard. What are you talking about? I asked. Lena gasped dramatically, putting a hand on her heart. You didn't see him? I shook my head no. Sheesh, Ava, you need to get your eyes checked. Sending her a glare, I grabbed my phone and sent Vixen a text. Where are you? I wrote. Still training with Loverboy. Don't worry, I'm not going too hard on him, winky face. I received his message 5 minutes later. Fighting the urge to send him some profanities, I tossed my phone aside and got up from bed, hearing someone knock on the door. Princess, their majesties are requesting your presence, Bailey said with a small smile. Okay, thank you, Bailey, I said and watched her walk down the hall. Glancing back at Lena, I saw her fixing her lipstick. Lena, my parents want to see me. I'll come as soon as I finish. I saw her raise her thumb in an okay before closing the door. I wonder what my parents want to talk about. I knocked on the office door. As soon as I heard a come in, I opened the door and stepped inside. The familiar black walls of my father's office engulfed me. I always found it too dim, too gloomy. But black was my father's favorite color. My parents sat side by side on a leather sofa. Both of their hands were intertwined. Mom held Dad's hand in her lap. Staring at me as I walked toward them, a smile spread onto their faces. My father beckoned me to sit, patting the seat beside him. Is something wrong? I asked once I sat down. Not at all. We just wanted to talk about certain matters. He mused, the corners of his lips turning down. Ava dear, there's something we want you to know. My mom started. I waited for her to continue, but my dad spoke instead. We know who put the threat inside your room. He sighed, and my eyebrows shot up. Briefly, they're monsters that want to destroy us. We thought they were extinct, but it turns out otherwise. And what does that have to do with me? I played along. I didn't want my parents to know that I used a secret passage to eavesdrop on a meeting. Even if I told them it wouldn't be a big deal, I wanted to spare myself the scolding part. They put the threat in your room for a reason. Jayavan believes that they're after you because he paused for a second, glancing at my mom. She smiled sadly at him but nodded, beckoning him to continue. He returned his attention to me, his eyes sorrowful. They're after you because you can control gravity. I acted as if I were shocked. That cannot be true. I lied through my teeth. Jayavan believes so, and you know his visions are not to be mistaken. I nodded, averting my gaze to my lap. My father came closer, wrapping his arm around me in an attempt at comfort. But how come I can control gravity and I've shown no signs of it? I scrunched my eyebrows in confusion. They seemed to buy my act. Damn, I'm really good at this. That we don't know. Not even Jayavan knows. He sighed, rubbing his temples. Mom put a hand on my lap and smiled encouragingly. But don't worry, honey, nothing bad will happen, she murmured. I resisted the urge to snort. Yeah, sure. Beasts are threatening me and nothing bad will happen. I hope so, I said, but my conscience was telling me otherwise. Is that all? I asked, staring at them skeptically. I knew there was a lot more to talk about. I mean, I did hear everything a couple of days ago. Their hasty nod made me think that they didn't want me to worry about that matter. Oh, I almost forgot. We'll be having a ball the day after tomorrow. Mom squealed, and my mouth hung open. I bet Lena would love this. Chapter 10 is the deep breath before the plunge. We get a classic dress montage, a staple of the romance genre, where Ava and Lena get to be normal teenagers for a few hours. And then, we get the moment everyone has been waiting for, the invitation. Pay attention to Jacob's nervousness here. For a powerful alpha wolf who can kill monsters with his bare hands, asking a girl to a dance is the one thing that actually scares him. Enjoy this sweetness, because once the music starts in the next chapter, everything changes. Keycap 2 Audiobook Story Chapter. Chapter 10. Lena and I followed Mom through the castle's hallways. I was quite irritated since I was the last to know about the ball. The whole castle was informed 4 days ago, whereas I, the princess, was told yesterday. Anyway, my mom went straight to the real deal, dress hunting. Apparently, the designer was in one of the East Wings waiting for us. Gabrielisa was one of the most talented designers in all 4 kingdoms and, personally, my favorite. She knows what I like, from colors to fabric and, most importantly, shape. She can transform any scribble I draw from scratch into a totally breathtaking outfit. Lena was extremely excited to meet her, not believing she would wear a Gabrielisa Perez designer dress. I, too, was excited, eager to know what she had in store for me. Here we are, Mom stated, looking at us before she opened the chamber's doors. Walking in, my breath hitched. I stared at the scenery in front of me in awe. Loads and loads of dresses were neatly hung on golden stands, in shades of every color. Gowns were placed on the left side of the room, the shorter dresses on the right. Too overwhelmed, I didn't notice the person standing in the middle of the room, glancing at us through thin glasses. Right away, her face spread into a grin, and so did mine. Gabrielisa, it is so nice to see you again, my mom greeted, smiling broadly. Gabrielisa and a girl next to her, about my age, most probably her assistant, bowed their heads in respect. Your Majesty, they said in unison. Almost instantly, Gabrielisa's expression changed from that of adoration to a serious one upon setting her eyes on me. She took in my figure, eyeing me from top to bottom. I rolled my eyes, seeing her look of disappointment. I mean, my clothes weren't that appalling. Looking down at the light pair of jeans and the black tank top I wore, I knew my clothes weren't as bad as she made me feel. Designers and their wicked dress code, I said to myself. Is that how I taught you to dress? Came her stern voice. She put her hands on either side of her waist, her brows pinching into a frown. Please, Gabrielisa, knock some sense into her. She needs to know that she should dress like an actual princess. My mom stressed the word actual and crossed her arms, staring at me with a matching look of disapproval. I was about to retort, but my mom arched her brow in a don't think about it look. Grumbling under my breath, I took a glance at Lena, who was frozen in place. I bit my lip to stifle my laugh. Her mouth hung open, and her eyes wandered between Gabrielisa and the dresses, dumbstruck. Lena, you okay? I asked in amusement. She finally snapped out of her daze, squealing in delight as she clapped her hands once. Oh my gosh, I'm such a huge fan. I love your work. Lena gushed, taking a few steps closer, her eyes wide in astonishment. Gabrielisa chuckled, smiling kindly at her like it was the most normal thing in the world. Of course it is. She is famous and liked by tons. And who is this beauty? Gabrielisa said, observing Lena, her gaze fixed on her body, taking in her measurements. This is Lena, Mom interjected, putting a hand on Lena's shoulder. She is Ava's friend. Lena blushed under our gazes and twirled a strand of her hair. That's something new, Lena blushing. I inwardly snorted. Come on now, let's get straight to work. Gabrielisa clapped her hands together, and I sighed, knowing what was coming. That was her way of saying business had started. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I slumped onto the sofa. Lena sat on the chair in front of me, too drained to utter a word. It was the longest dress fitting ever. For hours. It took us 4 freaking hours to pick a darn dress. I forgot how many gowns I tried on. I lost count at 20. Lena's case wasn't much different. I stared at the floral embossed walls of the living room, their light beige color evoking a sense of relaxation. The 2 medium-sized sofas and the chairs were an intense wine color, perfectly matching the lighter shade of the walls. A small wooden table was placed in the middle, its edges carved with beautiful floral engravings. On top of it rested a bunch of cup-shaped yellow tulips embedded in an oval-shaped glass vase. This is the first and last time I go dress-fitting with you. Gabrielisa's a sweetheart and all, but it is too tiring. I nodded in agreement. She and my mom wanted us to be the most beautiful of all the ladies attending, which is why we spent so much time in there. Trust me, it's the last time for me as well, I stated, pulling my hair into a messy bun. Lena grabbed the remote and flipped through the channels. After a while, she threw the remote on the table, losing hope of finding a TV show worth watching. There's nothing good on TV, she complained, and I hummed in response. The door opened, and in came Jacob with Vixen trailing right after him. Lena's and my jaws dropped. Both had towels on their shoulders, sweat trickling down their faces. With each move Jacob made, his biceps flexed. Wearing nothing except dark gray training shorts, his toned chest was on full display. My eyes instinctively wandered to his muscular frame. I forced my eyes off his body and darted my gaze onto his face. Catching sight of the smirk he wore, my eyes widened in embarrassment. Like what you see? He teased, eyes twinkling with mischievousness. Coming closer, he plumped himself down on the sofa, right beside me, and spread his arm along the top of it. Trying to hide the blush creeping onto my face, I looked away, noticing the still dumbstruck expression on Lena's face. Her eyes were glued to Vixen, who was pouring himself some orange juice. The black tank top he wore covered his torso, but the muscles of his arms and chest stood out. His body was well-built, similar to Jacob's. I had to admit, Vixen looked good with his hair wet and messy. I couldn't blame Lena for staring. Jacob cleared his throat, catching my attention. You know there's a ball tomorrow, right? His green eyes stared at me intensely, as if reading my soul. The playfulness of his voice was now replaced by seriousness. Yeah, Lena and I spent the whole morning trying out dresses. I shuddered, remembering the awful hours we spent as Barbie dolls. About that, he stopped, lowering his gaze in contemplation. My heart pounded against my chest, getting a hint of what he was about to say. He finally lifted his gaze to meet mine. Would you give me the privilege of being your escort tomorrow evening? His eyes betrayed his feelings, revealing nervousness and uncertainty. Almost instantly, a smile made its way to my face. Upon seeing my smile, Jacob's features relaxed, and his lips twitched up, turning into a grin. I would love to, I answered genuinely. A sharp whistle echoed through the room, making my eyes snap to the irritating duo sitting in front of me. Lena and Vixen, who sat next to each other, held knowing smirks on their faces. Noting that they must have heard our conversation, I stuck my tongue out, a smile tugging my lips. Thankfully, things are getting better and better.
End of chapter analysis. The final line, thankfully, things are getting better and better, is a classic narrative trap. Whenever a protagonist thinks things are perfect, disaster is contractually obligated to strike. I has set the stage perfectly. The event, a high-stakes ball where everyone is masked. The relationship, Jacob and Ava are officially going together, raising the emotional stakes. The threat, we know there is a traitor in the castle and monsters outside. This chapter feels light, but structurally, it is locking the characters into a box that is about to be set on fire. Chapter questions. Lena was staring at Vixen pretty hard. Do you ship them as the secondary couple? Jacob was nervous asking Ava to be his escort. Do you think he plans to do something big at the ball, like announce their mating? The chapter ends with, things are getting better. On a scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you think things are about to go wrong at the ball? The dresses are picked, the dates are set, and the happiness is peaking, which means the fall in the next chapter is going to hurt.
Chapter 11. I sat in a low-back revolving chair waiting for Piero, my hairstylist, to finish. I could feel his fingers fixing a couple of strands, probably pinning them upwards. Lena and Mom had already finished, having come before me since I was too caught up in a peaceful sleep. As my mom said when I first arrived, the last to come is the last to go. So here I was, drumming my fingers against the chair's arms, impatiently waiting for Piero to be done. Resting on a small red cushion was my tiara, set on a stand beside him. I watched as he grabbed it by its sides, carrying it gently as if it were to break any minute. Wincing as I felt its sharp edges digging into my hair, Piero's hum of approval signified that his work was complete. Perfect, he purred, admiring his masterpiece. Can I see what I look like? I put a hand under my chin. I knew my question was useless, but I tried anyway. From what I understood, Mom and Lena wanted some sweet vengeance for my inaccurate timing. Mom ordered everyone to cover the mirrors so I wouldn't see how I looked until the ball. Seriously, I feel like I want to strangle her. I'm sorry, dear, but you know I can't go against the Queen's wishes, he said sympathetically. I nodded in understanding. The Queen's words are to be followed no matter what. Getting up, I was taken aback by my mom's sudden gasp. She came closer, a smile covering the surprised look on her face. You look breathtaking, she murmured, cupping one side of my face with her hand. Her words were laced with pride. All irritation faded as I stared into watery Vivian eyes. She couldn't grasp the fact that her once young munchkin had turned into a beautiful young woman. I could feel my eyes water as well. It was one of those mother-daughter moments. Ava, you look amazing. I laughed at Lena's jolt of happiness. Thanks, Lena, so do you. And she did. Going for a soft look, Lena chose a light pink eyeshadow, blending it with a touch of bronze along the edges and a light pink lipstick. Her honey brown hair was down, its ends perfectly curled. We still need to get you two dressed. Let's go, we don't want to be late now, do we? Mom said, her eyes holding playfulness. I rolled my eyes, making both of them chuckle. They're such teases. Ready? Lena's eyes shone with excitement. She looked at me from top to bottom, grinning like a fool. I didn't know why, but I felt nervous, a knot forming in my stomach. Come on, turn around. Trust me, you look beautiful. Lena urged, sensing my discomfort. I nodded, closing my eyes and slowly turned to face the mirror. This is it. Opening my eyes, I gasped as I stared back at my reflection. The black locks of my hair were pulled up in a bun, a few wavy strands left loose. The front of it was puffed, adding volume to my hair. As for the makeup, the smoky eyeshadow made my Vivian eyes stand out, revealing how truly captivating they were. My lips were a matte nude beige, making them look natural. All of it fitted perfectly with my sparkling mermaid gold dress. The sheer fabric at the top showed a little skin, but made the dress look flawless, especially with the minimal floral arrangements. The floral patterns mostly covered the middle waist and the very end of the dress, where the bottom part seemed similar to the top, with little floral prints here and there. The only word that came to mind was stunning. I looked stunning. Wow. I was speechless. I know, right? Lena stood next to me and turned sideways to observe her dress. Ava, this dress doesn't show my curves. I should have picked the aqua one. She wailed. I rolled my eyes, watching her catch the sides of her dress and pull them forward in an attempt to make her butt stick out. Lena has a thing for curves. She always tries to pick things that show her physique. Stop nagging, your dress is beautiful. I snapped. Her chiffon sweep train sequin baby pink dress had an A-line silhouette, decorated with a set of little golden leaves. Okay, it's not like I could change it or something. She mumbled, sitting on my bed. Someone knocked on the door before opening it. In came Carrie, dressed in a floor-length, dark blue, sleeveless gown. Ava, Mom said we have to be ready in 10. All the guests arrived and are waiting for us, she stated, looking in a hurry. Lena quickly got up, darting toward the door. See you, love. She flashed me a grin and winked before getting out. Carrie threw me a questioning glance, noting Lena's weird nickname. I shook my head, a smile making its way to my face. I knew who she meant. What's up with her? My little sister furrowed her brows in confusion. Never mind her. You know how Lena can be. I brushed off. Carrie nodded, walking out of my room, and I followed. Classical music played through the ballroom, calm and relaxing. I could mainly distinguish the violin's melody amid the orchestra's many instruments. The men were wearing black suits, enjoying themselves sipping champagne, while the women, all in gowns, were criticizing every woman their eyes set upon. I hated balls for that exact reason. Whatever you do, whatever you wear, the women will always point out a flaw. Glancing at Axton, I was surprised to see him totally comfortable, staring at the scenery in front of him like it was the most normal thing in the world. I really admired how he could cope with any situation thrown at him. I wish I were the same, I said to myself. The music cut off and the talking dwindled to pure silence. Ladies and gentlemen, their majesties, King Eric and Queen Vivian. A man standing at the very top of the staircase bellowed. He was in his late 40s, bald and dressed in a suit. I watched as my parents slowly walked down the staircase, their heads held high and their arms linked together. Mom pulled her red silk dress up a notch so she wouldn't trip. The crowd bowed, moving aside as their rulers walked forward. Axton, I whispered, nudging him by the elbow, lead Carrie when you go down. We don't want her to fall. He nodded and linked his arm with Carrie's. I could sense her nervousness, especially with her fiddling with her fingers. She smiled gratefully, and I smiled back at her reassuringly. Their Royal Highnesses, Princess Ava, Prince Axton, and Princess Carrie. That was our cue to walk down. Straightening my shoulders, I stepped forward. Axton was in the middle, whereas I was on his right. I could feel the stares of the crowd, even hearing their hushed murmurs. One step at a time, I reminded myself. I wish I could get rid of these heels. They were extremely uncomfortable. And the fact that my dress tightly hugged my body wasn't helping me either. I scanned the ballroom, trying to spot Jacob. My eyes wandered from corner to corner, but Jacob was nowhere in sight. My heart fluttered in joy as my eyes set on the staircase's end. He wore a black tux with a black tie, similar to the rest of the men here, but somehow outdid them all. His hair was slicked back neat. I blushed at the way he stared at me, his intense green orbs capturing my every thought, stealing my breath. Reaching the staircase's end, he offered me his hand, which I gladly took. He confidently walked us through the crowd, which soon began whispering and probably spreading rumors. Don't mind them, he whispered in my ear, sending chills down my spine. I just nodded and carefully smiled at the people looking at us. I spotted Vixen and Lena standing a few meters away, Vixen playfully grinning, whereas Lena's cheeks were flushed. They were a perfect match. With Lena's fiery attitude and Vixen's composed one, they fit to be a couple. I always wanted them to be more than just friends, knowing that the love-hate relationship they shared would lead to something else. I never hinted at wanting them to grow closer, and seeing them enjoy their time together, I think the right time has come to help them see each other through a lens of love. And here comes the love by, what the hell, Vixen groaned, gripping his side. He frantically stared at Lena, who only smiled sweetly at him, but the warning in her eyes said it all. I almost laughed as he looked flabbergasted. Turning to me, she sent me a wink, and I mouthed a thank you. She knew Vixen's comments would only make things awkward, so it was best to shut him up. That man doesn't know when to keep quiet. Jacob muttered, smiling ever so slightly. He can't help it, embarrassing people is in his blood. Jacob snorted, making me laugh. He seemed relaxed, enjoying himself. It made me feel as if he's a totally different person, not serious and gruff, but easygoing and stress-free. You look nervous, he commented. Balls aren't my thing. I can't help but attend them since I'm the princess. You know the drill. I explained, trying not to get lost in his orbs. Though you look relaxed. I got used to it. The first time I attended a ball I was in panic mode, but later on, I got accustomed to it. He looked deep in thought, remembering how his first ball went. I was about to ask him what happened, but as if reading my mind, he continued. The first went bad. I accidentally threw wine on a woman there. He smiled, shaking his head. I giggled, imagining what that would have looked like. I got in so much trouble. Got unending scolds about how it would become a scandal. He chuckled. Before I could say anything else, couples began walking to the middle of the room, and I realized that they were preparing for the slow dance. I bit my lip, staring at their carefree expressions, wanting to be in their place. I was never escorted before, and whenever I was asked, I would politely decline, though tonight was different. Tonight, I wanted to dance with him. A slow tune began playing. May I have this dance, my princess? He confidently offered me his hand. I blew out a breath of relief, thinking he would have never asked. You may, I answered with a smile. When he took my hand in his, I gasped aloud, feeling tingling run up my arm. I wondered what just happened, but let it go as he smoothly escorted me to the dance floor, guiding me through the couple's dancing. He put a hand on my waist, grasping my right hand with his left one. I draped my hand over his shoulder and gazed into his deep green eyes. We swayed back and forth, neither of us saying a word, too engrossed in each other's embrace. It was like a movie where the lead finally gets to dance with her special someone. The need to be closer to him grew stronger, and I felt myself melt into his arms. You look incredible. He breathed out, his eyes never wandering from mine. All of a sudden, I felt him pull me closer until we were almost touching, his lips just above mine. The melody quickened, and so did his pace. The people around me blurred as I was too focused on the emotions crossing his face. So do you. He smiled, twirling me around and taking me back into his arms. A lot of men are looking at you, and I can't stand that. I was surprised at his boldness. Usually, guys weren't so upfront. But this is Jacob we're talking about. Jealous much? I smirked, watching him playfully narrow his eyes. I have the most beautiful girl in my arms, and most of the men are looking at her. How can I not be jealous? I hid my face as the redness returned to my cheeks. His words made me feel special, like he cared for no girl but me. His hand gripped my chin and raised my head, making me stare into his glowing eyes. Don't hide yourself, Ava. I love it when you blush. It makes you look so innocent. He murmured, voice so soft. We continued dancing, our steps matching the beat of the music, the smile never leaving our faces. Jacob will be the death of me, I know it. The way I react to his touch, to his words, made me feel like he's the one destined for me. All too soon, the music subsided, indicating the end of the dance. Jacob raised my hand and kissed the top of it. It was a pleasure dancing with you, he said, straightening himself up. Taking my hand in his, we retreated from the dance floor, returning to where Lena and Vixen sat. Jacob excused himself, saying that he had to make a quick phone call, which I doubted. His eyes were a luminous green, and I've come to notice that they change color when his wolf starts surfacing. Watching him leave through the double doors, I sensed someone's presence right behind me. Princess, would you give me the honor of dancing with me? A husky voice inquired. Chapter 12. I stared at the tall man in front of me, lost in whether or not I should accept his proposal. With shoulder-length black hair and sun-kissed skin tone, it was nearly impossible for any girl to resist his charm. His eyes were so cold yet so vivid, an ice blue containing splashes of fire red. Something about his aura screamed danger, but unable to turn him down, I nodded. Of course. Putting my hand in his extended one, I gracefully stood up. He led us to the dance floor, positioning his arms the same way Jacob had done. But his touch was nothing like Jacob's. Even though his hand was warm and exceptionally welcoming, the warmth of Jacob's touch was incomparable. You truly are as beautiful as rumors say. The most beautiful I had set my eyes on, he remarked. I smiled meekly at his approach, not wanting to appear rude. His complimenting words meant nothing. Any other girl in my place would have blushed, but as my heart belonged to one specific person, his words did not affect me. I apologize for my ill manners. My name is Simon Marius, a noble from the north. Removing my gaze from the couples dancing around us, I stared into his penetrating, icy eyes. They were digging deep into my soul. Pleasure to meet you, Sir Marius, I murmured. He smiled a dazzling smile and continued swaying us to the beat. I hoped the music would end soon because something about this man didn't seem right. I heard that the werewolf prince was staying in the castle. Now that got my attention. He clearly noticed that by the way his eyes lit up in satisfaction. Yes, that's true. May I ask the cause of this question? I asked. He shrugged his shoulders, his lips twitching upwards. Nothing in specific. I raised my eyebrows at that because it was plain and clear that there was a motive behind his question. Letting the matter drop, I continued dancing with him, counting the minutes until the music finished. The entire dance, I didn't look at him. Instead, I promptly stared at the scar on the right side of his neck, hidden by the dark locks of his hair. How did you get the scar on your neck? I blurted out. I nearly smacked myself at my bluntness. His face held shock, but within a second, he masked it with a smile. And it wasn't a convivial one. I'm quite impressed, Your Highness. No one usually notices the scar. And to answer your question, training can get a little too rough, he said, finding the right words. For some reason, I couldn't believe him. His eyes held many secrets, and by their glow, my intuition knew they were dark ones. Oh, I said, though I wanted to ask many more questions concerning this training. The music sound faded into silence. Simon stepped closer, surprising me by taking my hand in his. He raised it until his lips placed a soft kiss on the top of it. His hair hung down, covering any expression prevailing on his face. I wanted to snatch my hand away from his grasp, to make him go away. But I knew I couldn't do so. Stepping backward, Simon bowed, and I curtsied in return. It was a pleasure, Your Highness. Thank you, Sir Simon. I plastered the most convincing smile I could muster. Oh, please, call me Simon. My brows furrowed in confusion at his statement. Taking note of my irritated expression, he chuckled, making my frown deepen even more. I found no humor in his words. This probably won't be the last time we meet, Your Grace. Until then. I wanted to slap the hell out of him. Who does he think he is? I badly wanted to flip him off, feeling my anger rise. Taking a deep breath, I sucked in my irritation and nodded. Turning around, I uncomfortably headed toward Vixen, feeling Simon's stare on my back. I hated to admit it, but my mind told me that this won't be the last time I see Simon. Had fun. Vixen put a hand under his chin, staring at me with narrowed eyes. I huffed, sitting down next to Lena. She was looking at me quizzically, making me lower my gaze to my lap. Don't look at me like that, he asked, and it wouldn't be proper if I declined. Besides, Simon looked like a decent man. I almost snorted at my own words. Decent? He practically devoured me with his eyes. Simon? Vixen's eyes sparked in amusement. Yeah, his name is Simon. Stop staring at me like that, Vix. It wasn't like I asked for his name. I snapped, glaring at him. He raised his arms in surrender. I didn't mean anything, Ava. But there's something about him that's alarming. I'm just warning you. So I wasn't the only one who felt that. To be honest, I found him a gentleman, nothing of what you two are talking about. Lena gestured with her hands. Vixen and I rolled our eyes, knowing that Lena was too dumbstruck by Simon's looks. Don't you roll your eyes at me, she exclaimed, shooting us an accusing glare. Just then, A brunette approached Vixen, putting a hand on his shoulder. She smiled seductively, fluttering her eyelashes as she leaned closer to him. "Care to dance, handsome?" I nearly covered my ears at her high-pitched voice. Lena was fuming, staring at the girl in bewilderment. But what provoked her the most was when Vixen stood up, accepting her invitation. "Of course." He sent her a wink, making her obnoxiously giggle. Glancing at Lena, she was holding the table's edges with both hands so she wouldn't kill the girl right on the spot. And if looks could kill, that girl would be buried 10 feet underground. When they left, I tried calming Lena down. "Lena, don't give him the satisfaction of seeing you jealous. He's only doing so because he saw you getting all dreamy over Simon." I reasoned, but the skull didn't leave her face as she grumbled incoherent words under her breath, most likely vowing to get back at him. I looked around the room and scrunched my eyebrows. Jacob wasn't here. I returned my gaze to Lena, who was busy shooting daggers at Vixen and the brunette. I actually found the situation entertaining, but knew better not to voice my thoughts. Lena would skin me alive along with Vixen. "Where's Jacob?" I asked. "He came for a minute when you were dancing with sexy hunk and stormed out." "I think he's at the terrace," she mumbled, referring to Simon. My mouth dropped in shock, and I stared at her with disbelief. "And you tell me this now?" I narrowed my eyes at her. "So Jacob saw me dancing with Simon, maybe even saw him when he kissed my hand. This cannot be happening." Before she could say another word, I dashed toward the terrace, hoping to find Jacob there. The cold night air hit me like a slap. Out here was peaceful, nothing like the loud cluster of noise inside. The moon showed its full face, brightly glowing in the middle of the sky. And the trees a few feet away rustled as a gust of wind blew by. But the sound of a giggle startled me. I took a couple of steps forward, then froze. I couldn't see Jacob's face since he was giving me his back, but I could see the face of the girl who had both of her hands clasped on his arms. I knew Lizzie was a moving gold digger, but I never expected her to go for a royal, nevertheless, a prince. That's just low. But what irritated me the most was the fact that Jacob did nothing. He didn't even attempt to take her hands off. Maybe he was enjoying it, I thought. She traced her hand upward until it rested close to his neck. I clenched my fists, seeing her lips come closer to his ear. She whispered something to him and, as she drew away, bit her lips seductively. My heart pounded loudly in my chest. I was torn between leaving and walking straight up to them to pull her filthy claws away from him. I was tough, I knew I was. Running up to my room and crying all night would just be weak. Answers were what I needed, and answers were what I would get. "Is everything all right?" I gathered all the strength in me, taking a few steps forward. The shocked expression on Lizzie's face made me want to smirk, but I remained serious. Jacob turned around, taken by surprise. "Oh, not at all, Your Highness. The prince and I were having a little talk." "Talk, my foot." "You were luring him into your bed." I wanted to scream. I glanced at Jacob, seeing him put his hands in his pockets. Guilt flashed through his eyes and rage flashed through mine. This was the second time I caught him alone with Lizzie. Didn't look like it. Anger dripped from every word I spoke. Jacob's eyebrows shot up, apprehending the situation. "Lizzie, leave us. I want to talk with Ava alone." He stressed, sparing her not a second glance. Lizzie narrowed her eyes at me accusingly. I smiled sweetly at her, wanting to get on her nerves, and it worked. She clenched her fists and walked past us, storming inside the ballroom. "You looked like you enjoyed your little talk." I crossed my hands over my chest. "Ava, don't make it seem like it was anything when it was nothing. I was already here when she came." He stated, his tone low and challenging. "Oh, he dares to use that tone with me. Well, it did seem like something to me. You didn't even try to get her hands off you." I snapped. His words may be correct, but I couldn't control my jealousy. He stayed silent, but infuriation radiated off of him. After what seemed like forever, he sighed, running a hand through his hair. That made me tick. He gave me no answer. "You know what? Forget about it. I don't give a damn." I turned on my heel, wanting to get as far as I could away from him, but his firm grip on my arm held me in place. Let me go, I demanded, trying to pull away, but he was stronger. Listen to me. He growled, stepping closer to me until his face was inches above mine. Tomorrow we will talk about everything. Now isn't the right time. His statement was final, not needing an answer from me. I solemnly nodded, and his grip on my arm instantly loosened. Walking away, I let out a frustrated breath. He wants to talk, we'll talk. Until tomorrow. Chapter 13. Someone nudged me. Once, twice, 3 times, growing impatient, but I stayed still. I was too tired from the ball last night, and my mind was against waking up. Directly after the ball ended, I went straight to bed, not wasting any time in plopping down on the mattress and drifting off into undisturbed sleep, until now. I sighed blissfully when the nudging stopped, thinking that whoever was doing so had given up. But to my dismay, the person was far from finished. The dimness of my room gave way to bright sunlight, knocking out any sleep I had left. I groaned, rolling onto my back. Why is it that every time I tend to sleep peacefully, I get woken up? It's so unfair. Opening my eyes, I directly squeezed them shut, for the light was too intense for my sleepy eyes. What a nice way to wake up, I said to myself. Get up, lazy bones. A deep, masculine voice I'm too fond of yelled. Peering my eyes open, I saw Jacob standing right beside the curtains with his hands crossed. Even though he looked beautiful with his tight black shirt hugging his muscles, I was in no good mood to talk to him. Go away. I grumbled, tightly gripping my pillow and covering my face with it. I wanted to throw him out the window, but I knew it would mean getting out of bed. Not happening. He sighed, and I could imagine him running a hand through his hair. Then you left me no choice. It was one of those moments when his voice held wickedness, held back, in a tone of feigned apology. I yelped as I felt his hands grip my waist, finding my sensitive spots. No. I burst into fits of laughter as his fingers started tickling me. STO, stop it, Jacob. I gasped, tears trickling down my face, and squirmed beneath him. He laughed, watching me fiddle between his grasp, giggling like a little girl. I'll stop if you get up, he said, eyes shimmering in laughter. Okay, I'll get up. Just stop tickling me. I couldn't help but admire the boyish grin on his face, reminding me of his younger self. He used to tickle me whenever I teased him, knowing exactly my tickle spots. He nodded, getting off the bed, the smile never leaving his face. I calmed my breathing down, watching as he straightened up, fixing his tousled shirt. I knew I looked like crap, but I didn't give a damn. He's the one who barged into my room, so he shouldn't have a problem seeing my morning face, even if it means having a bird's nest on top of my head. I grabbed my phone, checking what time it was, and my eyes widened at what I read on the screen. What the hell? It's still 8 in the morning. Why did you wake me up this early? I screeched. What was he thinking, waking me up this early? He shrugged nonchalantly, making it seem very normal. It was for him, but not for me. Knowing Jacob, he wakes up every morning to take a run in his wolf form. We're having breakfast together. Vixen and Lena are already up, and knowing you'll not wake up before 10. He shot me a meaningful stare, and I blushed, realizing the rightfulness of his words. Okay, but I need to change first. I explained, looking down at myself, seeing I was only in my dark Vivian silk pajamas. His eyes trailed down, taking in my appearance. A sly smirk played on his face, making the redness of my cheeks turn into a darker shade. Can you leave? I pointed to the door. He nodded, understanding where I'm coming from, but he still held the same smirk on his face. Gosh, I feel so embarrassed. He put his hand on the door handle about to leave, but as if remembering something, he stopped and reset his gaze on me. If you even think of sleeping again, I will carry you down myself. Be there in 10. I took the nearest pillow and flung it at him, but he was too fast, darting out and shutting the door close. The pillow hit the floor with a light thud, and I could hear his chuckle from the other side. Ugh. I groaned in frustration as I got out of bed. I'd better hurry up because, joking or not, I knew he would literally carry me down. Breakfast was something. Lena and Vixen kept on bickering like little kids, not to mention the daggers Lena kept on shooting him. Vixen drummed his fingers on the table, but his coffee brown eyes were glued on Lena, and by the looks of it, he was trying to figure out what was wrong with her. Jacob was looking back and forth between them, noticing the awkwardness of the situation. He sat directly in front of me with Lena on his side. The way he arched his brow questioningly made me bite my inner cheek to keep myself from chuckling. If only he knew. Later, I mouthed. It wasn't the best timing to tell him what happened since Lena would be at Vixen's throat. Boy, he's in big trouble. You want to go outside? My voice sliced through the silence, catching their attention. If we stayed any longer, they'd have a staring contest, which wouldn't end well. So, going outside might help Lena calm herself. I'm definitely going to talk to her. That's not the way to deal with the problem, but even so, I didn't expect her to confront Vixen. Her pride won't let her. Jacob was the first one to get up, followed by Vixen and lastly Lena. I let the guys take the lead so I could stay behind and talk to my stubborn best friend. Her arms were crossed, and a grim expression covered her face. Why are you being like this? I hissed, trying to keep my voice down. Why shouldn't I be? She retorted, avoiding my gaze. Because you're acting like kids. I sighed, rolling my eyes. I should talk to Vixen later about this matter because I'm not going anywhere with Lena's irrational thinking. What's up with those two? Currently, Jacob and I are sitting in the garden. Vixen had to leave since his commander ordered him to train junior warriors. Lena, on the other hand, didn't want to be a third wheel, so she went to explore the castle. Hopefully, she won't get lost. They like each other but can't admit it. It's way too obvious if you ask me, but they're too gutless to accept it. As soon as realization hit me, my breath got caught in my lungs. From the corner of my eye, I saw Jacob staring ahead of him, looking deep in thought. Thinking about it, we were no better than Vixen and Lena. Both of us waited for the other to take the first step. Clearing my throat, I changed the topic. So, what did you want to talk about? I hesitantly asked. His eyes shot up in surprise, not expecting that I would actually want to talk about yesterday. But I did. I wanted to know what was going on between him and Lizzie. Who was that man you were dancing with? His face was neutral, but his eyes held a flame of anger. He wanted to talk about Simon? I resisted the urge to smirk. What about him? Honestly, I enjoyed seeing him jealous. Same as I was when I saw him with Lizzie. Don't fool around, Ava. Who is that man? He repeated, but this time lowering his voice, almost in a threatening tone. His name is Simon, and from what he told me, he's a noble from the north. When you walked out, he came and asked me to dance. It was inappropriate to turn him down, so I accepted. I explained, noting the change in his expression. He nodded, seeming convinced. What was Lizzie doing with you yesterday? She tried to lure me into her bed until you came. He sighed, slumping his shoulders. Honesty laced his words, and I believed him, but continued. And why didn't you push her away? Because my wolf was getting angrier by the second. I would have ended up hurting her. My mouth turned into an O. I felt a slight guilt piper through me, knowing that I had accused him of something non-existent. Not knowing what to say, I remained silent. Even though guilt was eating me up, a burden was lifted off my shoulders. He didn't want anything to do with Lizzie, and that made me happy. Jacob stood up and straightened his shoulders. I didn't understand why he suddenly looked so nervous. The corners of his mouth twitched up in a small smile, but it didn't cover the uneasiness of his eyes. Come on, I want to show you something. He offered his hand, which I gladly accepted, and lifted me onto my feet. The next thing I knew, we were walking into the woods. Chapter 14. We walked through the forest floor, inhaling its fresh, earthy scent. The fine oak trees' leaves rustled as the wind whistled around their thick trunks. Rays of light pierced between them, and the dimness around us subsided. Our feet shuffled through the forest floor, which was covered in fallen leaves and branches. I've never entered this part of the forest before, always lingering around its edges. But I definitely didn't expect it to be this fascinating. No wonder Jacob always goes for runs. It was extremely quiet, the perfect place to clear a person's mind. I raised my head to observe the path ahead of us, letting the light dance along my skin. Hopefully, the place he's taking me to won't take much longer. We've been walking for around 20 minutes, and I was starting to get a little tired. We're almost there, he murmured, looking back at me. Taking note of my heavy breathing, Jacob smirked. I huffed in annoyance, trailing behind him. Sorry to break it to you, buddy, but not all of us are used to long walks. I was taken by surprise when Jacob abruptly stopped, and being only a step behind him, I bumped into his rock-hard back. Geez, what is it made of, steel? Sorry, I mumbled, my voice barely audible out of embarrassment. Feeling the heat rushing to my cheeks, I looked anywhere but at him, avoiding his gaze. He chuckled, but said nothing, determined to continue down the path. Whenever the leafy branches blocked our way, Jacob pushed them aside, allowing me to pass through. A gentleman, he is. My curiosity spiked the moment I heard the sound of water flowing. There's a waterfall here? Because Jacob walked in front of me, I couldn't see anything ahead, especially since only trees surrounded us on either side. As the soil got damper, the sound of the water flowing became clearer and more transparent. We're here. I gasped at the beauty in front of me. The white water cascaded down the rocky outcrops, forming a series of waterfalls before pouring into a blue river. It stood out amid the green of the forest, emitting the scent of moss and wild mint. I took a deep breath, standing in awe, savoring the moment. Amazing, isn't it? I pried my eyes off the waterfall and stared into Jacob's light green orbs. The color of the water reflected in his eyes, making them appear more of an ocean blue. It's just wow. No words could describe its beauty. He chuckled, taking a few steps ahead so his feet were just above the river. I found it a while ago, and ever since, I started coming frequently. It was the first time I ran deep into a territory not my own, especially your father's. I grinned knowingly. Our forests were renowned for their mystery. Tales said that creatures lurked in the shadows of the night, but of course, I didn't believe so. It's beautiful. It takes my breath away every single time. His tone softened, and his eyes were looking at me the whole time. I nodded my head in agreement, but I felt like there was an underlying meaning to his words. But it couldn't be. I quickly pushed that thought away. However, I wanted it to be true. Hearing Jacob sigh, I turned so I was now facing him. He's acting strange, and I know that whatever was going on inside his head was frustrating him. Jacob, are you okay? I asked, tilting my head to the side. Of course, he wasn't, but I wanted to find out what was going on. I didn't tell anyone of this place because it felt special, to me at least. I brought you here because I wanted us to share this memory together. He took a deep breath, stepping closer to me until his face was inches above mine. I couldn't move. I didn't want to. You know, I've been wanting to tell you this for a while, but something was stopping me. My wolf maybe, I don't know. But right now I'm sure I cannot hold it back. He nervously chuckled, looking into my confused eyes. Ava, his warm hands cupped my face. What I feel for you, it's more than what you can ever imagine. I can't bear the thought of you being around other men. Even if it meant nothing to you, it means something to me. I go insane. The animal inside of me goes insane. The small tug in my heart I feel whenever you smile, the emptiness when you're not around. I am a man, a feared one in all kingdoms. But this man is ready to do anything for you. I couldn't describe the swirl of emotions coursing inside of me. Contentment. Panic. Fear. Ava, I love you. He looked at me, the determination in his eyes revealing the certainty of his words, waiting for my answer. Processing his words, I blankly stared at him. I wasn't ready for this. Sure, I always hoped for something to happen between us, but I never expected him to say those words. He loves me. He truly loves me. Any girl in my place would have been ecstatic and jumped right into his arms. What was happening to me? My mind took control, leaving no room for my heart to speak. You will get hurt, my mind told me. But my heart screamed to give him a chance. Give us a chance. Jacob, I don't know what to say. I swallowed the lump in my throat, my voice shaking. It suddenly became hard to breathe, like something was closing up on me. Those weren't the words he yearned to hear. The hurt in his eyes said it all. I bit my lip, suppressing the tears that threatened to drop. But I knew I had to do so. I knew there was no chance of us working out together. He's a werewolf. He has a mate. We can't, Jacob. It won't work out. I stammered, looking away from him. The sound of the waterfall was long forgotten, and all I could hear was my heart thumping like it was about to burst. His grip on me tightened, but not from anger. He held me like he never wanted to let go, fearing that I would slip from his arms and act differently. I wanted to cry seeing him struggling from the inside. I tried to tell him how sorry I was. Look at me, love. The softness of his tone never faltered as he raised my chin to let my gaze meet his. Why wouldn't it work out? The glimmer of hope in his eyes was my breaking point. The tears I held back betrayed me, falling down my face. Because you're a werewolf, Jacob. I will be a temporary substitute till your mate comes. My chest heaved up and down, struck by the harsh reality. Mates are sacred to werewolves. The love that mates have for each other is unlike that of all beings. The love Jacob has for me is nothing compared to the love he will have for his mate. Ava. No, Jacob. You love me, but you'll love your mate more. You'll continue your life normally, but I'm the one who's going to be left heartbroken. Someday, you will find her and throw me away like I was nothing. My lips quivered as I choked the words out. Nothing. An uncontrollable sob tore from my throat. I placed a hand on my mouth to muffle them, but it was of no use. I was throwing the future I wanted with Jacob away, and it pained me greatly. But it was for the best, I reminded myself. We couldn't be together, it wasn't destined. If I told him that I love him as well, I would be deceiving no one but myself, a false hope. I know what I want, Ava. With or without a mate, I want you. Don't you understand? My heart beats for you. Only you. He tugged my hand, pulling it until it rested on his heart. I felt its heavy thuds beneath my trembling hand. Please, Jacob, don't make things harder for me. We can't, my feelings are at stake here. I can't lose you. His vivid green orbs stared into my dull Vivian ones. I sniffled as he gently wiped my tears away. He didn't say anything for a moment, and I felt the tears well up again. I won't pressure you into anything. He swallowed, mustering a disappointed smile. All I ask from you is to think this over. Believe in us. I whimpered. He should be mad. No, not angry, infuriated. But here he was, calm and understanding. Let's get back. We don't want a search party to come after us. He joked, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. I love you too. I wanted to scream and let him know how much he means to me. I wanted to hug him and feel his arms wrap around me like I was the only girl in the world. But I already made my choice. The way back to the castle took forever, especially with its silence. Jacob warned me a couple of times to be careful with my steps so I wouldn't trip, but other than that, neither of us spoke. Believe in us. Jacob's words rang through my ears. It's too complicated, I convinced myself. Stepping out of the path we came from, the familiar garden came into view. I was surprised to see Lena sitting there, her eyes glued to her phone. But as she heard us approaching, a sly smirk played on her lips. Gosh, not now, Lena. What took you so long? She wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. I shook my head in a stern no, pleading with her with my eyes not to say anything else. Sensing the tension between Jacob and me, Lena raised her eyebrows, confusion coating her features. She didn't say anything else, which I was thankful for. But I knew I had to explain everything to her later. The rest of the day passed in a blur. I kept myself locked inside my room, staring outside the window at the forest. Jacob's words kept repeating themselves inside my head, and the guilt inside of me grew more and more. Too lost in my thoughts, I didn't notice the dark figure standing at the edge of the forest. I glanced at the same spot again, but there was nothing. Today's happenings must have wrecked my sanity to an extent that I'm starting to imagine things. Sighing, I closed the curtains and decided it was best to sleep. Maybe I'll stop thinking about today. But I couldn't. The ache in my heart reminded me of the rejection I made him feel. And the worst part of all, I regretted every single second of it.
Chapter Engagement Questions. Ava rejected him because she's scared of the mate bond. Do you think she made the smart choice, or is she being a coward? With or without a mate, I want you. Does this prove Jacob has rejected his werewolf instincts, or is he just being naive? The dark figure at the edge of the forest, was it Simon, a fire monster, or just a shadow? LOL. Ava thinks her biggest problem is a broken heart, but the figure in the woods is about to show her that there are much worse things than losing a boyfriend.
Chapter 15. I stood in the midst of a field, taking in my surroundings. Fog covered the rocky ground, making it seem as if I was standing on clouds rather than rocks. The sky was a tint of lavender gray, and its diamond-looking stars shone so bright that it was impossible to see without their light. It was beautiful and, at the same time, creepy as hell, but altogether, the scenery painted a spectacular place. The pin-drop silence brought shivers down my spine, and the fact that I was all alone didn't make things better. Wanting to walk around and see if anyone was here, I shook my head defiantly, absolutely 100% sure that I wouldn't find somebody in the middle of nowhere. "You're not alone, dear Ava." A voice so soft yet so strong soared, as if bellowing from the sky above. I jumped, looking around me, my heart stammering in fright. "There's no need to fear me, dear one." A swoosh of wind made me gaze sideways. I gasped as what seemed like silver dust magically twirled with white lilies, adding to my astonishment. As the dust and lilies fell slowly onto the ground, a woman wearing a long white dress appeared. Her snow-white hair went past her waist, and her eyes were a striking, glassy silver. She smiled gently, taking a few steps until she was right in front of me. Too stunned, I couldn't formulate the right words to speak. Who was this woman, and what did she want with me? My expression must have given my thoughts away, for she laughed softly, displaying 2 dimples on either side of her cheeks. Silly me, I didn't even introduce myself properly. Her smile didn't waver. "I am Zelda, or as they call me, the Element Beholder." My mouth hung open. The almighty Zelda, the most powerful of all powerful witches. I used to think she was just a myth created ages ago. It was told that the Element Beholder blesses us with our elements and gives us our powers. She already chooses the element of any witch that comes to this world. History classes sure paid off. "Where am I?" I asked, my voice wavering. "In a place between your world and ours. You see, Ava, I needed to speak with you. And seeing that there's someone around you wherever you go, the only way was while you're asleep." My brows scrunched in confusion, apprehending her words. "So, right now I was talking to her in my dreams?" "Why?" came up my response. "Because you're so much more than you think you are, Ava. I know you're aware of your gravity power, am I correct?" I hesitantly nodded, unsure of what gravity had to do with her talking to me. "You always wondered why you can't control any element other than fire. Well, the answer is simple." She cupped my cheeks with her delicate hands, her silver eyes reading through my soul. "You're made for something greater." With gravity never being heard of as an element, I can assure you that it is extremely powerful and difficult to control. I blessed you with fire since it works best with gravity, and with the rise of the fire again, you are of utmost importance. I pursed my lips into a thin line, remembering Uncle Jayavon's vision. They are coming very soon. You have to be ready. The kingdoms have to be ready. Gravity will not show on its own. If you're not capable of controlling it, it will control you. You have to reach a level of self-confidence, and for that to happen, you need to train very hard. She gave me a meaningful stare, and I blushed. I felt like she knew everything about me, as if I were an open book. I mentally rolled my eyes at my stupidity. Well, she is the Element Beholder, the one who gifted me my powers. The kingdoms will unite again, and peace will befall. Complications are ahead of you, child, but never show weakness even in your darkest days. You will rise, and a man shall rise with you, she uttered, her soft voice whispering into my ear. I gasped, pulling myself up. Breathing heavily, a wave of relief washed over me as I saw that I was in my room. I got out of bed, recapping what happened in my dream. The questions running through my head needed to be answered, but Zelda disappeared before I could start with them. I didn't know whether I should be pleased or in a frenzy. The sudden information she gave me took me by surprise, and in an instant, the responsibility for the supernatural world was placed on my shoulders. I still didn't understand why I was chosen. I was unprepared, I knew that. So why give such power to a girl like me when many were far better trained and ready for battle? Guess I should talk to Vixen, I muttered to myself. I got dressed, combed my hair, put some perfume on, and left my room. I didn't feel like talking to anyone, especially since everything had gotten more complicated than it already was. You look like crap. Vixen eyed me from top to bottom. Thanks for stating the obvious. I snapped, rolling my eyes. He sure knows how to talk to a lady. After a night of tossing and turning, I managed to sleep for a couple of hours. I expected to look like crap, as my ass of a friend remarked with the bags under my eyes. Rough night. Ugh, don't remind me. I groaned, sighing heavily. He went silent for a moment, and knowing Vixen so well, I was sure he had a question rolling underneath his tongue. Whatever you want to ask, just ask, I said, sitting on the sofa. Vixen grinned, displaying his perfect set of pearly teeth. What's up with you and Jacob? He casually put his hands in the pockets of his jeans, leaning against the living room fireplace. What do you mean? I raised my eyebrows questioningly. How did Vixen know about— Oh, now I get it. Lena must have told him about me sulking in my room all day yesterday. You know, so what happened? Vix, I don't want to talk about it right now. Maybe later? I bit my lip, hoping he would drop the subject. He nodded as he made his way toward me. Vixen plopped himself down on the sofa and put his hand on mine, a concerned smile etching his face. If you want to talk about it, I'll be right here, baby girl. I faintly smiled, seeing his worried glance. I know, Vix. Who would I tell first other than my big bro? I joked, trying to lighten the mood. Vixen chuckled and pulled me into a side hug. You flatter me too much. He gasped, putting a hand on his heart, trying to appear touched. I snorted, pulling away. I swear, Vix, sometimes you're the most dramatic person on the planet. I murmured, smiling. He threw his head back and laughed out loud, making my smile spread even wider. Can you deal with the rogues without me? Jacob stated in annoyance. He was clenching and unclenching his fists, his way of keeping himself calm. He was talking to someone on the phone, pissed to be exact. It was probably his father who convinced him to return to the kingdom. But I did notice him say rogues, which immediately took me by surprise. His grip on his phone tightened so much that I expected it to crush any second. Why don't you fine? He growled lowly, his shoulders tense. I bit my lip, concerned about whatever was happening back in his kingdom. Rogues were a serious issue for werewolves. From what I know, werewolves are usually born into packs, which are like a second family. But any werewolf who rebelled against their leader, the alpha, is stripped of their position and kicked out of the pack, becoming a rogue. Of course, other scenarios are present, such as running away from the pack and so on, but the main reason behind turning into a rogue is rebellion. I'll be there soon. Jacob gritted out before ending the call. He ran a hand through his hair and loudly growled in frustration. The conversation clearly had him on edge, for he was pacing back and forth, glaring daggers at the floor. What is it, Ava? He didn't bother looking at me, knowing exactly where I stood. I gulped, stepping onto the terrace. I almost forgot about werewolves and their heightened senses. I'm pretty sure he knew I was here from the start, but didn't say anything due to the heated argument. What's wrong? I asked, watching him shut his eyes and take a deep breath. Jacob, talk to me. My voice came out so soft, consoling him. I put a hand on his arm to calm him. It took him a moment to exhale, the anger in his eyes replaced by tranquility. Rogues attacked a pack near the northern border. I gasped in horror. Jacob nodded dejectedly, slumping his shoulders. No one got killed, but there were a few injuries. My father wants me to return to the kingdom to sort things out and talk to the alphas about new security policies. Fair to say, I was disappointed. With his father demanding his return, Jacob had to oblige. So, you have to leave? I hid my disappointment with a neutral expression, but Jacob saw right through me. He was torn between staying here with me and returning home. But he couldn't go against his father's wishes. He is his king after all. I have no choice. He sighed, looking at me apologetically. It's okay. But I didn't sound like it. It was far from okay. I felt selfish for wanting him to stay here, but deep down, I knew he would leave someday. Never coming back. I quickly pushed that thought out of my head. I'm so sorry, love. I have to go, but it won't be long. The serenity of his voice made me sadly smile. I should be the one apologizing, not him. It was I who ruined everything. You're planning on getting back? Why? Because it'll be so damn hard to be away from you, love. He stared at me lovingly, raising his hand to caress my cheek. My body seemed to react on its own, enjoying his display of affection. He appeared to be satisfied, the thin line of his lips spreading into a boyish grin. I need to get ready and pack. He lowered his hand, and I nodded in understanding. Don't leave without. I won't, he stated, smiling before heading inside. I knew he wasn't going to leave without saying goodbye, but the uncertainty got the best of me, hence why I asked. Your Highness. I turned around, seeing a young maid standing with her head down. Yes, I asked. A lord from the north arrived and is asking to speak to you. I waited for her to continue. His name is Simon. Chapter 16. After a 3-hour flight and an hour-and-a-half car ride, I finally reached the castle. I didn't waste a second in making my way up to my room and plopping down on the bed. The way back was exhausting, mainly because I spent the entire ride thinking about Ava. I pressed 2 fingers against my forehead, trying to ease the headache I felt. That's what I disliked about long, non-stop journeys: nausea and headaches. When I sit in the same place for a long period of time, my wolf gets impulsive and starts nagging in the back of my head. It's so good to be back home, I murmured, blankly staring at the ceiling. I tore my gaze away when my phone buzzed. You there yet? Ava sent the message. I smiled, appreciating the fact that I was on her mind. Yeah, arrived just a few minutes ago. I pressed the send button. Great. I'll leave you to rest. You must be exhausted. You have no idea. I have a meeting in half an hour / I don't want to make the alphas wait any longer. Okay, then talk to me ASAP. I will, love. I put my phone aside, still smiling. I'm positive that Ava loves me. Her eyes give her feelings away. And I waited all those years to see that kind of love in her eyes, to make sure she truly loves me. She was fighting her feelings, letting her fear take control of her decisions. I understood that, which is why I didn't want to pressure her into something she's doubtful of. She's a witch, and I'm a werewolf. We're from completely different worlds. Any girl in her place would have second thoughts. She's scared of when I find my mate and thinks that I'll let her go. But she doesn't understand the love I have for her, the pull I have toward her. No, mate can change that, even with a mate bond. I'm not an arrogant, cocky alpha who plays with a girl's heart. No, I am a man of my word, and I don't take such actions lightly. I'm not one of those stereotypical princes who sleep around with tons of girls and care about money and sex only. Of course, I've had my fair share of girls, but it was only to get Ava out of my head. And it sure as hell didn't work out. With my coronation being only a few months away, I need a queen by my side. A strong queen who sympathizes with her people and cares for them. Most girls are thirsty for the power that comes with royalty, greedy for money and more money. And Ava, she's different. Despite the fact that she is of royal blood, she doesn't act as such. Even when we were younger, she never pulled the I'm a princess card on anyone who told her no. She's passionate, caring, and strong-willed. She's as delicate as a flower, but has the fierceness of a warrior. Very few people know that. With her courage and kindness, I knew she would be an amazing queen someday. Hopefully soon. Everything she has made me fall for her. I've tried and tried keeping her out of my head, but nothing worked. I'm very disappointed in you. My head snapped to the source of the voice. My mom was leaning against the doorframe, a smile tugging her lips. My own son didn't come and see me when he first arrived. She'd scared, the corners of her mouth pulling up in a smile. In a flash, I was next to her. I wrapped an arm around her petite frame and kissed her head. You know how much I missed you, right? I grinned, looking down at her. It sure shows by how you walked up straight to your room without greeting your mother. She teased, letting out a half-hearted laugh. I chuckled, rolling my eyes at her sarcasm. And I missed you too, honey. Your father told me that you have a meeting with the alphas, so I'll leave you to rest a little. I nodded, staring at her retreating form. I looked at the clock and sighed. 15 minutes till the meeting starts. This isn't the first time rogues cross my territory, Your Highness. But this time they attacked and injured a lot of pack members. We should put an end to this. Jason, the alpha of the Blackwood pack, spoke. His words were calm and smooth, yet held undeniable rage. And he had every right to be. There's a great difference between rogues trespassing and rogues attacking. When rogues trespass, they are unaware of the territory they step foot on. But when they attack, that means they've set tactics and gotten familiar with pack territory. Alpha Jason's right. We should stop them before things get out of hand and they start attacking other packs. Alpha Piper replied, and the rest of the alphas nodded in agreement. 8 alphas in total sat around the mahogany table in the middle of the headquarters, discussing a solution for rogues. I remained silent, listening to what the alphas had to say before making up my mind. When I was younger, I watched my father do the same thing. Killing them is a choice. Lance, alpha of Darkman Pack, suggested. He became alpha 2 weeks ago, when his father passed the title down to him. We can't wipe them out, if that's what you're implying. Not all things resolve through blood. Alpha Kevin was the one to interject. He is the oldest of us, and with his age came a lot of wisdom. The last thing we need is to declare a mass rogue wipeout, especially with the fire out there. The alphas know nothing of them, and won't until my father agrees. Until then, I have to implement specific security procedures to avoid rogue attacks. A couple of things could work, but then again, rogues are unpredictable and irrational. Prince Jacob, what do you propose? Alpha Brody sat across from me. He tied his hands together, shifting closer to the table. Alphas, I addressed, clearing my throat as I noticed the tension rising. The best we could do is double patrol shifts and put cameras on the borders of each pack territory. That way, you will be notified of any possible rogue attack beforehand and prepare your warriors. As for the rogues, I will send my men to keep an eye on them. Knowing their place and actions at all times will give us an advantage. I explained, my tone dead serious as I stared at the alphas for any sign of refusal. There were none. Great. Then we're going to stick to this plan and see how it goes. I affirmed, standing up, and so did the rest of the alphas. Relief washed over their faces, pleased with how I handled the situation. We walked out of the headquarters, and I went directly to my dad's office. The alphas took a different route since they needed to return to their packs. I haven't gotten the chance to talk to my father about the whole come back here speech because a feeling in the pit of my stomach told me that his phone call wasn't just about the rogues hitting the northern side border. There's something else. Sit down, son. My father ushered, setting the papers in his hand down. The stack of files regarding economic and financial matters was piled on his desk. He got up, sitting in front of me on the black leather sofa. Why did you order me to come? You could have dealt with the alphas without me, I said, resting a hand under my chin. A flicker of sadness flashed through his eyes. I know that. There's a reason behind me calling you to come back. Damn right there is. I figured that out. What's going on? I put my elbows on my legs, leaning forward, suddenly interested. You're going to be king in 2 months, Jacob. Don't you think you need a queen by your side? He demanded. My eyebrows raised in surprise. A queen, really? A war might erupt any day now, and that's what's occupying his thoughts? I have plenty of time to. To what, Jacob? Find your mate? You could have looked for her all this time, but instead, you did nothing. Nothing. You preferred to play bodyguard for Ava rather than searching for your mate. He sighed, rubbing his temples. I stiffened, warning bells ringing inside my head. Dad, I want to postpone the coronation. I'm not ready to be king yet. I tried to convince him, but he had none of it. You know that's not possible. The council won't allow it. Son, those are the rules. My anger flared, and my wolf scratched to the surface. To hell with the rules. I'm not going to mate with any female for the council's sake. I will choose a female. I will have it chosen. By now, I was breathing heavily, my shoulders stiff as a board. The council already spoke to me about this matter, Jacob. Our people are already questioning whether you found their future queen or not. He sounded pained saying so. In the blink of an eye, I was on my feet, marching for the door. I couldn't control the wolf inside of me any longer. It was livid, furious. I knew if I stayed, I'd shift and do something I'd later regret. But what he said next made me stop dead in my tracks. I would recommend you going for a run and calm down. You will be meeting your chosen at dinner.
Chapter Audience Questions. Jacob just said he wants a chosen, meaning he wants to choose Ava. But his dad already picked someone. Who do you think the mystery bride is? You will be meeting your chosen at dinner. If Jacob refuses to marry her, will he lose his crown? While Jacob is dealing with this drama, Simon is alone with Ava. Do you think Jacob should tell Ava about the arranged marriage or keep it a secret to protect her feelings? Transition teaser. Jacob is trapped in a political marriage he didn't ask for, but back at the castle, Ava is about to walk into a trap that is much more physical and terrifying.
Chapter 17. Hit harder. The heat pulsing through my veins emerged as fire in my hands. Not one, not two, but 3 fire waves struck Vixen, sending him flying backward and landing with a loud thump on the ground. I smirked, knowing I caught him off guard. He wanted stronger? I will show him stronger. Hastily getting up on his feet, Vixen wasted no time in attacking me with bolts of fire. But he didn't stop there. The ground erupted in flames, rising from beneath up to the sky. I moved in between them, creating a fire shell all around me. Not enough, he yelled from the other side. Son of a, I grumbled under my breath, wiping the sweat off my forehead. We were fighting like we were in the middle of a war, striking at each other's necks. We've been training every day, wanting my powers to reach their full potential. And boy, was it hard. You're weak. Stop fighting like a girl, Ava, he taunted, the corners of his mouth twitching up into a smirk. Oh no, you didn't. My hands turned into fists, and my eyes fixed hard on Vixen. Something inside of me ticked, the adrenaline leveled higher, and the anger boiling through my blood unleashed itself. I spread my arms wide, like an eagle ready to hunt its prey. What seemed like a river of fire surged out of my arms, absorbing all fire bolts Vixen threw at me. I closed my eyes, feeling a gush of energy flood my body, strengthening the current of fire racing from my arms. It was a feeling I never felt before. Powerful, in control. And it felt damn impressive. Vixen quickly understood what was happening. Pulling both hands together, a blaze of fire exploded from his hands, meeting my fire a little more than halfway through. But I was stronger. His flames were no match for mine. I focused on my target, pushing every ounce of energy I had. Ugh, I screamed. The power was too much, but I'm not a quitter. I am a fire controller. I had to prove myself worthy of such a gift. When I didn't feel any power fighting me back, my flames died down. I gasped in horror, seeing Vixen lying face flat on the ground, unmoving. Oh my gosh. I ran until I reached his side and crouched beside him. Vixen, I nudged his shoulder. Vixen, you okay? I nudged him harder. He groaned, rolling onto his back, his face covered in smudges of dirt. It looked like the earth swallowed him and spat him right back up. Holy, he lifted himself up, staring at me like I grew horns. How in the name of all that's holy did you do that? He screeched, a mortified look on his face. I quirked an eyebrow at him. Weren't you telling me minutes ago that I fight like a girl? I crossed my arms, a victorious smile playing on my lips. I sure showed him how girls fight ruthlessly, may I add. I just told you that to rile you up, he snorted, fixing his hair. Oh, and you told me that I'm weak. I put a finger under my chin. Vixen rolled his eyes, his lips spreading out into a grin, remembering his words. Truth is, you fight better than the warriors. I held back a snicker as he rubbed his arms, which were probably aching from his fall. Excuse me, I think I didn't hear you quite well. What did you say? I put a hand behind my ear, stepping closer to him. He groaned, face palming himself. I'm going to regret this, he sighed, shaking his head. Say it. No. Say it. No. Say it or else I'll tell everyone I kicked your sorry, but right now. I had him at that. He grunted in defeat, knowing there was no way out. You fight, he looked almost pained saying it, you fight better than the warriors. There, you happy, he demanded. I smiled smugly, nodding in satisfaction. Let's go inside. I'm starving, he grumbled, putting both hands in his pockets. I snorted, watching the grimness of his face. Someone doesn't take losses well. This is so good, Vixen hummed pleasantly, closing his eyes as he swallowed down his lasagna, savoring its taste. I bet it tasted as magnificent as it looked, with parmesan and mozzarella melted on top and the sauce dripping from its center. Although it appeared extremely tempting, I stuck to my blueberry pancake. It wasn't much, but I wanted something to satisfy my sweet tooth. Sitting alone with Vixen seemed like the perfect opportunity to open up about Lena. I hadn't forgotten about them, but the last few days were hectic. I spent the whole time with Lena, only seeing Vixen at training. He's been busy the past couple of days, meeting up with the generals. I coughed lightly, moving the plate aside. Vix, I want to talk to you about something. I had no idea where to start, seeing as I was terrible at these sorts of conversations, but I had to try at least. What's going on between you and Lena? He looked dumbstruck for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. What do you mean? His eyes were wary, hiding any emotion he felt. Vixen. I narrowed my eyes at him, frustrated with the way he was acting. The fact that he tells me to come talk to him about anything happening to me, and he doesn't do the same, got on my nerves. He sighed, rolling back his shoulders, inevitably thinking about the entire thing. I've seen you too, the way you look at each other. You can't deny that there's something between you, I said, my voice turning soft. I knew the topic was sensitive, so I had to choose my words carefully. Vixen loved a girl for 2 years and planned on asking her to marry him. But he started getting suspicious. One day, he opened her phone when she was preparing dinner and saw messages between her and another guy. Yeah, turns out that girl was cheating on him. Which is why he doesn't go for serious relationships or, to be more accurate, tries avoiding them at all costs. When I first learned, I wanted to strangle that girl with my bare hands. I mean, who would do such a thing with a guy as sweet as Vixen? He's the whole package. I'm not going to lie to you, I do like Lena. But I'm not sure I'm ready. He ran a hand through his chocolate brown hair, clearly frustrated with his feelings. It's not easy to fall for someone after heartbreak, so I understood his irritation. Vix, you have to give it a chance. Lena is an incredible girl. She's a little spitfire, but she has a tender heart. Don't let the past haunt you. Don't let it destroy the chance of you becoming happy. I placed my hand on his shoulder, squeezing it encouragingly. Talk to her. He sighed once again, but nodded nonetheless. What if she doesn't feel the same? He hesitated, though his eyes shone in eagerness. I chuckled, rolling my eyes at his foolishness. Are you blind? She literally wanted to beat the crap out of that girl at the ball, and you tell me she doesn't feel the same way. I screeched, placing my hands on my hips, glaring at him. The way he looked down onto his lap made me feel like a mom scolding her son. Okay, I get it. I'll talk to her. Now. You seriously want me to talk to her now? He raised his eyebrows, surprised by my hastiness. No one can blame me. Seeing your two best friends together is like a dream come true. And it will with my efforts, I reminded myself. Yes, now. I crossed my arms, smiling as he got up. I guess the sooner the better. I raised my legs and placed them on the headboard of my bed. Things got pretty boring, especially after Vixen left to talk to Lena. That man got some courage, going off to talk to a girl as feisty as Lena. My mind wandered to when Simon came here to the castle. The memory seemed to carve itself in the back of my mind. When the maid said Lord Simon was my visitor, I was struck dumb with shock. I couldn't believe the nerve of that man. Ugh, I regret the very moment I accepted his dance proposal. He thinks that he lured me with his looks and status. What a fool. I scoffed as I took the left, fastening my pace. I want to know what he wants and why he's here. Stopping in front of the salon, the guards bowed their heads before opening the large wooden doors. He stood next to the window, eyeing the garden beneath him. Once he heard the doors creak open, he turned around, his infamous smile on his face. Needless to say, he looked just as good as he did at the ball. Only this time, wearing less formal clothes, a white button-up shirt, a black blazer, and dark denim jeans. Princess Ava. He performed the regular bow. Lord Simon. What brings you here? I asked, trying not to sound rude. Straight to the point I see. He smiled, pointing out my bluntness. My gaze didn't falter, no, it hardened. I disliked this man the moment I saw him, and his behavior was not giving him any bonus points. I wanted to warn you, princess. Now that caught my attention. Warn me from what exactly? I questioned. From the people who want to hurt you. I heard a handful of things about the creatures of the night wanting something to do with you. But no one knows what it is. I felt like the breath was knocked out of me. How did he know all of this? No one but the royals knows of the fire. But I didn't give him the satisfaction of showing how his words affected me. I will not let him take the pleasure of planting terror in my heart. I assure you, Lord Simon, nothing of what you heard is true. But thank you for your concern. I gritted out, agitated with the way his lips spread into a smirk. The fire red in his eyes turned into slits, bringing shivers down my spine. The way his pupils dilated when he took a step closer to me made me want to break out in a run. But I froze in place, watching the ice blue of his eyes shift to a dark red. I need to get out of here. No need to thank me, Your Highness. It's my duty. I slowed my breathing, managing to smile through my fear. Good day, Lord Simon. Good day, Princess. The last word came out as a hiss. That, or I was hearing incorrectly. I darted out of the salon, breathing out a sigh of relief. I need to tell the guards not to let him in again, I muttered to myself. Right then, I hesitated about whether to tell my father. I don't mind really, but there's no proof. No evidence. Nada. Sighing, I grabbed my phone and dialed Jacob's number. I missed him a lot. I had grown used to seeing him every day, so his absence left a piece of my heart missing. Upon the third ring, he picked up. Hey, love. Hey, are you busy or anything? I bit my lip, hoping I didn't interrupt something important. He remained silent before replying. No. Is everything all right? Then I felt it, he was hiding something. He usually asks me, tell me what you did today or missed me, when we first talk on the phone. Not to mention the shakiness of his voice. Yeah, everything's fine. Are you okay? I asked, completely worried. I heard shuffling on the other end of the line. I've been better, he breathed out. My prince, we should get going. A girl's voice purred. My blood ran cold and my eyes twitched in disbelief. Can't you see I'm on the phone? Get out. He growled menacingly, and I heard the door shut. Who the hell is she? As much as I wanted to sound neutral, my voice failed me. Ava, listen to me. Meet me at the waterfall at midnight. I will explain everything, I promise. I was angry, no. Beyond that, I was fuming. Why? Can't you explain here? My voice wavered. I wish it was that simple, love. He sighed, and for the first time, he sounded devastated. Tonight at the waterfall. He repeated. Tonight. That was all I said before hanging up and tossing the phone away. He has a lot of explaining to do. Chapter 18. I paced my room, back and forth, getting more infuriated by the second as I waited for Maxwell. With the whole chosen deal, I knew no one could help me but Maxwell, so I talked to him first thing after I hung up with Ava. I told him of my plan, to return to their kingdom and explain the chaos to Ava. A flight back to their kingdom would have been too risky. It couldn't be arranged without my father knowing. Luckily, Maxwell had many connections. He's closely acquainted with a powerful witch who could help me reach the kingdom in the blink of an eye. And how so? Through a portal. The hell is taking him so long, I growled, taking a look at my watch. It was 11:30. Only half an hour until midnight, and Maxwell is still nowhere in sight. I swear I'm going to knock his head off someday for being late. I couldn't stand waiting for him any longer like a damsel in distress. Not when there's just half an hour left till the clock ticks 12. Just as I was about to storm out of my room, the door opened, and Maxwell stepped inside, an apologetic look on his face. Took you long enough. I growled, narrowing my eyes. Yeah, sorry about that, I lost track of time. Anyway, the witch is in the room right across the hall waiting for us. We should get going. No kidding, Sherlock. I sighed and walked beside him. There weren't any signs of night shift guards, so the coast was clear. Maxwell definitely had a hand in this, probably giving them the night off. Being their beta, they had to comply. Turning right, we crossed 3 rooms and stopped at the 4th. Here we go. He glanced at me for a moment before turning the knob and opening the door. Stepping inside, I was engulfed in darkness. The only light in the room came from the candles on the table and a glowing globe. Sensing us approaching, a woman with dark red hair raised her head, setting her eyes on Maxwell. Slowly, a small smile played on her thin lips. Prince Jacob, this is Nina, the witch I told you about. Maxwell introduced, sitting down opposite her. A strange aura surrounded her, making me think twice about whether or not she was covering her scent. But I had no time to demand answers. I glanced at my watch again, growing impatient. 20 minutes left. Your Highness. Nina stated, removing a hand from under her dark cloak and ushering me to sit down. I took a seat, and without saying any other word, she began chanting spells in an unfamiliar language. The candles flared, and the globe started glowing bright red, a gust of white haze dancing around its edges. As she raised her hands, the 4 candles' fire elongated and swirled upwards, meeting in the middle. I watched silently, my eyes wide in shock. It was the first time I witnessed a witch actually casting a spell, or in my case, opening a portal. To my utter disbelief, the haze began to rise, dancing with the fire until it turned a pale blue. From the corner of my eye, I spotted Maxwell gawking. And I couldn't blame him. This was out of the ordinary. Like a lightning bolt, it struck, creating a passageway in the middle of the wall. The pale blue deepened into darker shades yet still shimmered magically. This is the portal, Your Highness, I heard Nina say. My legs moved on their own accord, standing up and sauntering toward it. When you want to return, talk to me through the mind link so Nina can reset the portal, Maxwell explained, his hand firmly gripping my shoulder. I owe you one. You sure do. I chuckled as his grip on my shoulder loosened. Taking a deep breath, I stepped foot into the blue passage, with only one person on my mind. The forest in the middle of the night is incredibly creepy. Everything was pitch black, and for some strange reason, the moon didn't light my path. I had no choice but to turn on my phone's flashlight so I could at least see the way. My steps were careful, too petrified to make a sound in the forest's dead silence. My heartbeat quickened, hearing the crack of twigs to my left, but I sighed in relief when a squirrel appeared carrying a hazelnut. Calm down, Ava, it's only a squirrel. I said to myself, hoping to relax a bit. It didn't take much longer before the rumbling of the waterfall became loud and clear. From a near distance, I could see the water glimmering underneath the moonlight. At the edges of the rocks, a large sandy brown wolf stood tall. Jacob? I asked softly, my eyes lingering on the wolf. He turned his head, and I was met with those green orbs that I fell in love with. He retreated behind a tree, and by the cracking of bones, I assumed he changed into his human form. Moments later, Jacob emerged in a pair of shorts and a loose shirt, pulling me into his warm embrace. As much as I wanted to remain still, I couldn't. Relaxing into his arms, I breathed in his musk and pine scent. Gosh, I missed him. To my displeasure, he pulled away, only to stare deep into my eyes, the corners of his lips tugging up in a smile. Do you know how much I missed you, love? His hand caressed my cheek. More than you could ever imagine, he said softly, placing a kiss on my forehead. I leaned into his touch, closing my eyes and enjoying the warmth spreading across my cheek. But remembering the sound of that girl on the phone brought me back to reality. Jacob, you know what I'm here for. I swallowed hard, fiddling with my fingers. I should have shown more confidence, for I was the one who wanted answers, but I was scared. Scared of knowing the actual reason behind that girl calling him my prince. I assumed a lot of things, and Mates was the most logical. Thinking about that all day yesterday, I dwelt in my sadness, knowing the worst was yet to come. At first, all I felt was jealousy. I had no right to be, but I was. I couldn't accept the fact that he's going to care for her, protect her, love her. My heart shattered into 1,000 pieces as my mind played scenarios of how his life would be and how mine would go downhill. You're right, I told you I'll explain everything tonight, and I will. But you have to hear me till the end. I nodded, waiting for him to continue. When my father first called, he said that I have to return to the kingdom to discuss border control and rogue attacks with the alphas. I had a feeling there was something fishy about it since he can easily solve the problem, but either way went there to fulfill my duties as prince. My coronation is in a couple of months, and according to my father, a king is more powerful with a mate by his side. He frustratingly ran a hand through his hair, pain flickering in his eyes. I suddenly felt the oxygen getting cut out of my body and a lump forming in my throat, knowing precisely what he's about to say. Since I didn't find my mate, he picked me a chosen. I felt the tears prickling down my cheeks, unable to hold them back any longer. Everything came crashing down, including my heart. Ava, please. He came closer, but I took a step back. This has to end right now. I was right from the start. Falling for him would only break my heart. And it did. No, stay away. My voice came out hoarse, and I bit my lip hard to stop myself from breaking down in front of him. All I wanted to do was curl up in a ball and cry myself to numbness. I'm not going to give up, Ava. I already rejected her. I was having none of it. Stop, just stop. This is why I told you I didn't want us to be together, because I knew something like this would eventually happen. You can do nothing about it, Jacob. You're going to be king, you have to do this. I raised a trembling hand to my lips, trying to cover the sob that threatened to escape. Damn it, Ava, listen to me and stop being stubborn. He yelled, throwing his hand in the air. And stop believing in the impossible. It was my turn to shout. I clenched my fists, suppressing the anger bubbling inside of me, the tears of disappointment becoming those of rage. I wanted to lash out at him, tell him how I spent my night because of him. You want to know how I felt when I heard a damn girl calling you my prince, huh? I felt like someone stabbed me right here. I banged my fist onto my heart, stepping closer to his stiff posture. I was jealous. You want to know why? Because the only person I feel something special for was slipping away from my reach. Because I can't stand the thought of you being with someone else and treating them the way you treat me. Because it was you from the start, no one else. Because I love you. I shouted, looking straight into his eyes. In a flash, he was in front of me, gripping my arms as the world depended on it. And I love you too. He yanked me to him and slammed his lips onto mine. Right then, sparks flew and tingles spread all over my body. It was nothing like the fireworks they described in movies, but more, to an extent. I felt like my whole body was on fire. I couldn't tell the feeling, the sparks, the tingles. Too overwhelming. His lips were soft, tasting like mint, moving against mine in a steady rhythm. It was slow yet held an undeniable amount of passion and desire. I clasped my hands around his neck, my eyes fluttering shut, enjoying the strange but magical feeling. His grip on me loosened, but his hands moved to caress my cheeks. Leaving a soft peck on my lips, he pulled away agonizingly slowly. I gasped when I saw his eyes consumed by the color of his wolf's. Mate. Chapter 19. Mate. 4 letters, 1 word. And it got my head spinning. Fate has its ways of changing people's paths, mine to be exact. It's funny how the things you thought had 0 chance of occurring turn out to be your destiny. But I guess it's the irony of life, the things you dare to dream of firing back at you. I still couldn't wrap my head around the whole mate ordeal. My mouth opened and closed like a fish out of water, unable to put my thoughts into words. It hit me like a ton of bricks, and I bet the expression on my face gave away my utter confusion. What? I blurted out, staring into Jacob's vivid green eyes. They were glowing, like seriously glowing. You're my mate. He nestled his face in the crook of my neck, nuzzling softly as he wrapped his arms around my waist. He began planting faint kisses along my neck, whispering incoherent words. And it began again, the jolts of electricity making my body shiver with longing. You don't know how much I dreamt of this moment. He breathed out, pulling back. How is it possible? I asked, and as much as I was ecstatic, my voice came out dull. I was still consumed by shock, which is probably why I haven't reacted yet. My heart was going to stop beating from pure bliss. I'm just as lost as you are. But what really matters right now is that you're my mate. Don't you know the meaning of this? He exclaimed, gripping my shoulders as a lottery-winning smile spread across his face. I giggled, unable to hold off my happiness any longer. And that was all he needed to lean down and brush his lips onto mine. It wasn't soft and innocent, but fiery and demanding, and with no further hesitation, I drew into his lips. Our breaths mingled together, and I savored the taste of his lips. I knew this was just the beginning of us, the first chapter of our story. Imagining the life ahead of us, I smiled as specific images played in my head. Why are you laughing? He broke the kiss, smiling on his own. Nothing. Just picturing how our lives will be from now on. I blushed under his intense gaze. It will be perfect. He whispered, and by the looks of it, he was thinking of our future as well. Jacob, what will we do now? I mean with your chosen and my dad. Oh my gosh, what will I say to my dad? My jaw dropped in horror as I realized the gravity of the situation. My dad will go nuts knowing I'm a werewolf's mate. But Dad considers Jacob as another son, so I don't think he'll have a problem with it. Or will he? Damn it, this is so messed up. I'll talk to your father and explain everything to him, don't worry. We might as well talk to Uncle Jaivon to know the reason behind my wolf not recognizing you as my mate. He stated, grasping my hand and intertwining our hands. Okay, my eyes softened. I love you. He rested his forehead onto mine. I love you too. Given that Jacob couldn't sneak into the castle without getting noticed, I called Vixen. Fortunately, he picked up almost instantly. Hearing that Jacob will crash over at his house took him by surprise, but of course, he had no problem with it. He kept asking me questions on why Jacob is here and how he even crossed the borders without the alarm buzzing all over the security rooms, but I dodged his questions by saying that Jacob would explain everything to him once he reached his house. Vixen lived a couple of minutes away from the castle. He owned a lovely house inside and out, but the library triggers my attention the most. Though his collection wasn't the largest, it included titles from the genres I love most. Every time I visit, I dig my head in them. I remember a story I read where the couple believed the odds were against them. But it all clicked at once, and turns out they were destined to be together, just like Jacob and I. I still wonder why he didn't know I'm his mate prior to us kissing. But as he said, we'll have to ask Uncle Gio about it. He knows better. As the sun rose, I pushed myself out of bed, checking the notifications on my phone in the process. Morning, love. Can't wait to see you. Red heart. My heart fluttered reading the message Jacob sent me a few minutes ago. Can this man get any sweeter? I grinned, not only because of the lovely and considerate wake-up message I received, but also because I was the first thing that came into his mind. Good morning. Neither can I, red heart. I don't want to sound like a lovesick puppy, but I'm proud to say I was head over heels in love with him. Being his mate brought things to a whole different level, and honestly, I couldn't be any happier. I sighed, realizing the size of the responsibility now held on my shoulders. I was to be queen, his queen. I smiled, liking the sound of it, but it didn't last long as I thought about his people. Will his people accept a queen not of the werewolf bloodline? Nervousness crept into me, making a shiver run down my spine. But all doubt disappeared, recalling Jacob's promising words. This man is ready to do anything for you. That alone calmed me down, the stiffness of my shoulders loosening up. I spent the morning wandering in the garden, waiting for Lena to wake up from her slumber. Neither she nor Vixen filled me in on the details of their talk. Both were too engaged with each other. My beautiful daughter looks lost in thought. I wonder who she's thinking of. I snapped my head to the side to find my mom sitting on the bench right next to me, squinting her eyes playfully. How long was she sitting here? No one, just thinking. Mom snorted, rolling her eyes, and flung her black locks over her shoulders. Lying to my mom isn't something I'm good at. Actually, I suck at it. No matter how hard I try to sound convincing, she sees through my lie and keeps taunting me with it until I spill the truth. Sure, Anyway, how are you lovebirds? I nearly choked on my own spit. Baffled, I looked at her wide-eyed, deliberating the underlying message of her words. The smirk on her face said it all, and I groaned, knowing she got the reaction she wanted. Great, now I have to tell her everything. Every single detail. Lovebirds who? I think you're mistaken. Don't you hide things from me, young lady. I'm not a fool, you know. She crossed her arms, voice stern, and arched her eyebrow. There's no way she's letting this slide. She turned all queen mode now, meaning there's no way out. I couldn't put my finger on the right way to start talking, but I knew for sure that I wasn't going to tell her anything about Jacob's choice. Ex-chosen, I reminded myself. She can rot in hell for all I care. We're mates. I slowly let the words leave my lips, secretly crossing my fingers, hoping Mom wouldn't faint on the spot. As pin-drop silence crept between us, I didn't dare to make eye contact, though I could picture her very well. Grim, thin-lined lips, narrowed eyes, and hands locked together. I had a feeling my mom knew about Jacob and me, but she sure wasn't expecting the news that we were mates. Oh goodness, darling, that's fantastic. I whipped my head to the side upon hearing her squeal, and my jaw nearly dropped seeing her so thrilled. I bet $1,000 that someone cast a spell on her. Wait, aren't you mad? I asked, my brows knotted in confusion. I thought she'd turn grizzly bear on me. Honey, I knew this day would come since you've worn diapers. Not to mention your little peck on the lips when you were kids. Huh, now that was something. She smirked in triumph, clearly enjoying the way my cheeks flared red. Yeah, she's definitely under a spell. Your father had a fit. He couldn't stand the idea of a boy touching you, let alone kiss you. She laughed softly, and I chuckled in response, the scene playing in my head as if it were yesterday. Jacob didn't talk to me for an entire day when he knew I had told my parents about his accidental peck, but he soon got over it and returned to his usual obnoxious self. I'm afraid, Mom. What if Dad doesn't agree to this? Her eyes softened. She scooted closer to me, putting a comforting hand on my shoulder and squeezing it gently. Ava, your father would never stand in the way of your happiness. Whatever he's done, he did it to protect you. You're his princess. What makes you happy makes him happy. And Jacob, he's a good man. I'm 100% sure your dad won't have any problem with you two being mates. She smiled, her words as confident as her smile. Thanks, Mom, I needed that. I pulled her in a hug, her words sinking in. No worries, darling. Oh, look who came. She clapped her hands together, her gaze fixed behind me. Turning around, I grinned as Jacob came into view, looking as handsome as ever. Before I forget, I don't want grandbabies anytime soon. I gawked at her bluntness. Close your mouth, Ava. I don't want my son-in-law seeing your mouth hanging like that. She scolded, trying to muster a serious face. Narrowing my eyes at her, I puffed in annoyance, making her laugh wholeheartedly. As Jacob came closer, I only hoped my mom wouldn't turn things awkward and embarrass me by talking about safe sex and the wait until marriage speech. But then again, that's my mom we're talking about. Your mates. It seemed more of a statement than a question. Dad pinched the bridge of his nose, the cloudiness of his eyes revealing how deep in thought he was. I glanced at Mom nervously, pleading with my eyes for her to lighten the mood, but she signaled with her hand to keep calm and wait. Jacob, on the other hand, sat next to me and held my hand, squeezing it gently whenever he sensed I was tense. But that's not possible. Not once has this happened before, a werewolf and a demon. I wanted to pipe in and say demon/witch, but chose against it, knowing my dad's irritation will only intensify. And when we fell in love, a demon and a witch together was unheard of as well. All heads turned to my mom. She feigned innocence, her eyes focused on Dad, glimmering mischievously. My father raised a meaningful brow at Mom, a smile playing at the corners of his lips, but his serious demeanor remained. You know that's different, Vivian. Dad sighed, slumping in his seat. No, it's not. They're mates for God's sake, Eric. It's their fate. Dad grunted, making Mom narrow her eyes at him. I love your daughter. Jacob intervened, bringing our interlocked hands onto his lap. From the corner of my eye, I assumed Mom was hollering for Jacob on the inside by that big smile on her face. Even before knowing she's my mate, I've loved her ever since I can remember, and I'll do absolutely anything for her. I hope you give us your blessing, he said, looking my father straight in the eye, his voice unwavering. Silence followed. Jacob, you're like my son. I know you love my daughter as much as she loves you, but if you hurt her, you'll have to deal with me. No freaking way. The weight of the world was lifted off my shoulders, and I sighed a breath I didn't know I was holding. Was I imagining things? No. Did I hear correctly? Yes. Did my dad indirectly say he approves? Hell yeah. I was pulled onto my feet and brought into a bone-crushing hug moments after. My face broke out in a grin, wrapping my arms around Jacob's neck and hugging him back with all my might. It's happening. We're happening.
Author's Insight. Chapter 20 opens with a chilling shift in perspective. We are finally inside the head of the villain, the leader of the fire. And he isn't just a mindless monster, he is a strategist. He reveals two critical things. First, he has spies inside the castle, which confirms our suspicions about Bailey or Simon. Second, he plans to strike when their guard is down. Then, we switch back to Jacob, who is happily planning a trip to his kingdom with Ava, completely unaware that he is walking her straight into the villain's trap. This is classic horror pacing. The characters feel safe right before the danger becomes unavoidable.
Chapter 20. Unknown POV. I stared closely at the picture on the desk, tracing the edges of the knife in my hand. I've been sitting here for quite some time, memorizing every inch of her face, every curve of her body. She's such a beauty. Her wide Vivian eyes and thick eyelashes called for attention, enough to make any man get lost between them. But I wasn't any man. I yearned to see that spark of happiness in her eyes dwindle and dwindle until nothing but misery fills them. It's a shame the princess will have to endure the torture I have in store for her, the energy getting sucked out of her. She can be used for better purposes, in bed perhaps. I mused, holding up her picture in my other hand, glamorous thoughts running through my head. I wonder how a fragile woman like her can possess such destructive power. A power so strong it could bury us all. The first descendant of the merger between two kingdoms. A female, hair as black as midnight with eyes so unique, as Vivian as the ocean sky between dusk and dawn. My mother's last words still echo in my mind, making their way out of her lips just moments before taking her last breath. I clenched my fists as the memory carved in my brain replayed itself. I was a kid back then, 100 years ago. On a moonless night, they attacked us, the vampires, demons, witches, werewolves, and angels, killing our kind. But not all. The women were able to hide the kids in the underground facility, which couldn't be seen unless by one of us. It was not to be used except in an emergency, and when the alarm bells rang, we knew we were under attack. I was the first to get out of there, only to be stunned by the horror of the sight. My people, my parents, were slaughtered. It was a massacre by all means, a bloody mess all over my kingdom. I am the heir of the Fire Throne, and I want bloodshed. The same that happened with my people will happen to theirs. And to make things better, I have the element of surprise. Of course, I don't expect the princess to help me. That's why I'm planning on transferring her powers to mine. She might die once her energy's drained, but that's no big deal. Shouldn't we take her? We've waited too long. I glanced at my longtime friend, who decided to break his silence and speak his mind. I wasn't surprised, really. I knew Elias was getting impatient with waiting. He wanted vengeance as much as I did. Patience, my friend, all in right time. Once Prince Jacob returns to his kingdom, we'll be able to strike. I grinned, watching Elias's expression turn from irritation to confusion. Why wait until then? Because they'll leave their guard down. What better opportunity to abduct a princess other than a ball set for her specifically? The future queen of the werewolf kingdom. I chuckled, loving the wickedness of the plan I had in mind. I sighed blissfully, the perks of having spies in the castle making me know the ins and outs of their royal highnesses, which is more likely going to change to their royal dirt. Elias's grin mimicked that of a Cheshire cat, his eyes shimmering in amusement. "You're the mastermind here. Whatever you say, we follow," he stated. I nodded, returning my gaze to Ava's image I had in hand. "I'll have you, princess, and it'll be sooner than you expect." Jacob POV. I stayed in Eric's study while Ava and her mom took their leave. Apparently, Eric wanted to discuss several issues, as he called them. Ava wasn't convinced, though, but let the matter drop and followed Vivian, who kept tugging her out of the room. I remained calm, disregarding the possibility of him chopping my bits off. Eric's reaction was odd, opposite to how he'd actually react upon knowing his princess is a werewolf's mate. He sat behind his desk, clasping his hands together, the seriousness of his expression returning. Vivian and I knew this day would come, you know. His eyes showed contradicting emotions. Vivian talked about you two together several times, but I didn't pay the subject much importance. It wasn't because I didn't care, but I was scared. It's hard to see your little princess grow up into a beautiful lady, and it's harder when men begin introducing themselves to her. But for some reason, I knew she'd choose you. Call it whatever you want, a father's intuition perhaps, but I knew. And now that you're her mate, it puts my heart at ease. He sighed. I failed to smile. Even her father felt we'd end up together. I'm sure you won't hurt her, it's in your eyes. And for that, I'm more than grateful. Most men want the status and the money, but you want her for her heart. Jacob, with danger lurking by the corner, I want you to protect her, never leave her out of your sight. They want her power, and I don't want to imagine what they're capable of doing to possess it. Until we find out where they're hiding, I don't want you to leave Ava's side. I growled possessively, my wolf craving to rip the throat of anyone who dares to think of getting near her, to harm her. I won't allow that. Be certain that she'll be under my protection at all times. She's my mate. I'll do anything to keep her safe, even if it means sacrificing my own life. My tone was dead serious, and Eric seemed satisfied with that. He stood up, and so did I, watching as he walked around his desk until he was facing me. I tensed, neither knowing what to do nor what to say. But when he put his hand on my shoulder, I blew out a breath of relief. His lips curved upwards in a genuine smile, and his eyes lit up, all past worry replaced by outright ease. I trust you with my daughter, Jacob. Take care of her. I smiled. I will, sir. No need for formalities now, call me Eric. He chuckled, patting my shoulder. I grinned, the edginess fading. I stayed a little longer than intended in Eric's office, discussing my return to the kingdom. He asked me a couple of questions about how I arrived unnoticed, so I had to explain everything about the witch and the portal. Frankly, he was amused but didn't comment on anything. Coming to the serious part, I told him that I planned to return to the kingdom with Ava. We had a brief debate about the issue, but it worked out in the end. We agreed that she'll stay there for a while, get to know the kingdom and its people better, then travel back here. And I was pleased. My people will love her. I mean, who doesn't? I went straight to where Ava was after Eric, and I finished talking. She sent me a message saying that she's in the living room with Vixen and Lena, so I headed over there. My father called me countless times, but I didn't pick up, mainly because I didn't want him to ruin my mood. I was ecstatic. I've never been any happier in my life. Ava is my mate, her parents approved, and I'm taking her to my kingdom. I won't let him ruin this up. Oh my gosh, you're so cute. My eardrums were about to explode, literally. I peeked into the living room, rolling my eyes as I saw it was no other than Lena pacing the room and screeching like she had her pants on fire. I can't believe you two are mates. Vixen, can you believe that? The poor fella looked like he wanted to cover his ears. I suppressed a laugh seeing his pained expression. Lena, unless you want me deaf, tone it down a bit. Vixen groaned, slumping on the armchair. Lena gasped. Excuse me? She put her hand on her waist, raising a brow at her sulking boyfriend. Yeah, you heard that right, those two hooked up. When I slept over at Vixen's, he told me the details. Apparently, Ava kept nagging him until he went after an angry Lena and talked to her. Things went better than anticipated. Guys, stop it. Lena, Vixen's right. Your squealing is like a fire alarm buzzing through the whole castle. Ava rubbed her temples, annoyed with Lena's squealing as well. Well, sorry for being so excited that my best friend gave up her boring old life. Lena snapped, slouching on the sofa. I took that as my cue to enter, making my footsteps light so Ava wouldn't hear me and turn around. Lena was too busy huffing in dissatisfaction to notice my presence, whereas Vixen's grin spread from ear to ear. As I stood behind Ava, I covered her eyes with my hands. She gasped in surprise, placing her hands onto mine, but instantly relaxed. Jacob, she said softly, removing my hands. Turning around, she stared at me, her eyes sparkling in amusement. Congrats, man. Vixen moved to stand next to me, slapping me on the back. Thanks, man, you too. I grinned, pointing at Lena. Wait, you knew they're together all along? Ava stepped in, looking between Vixen and me. Yeah, he told me last night. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner, love, but I had my mind occupied with something else. She blushed and nodded in understanding. God, I love it when she blushes. What did my dad talk to you about? Please don't tell me he gave you that break my daughter's heart and I'll break your face speech. She groaned embarrassingly, burying her face in the palms of her hands. I chuckled. Not really. He just wanted to make sure I'll keep you safe, especially when we visit my kingdom. And there it was, the shocker on her face. You, both of us? She stammered, a questioning look on her face. Both of us. I stared, loving the beautiful smile spreading across her face. No way. She jumped off the couch, pulling me into a hug. I can't believe my dad said yes to that, she exclaimed, grinning happily. Well, he did, and we're leaving today. I kissed the bridge of her nose. Today? But isn't that too early? She asked, raising her brows. I shrugged nonchalantly. Not really, the sooner the better. I want my dad to get his head out of the chosen deal. She nodded solemnly. You're right. I'll start packing then. She chirped, standing on the tip of her toes and planting a soft kiss on my lips. I wanted to ravish her, spend the entire day kissing her senseless, but I knew now's not the right time, nor the right place. I'll be waiting for you, love. Ava tugged Lena's hand and dragged her out of the room. Can we tag along? Vixen asked, putting his hands inside his pockets. Sure, man, but let's keep that a little surprise for Ava. His grin matched my own. He texted Lena, telling her to pack as well, warning her not to open her yappy mouth about it to Ava, and left to pack his own stuff. I sighed, plumping down on the sofa, smirking as I remembered that Ava and I would be sleeping in the same bedroom. I'd better start sorting my tactics. I don't want her to come out with some sort of plan to sleep with Lena in the same room. Maybe I'll make Vixen and her share a room together. Yes, that's definitely what I'm going to do.
End of chapter analysis. The villain's POV reveals a motivation that goes beyond simple evil, genocidal revenge. He survived a massacre of his people by the allied kingdoms. This makes him a sympathetic villain in his own mind. He believes he is fighting for justice. Crucially, he plans to drain Ava's energy. This confirms that her gravity power isn't just a weapon, it is a battery. If he succeeds, he won't just kill her. He will steal her god-tier power and use it to wipe out the werewolves, vampires, and demons. Audience engagement questions. The villain mentioned having spies in the castle. We still suspect Bailey or Simon, but could it be someone even closer, like a guard or a council member? Jacob thinks taking Ava to his kingdom is safer. Given the villain's plan, do you think this is a smart move or a fatal mistake? The villain plans to abduct Ava at a ball set for her specifically. Does this mean there is another ball coming up in the werewolf kingdom? Transition teaser. They are packing their bags for what they think is a romantic getaway, but they are actually buying tickets to the very place the enemy wants them to be.
Chapter 21. Ava POV. The ride to the werewolf kingdom was just as Jacob had described it to be, long and exhausting. We could have taken the easy way and asked the witch to reopen the portal, but my dad insisted we not do it. As he said, and I quote, "You're the princess of the witch and demon kingdom. You're not going to sneak into the werewolf territory like a criminal or a trespasser." If truth be told, he did have a point. Some might question why I, a royal, walked into the werewolf kingdom without any prior notice. And to top that, using the portal would raise suspicions of witchcraft usage, which is banned. We sat in the limo, with Jacob beside me and the other two lovebirds in front of us. Lena was fast asleep, while Vixen began to doze off, bored out of his mind by the classical music. He looked super cute, though, gradually shutting his eyelids, then fluttering them back open. It took me by surprise knowing they'll be traveling with us, but I couldn't have been any happier. Jacob, on the other hand, was too busy on his laptop, doing whatever he was doing. I caught a glimpse of maps and graphs on his computer screen, but didn't pay much attention since I understood none of it. I was okay with the silence for most of the ride, staring outside the window as we drove past forests. The tall, 100-year-old looking trees on both sides of the road are definitely fascinating, but not surprising, given that werewolves often love to take runs. The perfect environment to live in. It was a deserted road, that's for sure, with no trace of cars, not a single vehicle. Strangely, though, I noticed an arrow-shaped sign on the road's exit with Darkmond written on it. This wasn't the first sign I observed, citing one hanging on a previous exit an hour back. I sighed softly, prying my eyes off the window. Lena snuggled closer to Vixen, clutching his arm tighter than before with a peaceful expression on her face. As for Vixen, he rested his head on top of Lena, his arms slung over her shoulders protectively. I couldn't help but notice his light snores, the way his chest heaved up and down slowly as he breathed. I smiled slightly at the cuteness of the moment, with them wrapped in each other's arms. Smirking devilishly, I opened the camera of my phone, snapping a picture of them. This might come in handy someday. It's not nice to take pictures of people in their sleep. I bit my lip as Jacob's hot breath trickled the exposed space between my neck and shoulder. And it's not nice to keep your girlfriend sitting all alone. I breathed out, trying not to lean into his touch. He placed an arm around my waist, hauling me to him, making me gasp in surprise at his sudden action. "You're upset," he pointed out, his eyes staring curiously into mine, and I puffed in frustration. "We've been sitting here for forever, and all you seem to care about is whatever there is on your laptop," I stated, crossing my arms. "Nice way to impress a girl, Jacob." His eyes softened as his hand played with a strand of my hair. I dropped my gaze to his lips, and as much as I wanted to kiss those luscious lips of his right now, I had to stand my ground. Even though he was getting some work done, he shouldn't have been ignoring my presence. I knew he was too caught up to realize the time, not in his intention to forgive me, but sitting in the car like a stranger wasn't exactly the best feeling in the world. "I'm sorry, love. I didn't mean to make you feel uncomfortable." I nodded, a smile tugging my lips. That's one of the things I loved about Jacob. He didn't let his pride get in the way of apologizing for what he knew was wrong, nor did he beat around the bush to try to make himself seem innocent, unlike most men. He kept things simple and avoided as much drama as possible, just as I like. And now that we're alone, I felt his hand grip the back of my neck, and swiftly, his lips were pressed onto mine. It was hot, demanding, his teeth gently grazing on my bottom lip. I moaned, loving the taste of his lips. He took that as an opportunity to deepen the kiss, mingling our breaths together. I tangled my arms around his strong neck, and he pressed me further against his body until no space lay between us, resting his hands on either side of my hips. He groaned, lifting me so I was now straddling him. Placing my hands flat on his chest, I sucked on his bottom lip, surprised with my newfound courage. "Love, I won't be able to control myself if you keep on doing so." The huskiness of his voice made me still in place, my mouth turning into an O. Blushing furiously, I quickly began getting off him, hiding my face behind the locks of my hair, but his firm grip kept me on his lap. I can't believe I actually turned him on. I didn't know whether to feel embarrassed or pleased. "You're mine, Ava." The way my name rolled off his tongue made me shudder in excitement. My body burned with the need to kiss him, to touch him, but a limo wasn't the right place to show intimacy. Intimacy, okay. Jacob's touch has officially taken its toll on me. I'm not property, you know. I raised a brow. I'm his, I know that. And he's mine. But a little taunting would hurt no one, wouldn't it? You're all mine, love, all of you. If a man even thinks of getting this close to you, I wouldn't hesitate to shoot a bullet in the middle of his head. I don't share. Do I have to repeat myself? I rolled my eyes as his tone turned serious, growling possessively. And you're mine, only mine, Jacob. I said, gripping both sides of his face, getting lost in those mesmerizing, deep green orbs of his. But I broke my gaze when I heard a groan coming from behind. Are we there yet? Vixen yawned, throwing his head back, his eyes still closed. Almost. Jacob said, raising his eyebrows, clearly amused with Vixen's state. I giggled as Vixen groaned in disapproval and opened his eyes slowly. Whoa, you two sure have been busy. He winked, his eyes settling on Jacob's hand on my waist. We sure were. I gaped at Jacob's bluntness, hitting his shoulder lightly. I can't believe he just said that. He only grinned in response, whereas Vixen snorted. I rolled my eyes at them and got off Jacob's lap. Guys will always be guys. My legs feel like jello. Vixen complained as we walked into the castle. He wasn't the only one trying to walk straight. I, too, felt my legs wobble several times. One thing I hate about sitting too long is that you won't feel your lower body once you move. And that's what happened with us. I need a massage or I'll die from soreness. Grumbled Lena, a sinister frown forming on her face. You're not the only one. Vixen muttered, sighing heavily. I stared at Jacob, watching him stride ahead as if he hadn't been stuck sitting flat in the limo for 3 hours straight. I guess he had gotten used to long rides, unlike the rest of us. Honestly, the first thing I wanted to do was take a muscle-relaxing hot shower and get some sleep. But I knew that won't happen since we still have to talk to Uncle Brian, and by we, I mean Jacob and I. Nervousness crept into me, remembering that Jacob's chosen was still in the castle, probably waiting for him to come back. I shook my head to get those thoughts out of my mind. Now's not the time to think about her. Jacob will deal with everything later. Even though I yearned to see the look on her face when she spots Jacob and me together, it had to wait a little longer since much more critical issues were on the table, like us being mates. It felt like déjà vu all over again. There you are. The melodic voice of Aunt Lila filled my ears, and I smiled broadly when she came into view. Her black hair was cut short, just below her shoulders, but it suited her wonderfully. Her black doe eyes were sparkling in excitement as she rushed in our direction. If it were on any other occasion, I would have met her halfway and hugged the life out of her because I missed her a lot. But I stayed glued to my place, rubbing my arms nervously. I was suddenly pulled into a warm hug, the perfume Aunt Lila wore filling my nostrils. I knew it, I absolutely knew it. You don't know how happy I am. My oaf of a son finally grew some guts and asked the girl he loves out. She sighed, looking between Jacob and me. And to make things even better, you two are mates. Her smile was about to crack her face. She beamed, her eyes lit up in pure happiness. Wait a sec, who told you that? Jacob demanded. Maxwell. I had a feeling he had something to do with your secret departure. And let's just say I interrogated him. She exclaimed, unfazed by Jacob's deadly stare. I'm gonna kill that son of a language. She snapped, shooting a disapproving stare at her son. I snorted, seeing Jacob's lips sealed, not saying any other word. I see you have company, Aunt Lila said, referring to Vixen and Lena. Poor Lena looked like she could faint any moment now, overwhelmed with the thought of meeting the Queen of Werewolves. Good thing Vixen's next to her. Those are Lena and Vixen, their family. I explained, but my eyes were still focused on Lena. Her face was pale, and she looked like she had seen a ghost. Lay, you okay? I'm pretty sure she was far from okay. I gasped in horror as she stumbled backward, her eyes closing on their own accord. Vixen caught her before she hit the floor in full alarm mode. I need the doctor right now, Aunt Lila ordered, her voice authoritative and demanding. A girl I hadn't noticed standing behind her rushed out of the hall. Oh my God. I whimpered, standing closer to Vixen as he held an unconscious Lena in his arms. Turns out, Lena had been practicing a spell earlier in the day, which took a lot of effort and energy. Adding to that, she hadn't eaten anything all day. The doctor said she'd be fine once she woke, stressing she should eat immediately. Whereas for Jacob's father, things were unexpected. Uncle Brian was thrilled, the smile never parting his face. He couldn't believe the coincidental pairing of fate, saying it was almost similar to a miracle, especially since a mate bond between two opposite races was said to be impossible. And everything's been sorted out regarding Jacob's chosen. Uncle Brian will send her back home, and soon enough, I will be introduced as the next Alpha King in line's mate. Vixen stayed beside Lena, wanting to watch over her until she woke and was all right. Jacob thought it was best if they shared the room, and Vixen, being, well, Vixen, agreed wholeheartedly. Jacob was leading me to what I think was the guest room, passing by numerous doors. Here I thought our castle had plenty of rooms, but this one had twice as many. Stopping in front of a fancy door, Jacob grabbed the knob and twisted it. "This is my room. You'll be staying here." Turning to look at him with a what-the-hell expression, I gawked in shock as he stepped inside, patiently waiting for me to come in. He's kidding, isn't he? Chapter 22. Let's have a moment to look at this hotness. Sigh. Ava POV. It was one of those moments that I curse my luck for having a boyfriend who's so adamant. He didn't even ask me if I wanted to sleep with him. Wait, that came out wrong. Not sleep as in actually sleep with him, but share a room with him. It's wrong on so many levels. First, we've been a thing for 2 days, 2 sundowns. And now, he expects me to share a bed with him? Nope, not a chance, buddy. I was still deliberating my next words, standing next to the bed's edge with my arms folded over my chest. Jacob, on the other hand, went into the bathroom and was stuck there for about 10 minutes. Truth be told, his bedroom looked like a billion-dollar entrepreneur's suite with its luxurious furniture and lavish black and golden scheme. Every part of it screamed fancy, from the carved ceiling to the carpeted floor. Glass windows ran from top to bottom, and from what I can see, paraded the forest surrounding the castle. It was classy, to say the least, perfectly fitted for a crown prince. Not to mention its tidiness, even tidier than my own bedroom, and that's saying something. If it weren't for the sound of the shower running inside the bathroom, I would have thought he drowned in there. Can a guy take any longer showering? I huffed, agitated that I had to wait until he finished, and plopped myself on his comfy bed. I should really come up with a way to keep myself from sleeping in his room. I doubt I'll have my way, knowing Jacob is as stubborn as a mule. They should really change that and start saying as stubborn as a werewolf. Seriously, alphas don't back down unless things go their way. I'm so going to lose this argument. Let's face it, I have no excuse whatsoever. Stupid Vixen had to persist in staying with Lena in the same room. God knows what he's planning. I groaned. The last thing I want to think about is my best friend hooking up. Gross. Hearing the shower cut off, I turned around, impatiently waiting for Jacob to get out. I'm giving him a piece of my mind once he steps out of that door. I am absolutely positively. Sweet baby Jesus. My thoughts died down as I stared at the godlike figure wrapped in only a loose towel hanging on his hips. He was a virtual image of an ancient Greek fantasy, his corded muscles rippling with every step he took. I let my eyes hungrily devour the sight in front of me, from his bulging shoulders to his muscled chest, down to his toned stomach, and last, but not least, the sexy V-line that led. Stop right there, I scolded myself. I take him as the type who spends a hell of a lot of time in the gym, lifting heavy weights over and over, putting them down, and then lifting them 1,000,000 or more times. That body of his didn't pop out from nowhere. Done checking me out? He smirked, crossing his arms over his sculpted chest. You wish. I scoffed. Suit yourself, darling. He drawled out, anything but convinced, his smirk widening. I averted my gaze, my cheeks burning from embarrassment. Stupid hormones, stupid mate bond, stupid Jacob for having such a body. I wonder how it'll feel under my touch. No, don't even think about it. I'm not sleeping in your room, Jacob. I finally said, making eye contact. Ava, don't argue with me on this. You're sleeping here and that's final. He frowned, the smirk slipping from his face. No, we're talking about this Jacob. It's wrong on so many levels. Will you put some clothes on? I exclaimed, fighting the urge to sneak a peek at his body once again. But I'm very comfortable this way, love. I like nice Jacob more. Yeah, but I'm not. I rolled my eyes. You're bound to see this. He pointed to his abs, sooner or later, love. Maybe even without the towel. I bet my face is tomato red right now. Jacob. I sent him a disapproving glare. I was just saying. Don't worry, I'll put on my boxers. The laughter in his eyes made my lips twitch up. It was a side of him I didn't see often. I guess he still was that arrogant, cocky, Mr. I am so good-looking werewolf prince deep down. I raised my brows as he walked out of the bathroom with a pair of dark gray shorts. Only, Jacob, getting dressed involves your upper body as much as it involves your lower one. I said, when it comes to bed, it only involves the lower one. He stated in a matter-of-fact tone. Damn him. That reminds me of what I wanted to talk to him about. I don't want to sleep in the same bed as you. Liar. Then you sleep on the bed and I sleep on the couch. My mind went blank. I wanted to hear him say something along the lines of, I'll let you sleep in one of the guest rooms, not this. No, I'm not letting you sleep on the couch when this is your room. Why don't I just sleep in one of the guest rooms instead? I argued, standing up, sighing exasperatedly. Because I said so. I don't want you out of my sight. Both of us being in the same room puts my heart at ease. I don't want to worry about something happening to you. So, you sleep on the bed and I'll take the couch. He said with finality. I watched as he unfolded the bed sheets, putting the comforters in place before settling onto the couch on the other end of the room. I hope I don't regret this. Stop. I'll make a pillow wall. I murmured. He looked at me with a smile forming on his face. Couldn't ask for more. He grinned, and I could feel a smile making its way to my face. The things you're doing to me, Jacob. But no funny business. I warned, raising my finger to show him how serious I was. Deal. He nodded. And a pillow wall it was. Though I doubted it would remain a solid one till morning with Jacob's constant shifting in bed. Don't I get a goodnight kiss? I smiled at his desperate attempt. Not tonight, babe. Think of it as payback for today. I chuckled, hearing him groan, snuggling into my pillow. Good night, Jacob. I murmured, feeling my body relax, ready to shut down. Good night, love. I fluttered my eyelids open, feeling an arm draped over me. Jacob lay next to me, practically hugging me, his even breath indicating he's still asleep. Much to my dismay, the pillow wall I built yesterday was far gone, Jacob's bulky frame in its place. We broke the one rule I wanted us to stick to. Not that I'm complaining. My leg was flung over his. I don't know how we ended up coiled in each other's embrace, but I didn't care. Screw what I said yesterday. I craved his touch. I allowed myself to take my sweet time praising every inch of his face, smiling to myself now and then, knowing that this is the man I'm bound to spend my life with. I felt like the luckiest girl on the planet. I trailed my finger over his sharp jawline, to the base of his neck, and onto his shoulders. He's every girl's dream. Romantic, check. Hot, check. Understanding, check. Possessive, check. Loves me, check. Does this man have any flaws? Not one I know of. Morning, love. My eyes shot upward. Jacob was gazing down at me with a hint of amusement on his face. Morning. I blushed, hoping he wasn't awake when I was downright ogling him. How long you've been awake? He rubbed his eyes. A while. You know, you look really cute when you sleep. I said, watching his brows furrow. Saying I'm cute is more of an insult than a compliment, you know. I prefer something like jaw-dropping hotness or sexiest man alive. He grinned, running a hand through his disheveled hair. You're so full of yourself. I snorted, trying to pull myself up, but his arm kept me from doing so. Darling, you're not going anywhere without giving me my morning kiss. He challenged, yanking me to him so our lips were almost touching. I could get used to this. He was so romantic. We spent all night talking and kissing. Gosh, he's an amazing kisser. Lena sighed dreamily. You guys are such hopeless romantics. I laughed, shaking my head at Lena's shut-up glare. If I remember correctly, you were the one who wanted us together in the first place. So, you're in no position to nag. She put her hand under her chin as if to prove a point. I know that, and I'm really happy for you guys. But I'd be grateful if you don't share with me how to shove your tongue down each other's throats adventures. She scowled, hitting my arm. Shut up. She grumbled, huffing in protest. I chuckled at her flushed face, but said nothing else regarding the subject. We kept wandering around the castle, both too engrossed in its beauty. Hey Lena, what happened to your cousin? She kind of vanished. I looked at her, confusion written all over my face. I was pretty relieved by her disappearance. Having Lisa in our castle was a pain in my royal behind, especially since she had her eyes set on Jacob. Remember the ball? Lena asked. Yeah, I nodded. When she realized that Jacob isn't going to fall into her web, she wasted no time searching for another prey. And ding ding ding, she found what she's looking for. Lena scrunched her nose in disgust. I, on the other hand, raised my eyebrows in surprise. Geez, who'd want her? The look on my face matched Lena's. Players, babe. You don't expect a man to say no to a woman that's all too willing to warm his bed now, do you? She replied almost instantly, waving her hand carelessly. True. I was about to retort, but a loud cough made both Lena and me turn around. So, you're the girl who stole my prince away from me. A girl sneered. Her rudeness took me aback. Oh. So this is she, Jacob's ex-chosen. Her steel blue eyes boiled with rage, glaring daggers at her prince stealer. I stole no one. I said slowly. Yeah, they're mates. Suck it up and deal with it. Lena snapped, and as much as I wanted to laugh at her sass, I kept a neutral mask. He was mine first. You will not take him away from me. The girl, whose name I still don't know, growled furiously. This is getting out of hand. Look girl dash, I started. Vera. She spoke sharply. Listen to me carefully, Vera. I'm Prince Jacob's mate, meaning no force in the world will break us apart. Not you, not anyone. He wasn't yours in the first place, and neither will he be. I get it that you're upset about everything, but he's not the only guy out there. I said as calmly as I could. I wouldn't be so confident if I were you. She scoffed. I narrowed my eyes, feeling my anger bubble. Your mate and I shared a sweet moment the other day. His lips are to die for. A sickening smile was plastered on her face. Why you little? Chapter 23. Ava POV. I often tell myself not to make any assumptions before hearing from both sides of the story. Assuming usually leads to a huge downfall, especially in relationships. But of course, easier said than done. Our relationship is built on trust, and because I blindly trust Jacob with all my heart, I'm definitely sure he wouldn't do something as foolish as kissing someone behind my back. I tried not to let her words get to me, but then again, why would she lie about such a serious issue that could get her in trouble if Jacob or his father knew? She isn't dumb, not at all. The blaze in her eyes I noticed revealed her true self. The victorious smirk never left that girl's, Vera's, face. I wanted to slap the hell out of her, but I refrained, since it would make me appear the bad guy. Lena wanted to give her a piece of her mind, but I grabbed her wrist before things went south. I didn't mind watching Vera get tied up by tree branches or have a swarm of bees attack that thick skull of hers, but it won't do us any good. Can you believe that stuck-up witch? Demanded Lena, ferocity still present in her eyes. I remained silent, too caught up in my own thoughts. Ava? Her worried tone didn't go unnoticed. I need to speak with Jacob, I said, staring into the clear distance. I didn't know how much longer I'll be able to keep my temper in check. It's craving to be unleashed. The thoughts running in my head were no sprinkles and sunshine, and to keep my sanity, I need answers immediately. Don't tell me you believe her. I sighed, saying nothing. I don't know, do I? You do. You're smarter than that, Ava. She's only saying that to ruin things between you and Jacob. She stomped her foot, angrily staring at me. It's not like I'm going to do anything stupid, Lay. I just want to talk to him and see what the hell was she talking about. I grumbled, turning my head to look at the castle. There's one way to find out whether she's telling the truth or not, and I only hope Jacob won't disappoint. Aunt Lila told me Jacob should be in his study by this time. So, here I was, impatiently drumming my fingers against the armchair, waiting for him to walk down the red carpet. Lena insisted on making me eat vanilla ice cream, my favorite, practically shoving it into my mouth to let my anger subside. It worked, well, kind of. I was still furious with Jacob. I reminded myself to stay composed and not let my anger get the better of me. Hearing his side of the story was necessary. My eyes scanned his study, impressed with the number of books Jacob owned. My love of books kicked in, making me walk up to the bookshelves, trailing my finger over the big stack of books neatly placed next to each other, not landing on any in particular. All were the finest romance novels, ones I read a while back. The sickening feeling in the pits of my stomach didn't subside, constantly reminding me that I won't like what I'm about to hear. I sighed, getting back to my seat, blankly staring at the ceiling. I took my phone out of my back pocket as it vibrated. Still waiting? It was a message from Lena. Yeah, I've been sitting here for about 20 minutes and still no sign of him. It's getting on my nerves, and I'm already flustered from what happened today. They should start with a Patience Award ceremony. I'm sure I'll win first prize. I should have gone around the castle hollering Jacob's name, but instead I'm here in his study tapping my foot against the carpeted floor. Then stop being Miss Goody Two-Shoes and get a grip on yourself, Ava. Don't give in easily and make him think that he could go around kissing girls and get away with it. As much as I hated to admit it, Lena's right. I shouldn't give in easily and then act as if everything's okay, because it's not that, of course, if Jacob confirmed Vera's words. Make me proud, babe. I smiled reading her last message. I will. Hearing the door open, I quickly placed the phone in my pocket, my eyes stonily fixed on the person I've been wanting to see. I smirked, watching how his brows shot up in surprise, certainly not expecting my presence in his study. Is anything wrong, love? Worry covered his features. I rolled my eyes, resisting the urge to snort. Yeah, everything's alright except for that crazy-ass chosen of yours who won't get that she'll never be queen. Oh, did I mention that you two kissed? Yes, I said dryly, standing up so that we were inches apart. Even with my height, he towered over me. What's wrong? His tone turned serious as he stared at me. I made sure to keep my face void of any emotion. Care to explain about the kiss you shared with Vera? I spat, narrowing my eyes at him. He'd better have a good explanation or things won't end well. Jacob swallowed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. That wasn't a positive sign. Jacob usually does that when he's hiding something. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but closed it right away. Jacob, whatever tough facade I held faltered, only to be replaced by hurt. His silence confirmed my suspicions, and I took a staggering step back, wanting to be as far away from him as I could. This couldn't be true, no, I refused to believe so. Jacob loves me. He couldn't do such a thing, could he? He wouldn't hurt me by kissing another girl. He loves me. You kissed her. I whispered, feeling the tears well up in my eyes. It's not what it looks like. I didn't kiss her, Ava, she kissed me. He most likely saw my eyes glistening, raising his hand so he could cut my cheek, but I slapped it away immediately. As if that makes a difference. I glowered, watching his eyes twitch in anger. It makes a lot of difference, Ava. He growled, running both hands through his hair. Saying that she kissed you doesn't change the fact that you let her. My voice rose, and I pointed an accusing finger at him. I didn't let her, Ava. She came up and kissed me out of nowhere. It was only a peck. If it lasted for more than a split second, I would have pushed her away from me, and you know that. Why would I kiss her when I'm in love with you, huh? Do you think that lowly of me? He shouted, banging his fist onto the wooden desk. He closed his eyes, breathing heavily, and I bit my lip, knowing I had pushed his buttons. We stayed like this for a couple of minutes, in silence, until Jacob regained his coolness. Too bad I didn't. I should have been convinced, but my stubbornness kept me from believing his words. She's only saying that to ruin things between you and Jacob. Lena's words rang loud in my ears. You know what? I don't want to talk about this anymore. I stated, turning my heels and heading straight for the door. I need some fresh air to think straight. If I stay here any longer, I'll burst. Running away from the problem doesn't solve it, Ava. Jacob's cold voice froze me in place. How dare he? If I remember correctly, you were the one sucking another girl's face. You hid this from me, so don't you dare accuse me of running away. I scowled, stomping away and slamming the door behind me, not bothering with the glass shattering sound from inside. Thinking about Jacob and Vera exhausted my every fiber, draining any liveliness left in me. I might have been too harsh on Jacob, but it was all because of the hurt I felt. A part of me regretted talking to him the way I did, begging me to apologize, but my pride got in the way. It's a shitty feeling knowing that a girl kissed your boyfriend just before you two got together. Call me stupid for acting like this, but I felt betrayed. But she's the one who kissed him, not the other way round. A faint voice in my head alleged, but I shushed it. It's the same thing, they kissed. I rested a hand under my chin, carefully staring at my phone. I expected Jacob to call me, or at least send me a text. But nothing, nada, zilch. It infuriated me. I wanted to shout at him, to tell him this is all his fault. Why did he hide such a thing from me? I would have appreciated his honesty and not have made a big deal out of it. It wasn't until Lena barged into the room with a killer glare that I knew shit was going to happen. That's it. That bitch is going down. Chapter 24. Ava POV. Beneath that beautiful face of hers, Lena has a wild temper. And I'm not exaggerating, not one bit. She's scary when she's mad. Sitting on her bed, I watched as she hysterically paced the room, yelling profanities. I'm going to make her wish she wasn't born, Lena exclaimed, placing her hands on her waist, her eyes flaring. Can you calm down for a sec and tell me what happened? I asked, raising a brow in curiosity. I wonder what that snappy mouth of Vera's said that got Lena all riled up. Lena doesn't make a fuss out of things if they aren't serious, or, in this case, provoked her gravely. She purposely tripped me while I was talking on the phone. And then she walked away laughing like it's some kind of joke. My jaw nearly hit the ground. Exactly, she screeched. All right, I'm done being the sophisticated princess. Then we have to show her what it's like to mess with witches, I smirked, nasty plans already playing in my head. Glancing at Lena, my smirk widened, seeing the mischievous glint in her eyes. For the next hour, Lena and I came up with ways to make Vera's stay in the castle a living hell. Lena was keen on the idea of setting her hair on fire, cackling as she imagined her frantically screaming for help. It took me all my willpower not to submit to Lena's evilness and agree. So after arguing for what seems like forever, I managed to convince Lena that we'd be going too far if we burnt her hair. Lena's next suggestion was to summon spirits into her room. That, of course, would make Vera go into a frenzy and not sleep for months, but thinking of the possibility of her going through hallucinations guilt-tripped me. Unlike my best friend, I'm not heartless toward people I don't like. I told Lena we didn't want to frighten her for the rest of her life, and although she had other plans, she reluctantly agreed. Either dye her hair or have tree branches crash her room, Lena firmly stated, leaning against the wall. I don't think the tree branches is a good idea. The king won't be happy knowing that we destroyed one of his guest chambers. Lena snorted, rolling her eyes before sighing dramatically. Then dye her hair it is. Pick a color. Lena clapped her hands, thrilled by the action ahead over the next few hours. I chuckled at her enthusiasm. This girl loves causing trouble. Poor Vixen doesn't know what he got himself into. She thoughtfully stared at me, and knowing Lena, she was deliberating the most suitable color for Vera's light skin tone. Black, I said. Nope, too dark, she shook her head. Fuchsia. She gasped in horror. No way am I letting my favorite color be anywhere near that witch's head. Next. She waved her hand in the air. I grunted in dismay. This might take longer than I thought. Suddenly, an idea popped into my mind. Blue. I exclaimed, a grin stretching on my face. Lena squealed in excitement. Oh my gosh, that's perfect. She'll look like a troll, she snickered. I nodded in agreement, laughing out loud when Lena did her little victory dance. When her excitement eased off, Lena made herself comfortable on the bed, crossing her legs. I climbed on the bed as well, lying down and sinking into the feather-soft pillows. Spending time with Lena let my thoughts stray away from Jacob for some time, but as we sat in silence, the guilt continued to eat me up. I sighed and placed a hand on the top of my head. "What's bothering you?" Lena glanced at me, confused by my sudden mood flip. I was about to tell her what happened, but bit my bottom lip as I felt the tears brimming in the corners of my eyes. They kissed, I coaxed, feeling my chest tighten, all the excitement from before gone. "What?" she demanded, disbelief all over her face. I closed my eyes for a brief moment, taking in a deep breath before I started explaining. Sadness loomed through Lena's eyes as I told her everything Jacob admitted. "My life's a mess," I sighed, blinking a couple of times to hold back my tears. "I don't doubt that he's telling the truth, Ava. Jacob loves you." "He'd never stoop so low and kiss Vera," she consoled, placing her hand on my shoulder and smiling gently. "I know, Lay, and that's not what I'm mad about. None of this would have happened if he spoke to me. I'm his mate for goodness sake. He should trust me enough to tell me these sorts of things." I sat up and hugged a pillow. I waited for Lena to say something, anything, but she remained quiet. "That's odd. I thought she'd flip and hunt down Jacob with a chainsaw." "Lay?" My voice trailed off. "Are you out of your mind?" I jumped at Lena's screech. She quickly got off the bed, and I frowned at the intensity of her glare. "Am I missing something? What are you talking about?" Any guy in his shoes would have done the same thing. "What did you expect? For him to tell you, 'Hey babe, my chosen kissed me the other night,' knowing that you'll slip from his arms?" she demanded, quoting her words while mimicking Jacob's voice. "She has a point. It's only a peck on the lips, Ava, no big deal. It's not like he slept with her. And you know that if it were something serious, I'd be chasing his, but down-damming the entire werewolf race," she threatened, tossing her golden locks back. "But still he could have told me." "Ava," she warned, giving me a meaningful stare. I nodded solemnly, thinking about what she just said. She's right, my reaction wouldn't have been any different if he himself confessed. On the contrary, it might have made things worse. "Fine, you're right. Happy?" Lena beamed. "Very. Now chop chop, some nasty business awaits us." Vera's chamber wasn't far away from Lena's, only at the end of the hall. Of course, we didn't know that on our own. We asked a maid where Vera's room was. We casually sauntered through the hall, hiding our enthusiasm in order not to raise any suspicions. When the coast was clear, I nodded to an eager Lena, telling her it was time to show off her sorcery skills. She put both hands on the thick wooden door, closing her eyes and chanting soundlessly. The tips of her fingers glowed a faint gold, spreading onto the entire door in various lines and angles. Once she was finished, we rushed back to her room. It'll only take a few moments before her hair. A high-pitched scream reached us. Lena and I glanced at each other before anxiously running out of the room, unable to get a hold of ourselves. The hallway was crowded with wide-eyed, shocked people, all staring at the blue-haired, angry bird screeching in front of them. The sight was worth a shot, hilarious. As I imagined, the deep-sea blue suited Vera. It perfectly matched the color of her eyes. She was gripping her hair, a horror-struck expression covering her features, and looked like she was about to have a breakdown. Lena, beside me, was cackling up in her own laughter, snickering all the way at the masterpiece she made. I put a hand over my mouth in an attempt to stop the bark of laughter from escaping my lips, but hell, it was so funny. "You witch! You did this," she growled, stalking in my direction. She swung her hands in a failed attempt to hit me, but I was quicker. I gripped her wrists, preventing her fingers from clawing my face. My inner demon crawled to be released and teach her a lesson. My skin heated, and I felt the fire unwillingly tipping my fingers. The more she fought, the harder it became to control. "She'll take Jacob away from you. She'll never stop until she has him. Let her feel the fire, let her suffer the pain she wants to cause." A voice in my head repeated. The energy coursing through my body intensified, and the burning of my hands grew stronger. I saw red. The only thing I could hear was Vera's anguish-filled screams. It wasn't until a pair of strong arms pulled me away that the burning receded and my vision came back to normal. The familiar tingling sensations flowed along my body, but just as they arrived, they disappeared. Jacob hastily moved, crouching down next to a wailing Vera, taking in her miserable state. My mouth opened slightly in shock, my eyes fixated on the redness on her wrists. I did that. I burned her wrists. I heard Jacob shouting orders to the people surrounding us. Two bulky men in black carefully lifted Vera to her feet and rushed out of the hall. My heartbeat quickened when Jacob turned around, undeniable anger flowing in his eyes. Ava. His voice boomed through the entire floor. I cringed at the authority and power of his voice. He stalked in my direction, his nostrils flaring. If looks could kill, I'd be buried 6 feet underground. I swallowed nervously, catching the animalistic growl he let out. I messed up pretty bad, didn't I?
Author's Insight. Chapter 25 is painful to watch because it shows the ugly side of the alpha dynamic. When Jacob yells at Ava in his study, he isn't speaking as her boyfriend, he is speaking as a king disciplining a subject who endangered his diplomatic relations. It's cold, it's political, and it breaks Ava's heart. But pay close attention to Vixen in this scene. When Jacob loses control and growls, Vixen steps in front of Ava. That is a massive moment. He is challenging his future king to protect his friend.
Chapter 25. Ava POV. I nervously fiddled with my fingers as I sat on one of the armchairs in Jacob's study. The deadliness of the stare when he ordered us to meet him here had Lena and me run off like we were fleeing an invasion. We didn't need to be told twice, darting out of the hallway and into his study. It was the first time I saw Lena that scared me, to the point that she looked as if she were about to faint. I don't blame her, though. I didn't look any better. The look on my face was probably 10 times worse. It was the first time Jacob used that kind of authoritative tone on me. The love that usually radiates from his eyes when he stares at me was gone, replaced by nothingness. And I hated it. I know, burning Vera's wrists wasn't a good move on my part, but she asked for it. It wasn't like I was going to let her distort my face with those scrappy claws of hers. It may have looked like I was the one attacking her, not the other way around, which is why I understood Jacob's sheer resentment. We're toast, Lena stated, putting a hand under her chin. Thanks to you and your criminal mind, I grumbled, watching the grim line of her lips turn into a skull. So much for backing me up, she huffed, slumping lower on the sofa and crossing one leg over the other. The door opened and my attention instantly locked on Jacob. I was surprised to see Vixen come in just after him, but the disapproving look he sent us made my heart sink. Even you, Vix? Do you realize the seriousness of the situation you two put me in? My eyes snapped back to Jacob. The coldness in his gaze made the familiar dread crawl into me. Neither Lena nor I said a word. Dyeing her hair blue and burning her wrists. I'm disappointed in you, both of you. I swallowed, seeing his eyes zero in on me. I'm 100% sure Vera told him a couple of lies to make us seem like the bad guys. If any of this reaches the press, it'll create a scandal. That's exactly what they're looking for, and you are the ones to blame for it, he said, his tone turning dangerously low. That's it, I need to tell him what happened in detail. Maybe then he'll stop judging our actions by whatever Vera told him. I took a deep breath and looked him straight in the eye. Ava has nothing to do with this. If there's anyone to blame, then it's me. I was the one who came up with the idea of dyeing her hair, but it's only because she threatened us. Lena spoke first. I stared at her with a what the hell look on my face. What happened to we're in this together? She threatened you? He raised his brow in question. She said that Ava will never have you. So technically that counts as a threat. She scratched the back of her neck. I prevented myself from rolling my eyes at her futile attempt to cover up for me. I knew what Lena was doing. She wanted to take all the blame so things wouldn't go from bad to worse between Jacob and me, as if things weren't bad enough. I had my reputation at stake. I can only imagine the headlines from now on, Princess Gone Bad or Princess Ava's Wild Side. They'll have a blast coming up with the headlines. The look Jacob was giving Lena showed that he wasn't in the slightest convinced. The little spark of hope in Lena's eyes died down. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Vixen straighten himself and put his hands in his pockets, shaking his head in disbelief. That gives you no right to do what you did. Dyeing her hair? Burning her wrists? Are you two out of your damn minds? He slammed his hands on the desk, his eyes turning into slits as his gaze was set on me. You don't burn people when you get mad at them. Not for such a foolish reason. Okay, that's it. I'm done with him throwing shade at us without knowing what really happened. Can you just stop it? I was aware of Lena and Vixen's surprised and confused stares, but my primary focus was on Mr. Grumpy. Standing up, I took a few steps forward so I was right in front of him. You know what, Jacob? I'm sick of listening to you accuse us of something not entirely true. We dyed her hair, so what? It was only because she practically promised that she'll do whatever it takes to have you. Not to mention that she tripped Lena on purpose. But you didn't bother yourself and ask. She attacked me back there, and I held her wrists so I could stop her from tearing my eyes out. I don't know what came over me when I burned her wrists, and I'm sorry. I didn't stop there. I wanted to push his buttons. I chuckled darkly. You heard Vera's side of the story, but you didn't hear mine, your mate's. And what's bothering me the most is that you thought that we did so with no valid reason. What did she do this time? Did she kiss you again to make you believe that she'd done nothing? I spat out, and his eyes immediately darkened. Rage. They flamed with rage. Ava, Vixen warned. Don't Ava me, Vixen. First they kissed, now he's defending her. Next what? Make her queen. I yelled, feeling my eyes start to well with angry tears. A loud, ferocious growl rippled from Jacob's throat, and almost instantly, Vixen was in front of me, and I was pushed behind his back. Get out. Now. Jacob rumbled, danger dripping from each word he said. I couldn't comprehend what Vixen was yelling to Lena, but I was soon getting pulled out of the room. Lena slammed the door shut on the way out, her face as pale as a sheet. See, come on. Vixen will handle him, she stuttered, remotely tugging my hand, and without any resistance, I numbly followed. I want to go back home. I sighed, rubbing my eyes, which I bet were puffy and red from all the crying I did. Thank God Lena was here next to me. I needed a shoulder to cry on. I wish, but you have to stay here for at least a couple more days. King Brian still has to announce you as Jacob's mate, and besides, I'm not going to let you leave before Jacob fixes things between you, she confidently stated, throwing her legs over the bed's footboard. She regained her mental strength. It's weird that every time Jacob and I fight, I end up sulking in Lena's room. What if he doesn't, Lena? You've seen the way he talked. I don't think he'll want to fix things anytime soon. I covered my face with my hands and groaned. Luck has become my enemy. Oh, stop being so melodramatic, Ava. What you need right now is some time to cool down, both of you. Then, Jacob will realize that he made a huge mistake and yada yada yada. You'll kick off stronger than before, she said, staring at her baby pink, polished nails. I wish I had her positivity. Feeling my phone buzz, I checked the caller ID and smiled, seeing the name flashing on the screen. Hey, Mom, I greeted. Hi, darling. How are you? Her sweet voice made my body relax. I'm fine. I lied. How about you? Good, dear. Is Jacob taking care of you? Are you comfortable there? She fired her questions. I chuckled nervously so she wouldn't become suspicious. Yeah, I'm comfortable, Mom. It's great here. I dodged the first question. That's great to hear, honey. Say hi to Lila for me, will you? Good, she didn't notice me not answering about Jacob. Will do. I smiled sadly. Even though it had only been 2 days, I missed her. Carrie, put that down, I need to go now. My sister's most likely being a brat and playing with my mom's crystal collection. Okay, Mom. Bye, love you. Love you too, sweetie. I placed the phone on the nightstand and sighed. I can't wait to go back home. Even though it gets pretty boring there, with nothing but reading and training to do, it's still better than the drama occurring over here. At someone's cough, I looked up. Vixen had his arms crossed, an unreadable expression on his face. We probably didn't notice him coming in since I was too deep in thought and Lena was too busy with her nails. Typical Lena. Vixen, if you want to lecture us, then save it. I gave him a meaningful stare. Lena groaned, covering her face with a pillow. Seems I'm not the only one. Not at all, he sighed. My brows pinched upward, somewhat surprised that he wasn't going to scold us for our absurd behavior. Huh. Lena's interest spiked. Listen. The bed dipped as he sat down next to me. As much as I want to tell you how much wrong you did, how much I'm disappointed in you, how much of a dumbass. Vixen. I narrowed my eyes at him. Okay, fine. He raised his hand in surrender. Baby girl, Jacob is under a lot of pressure right now. Hence, why he's blowing up really quick. Just be patient. He'll come around sooner than you think. I swallowed the lump in my throat, but nodded nonetheless. The only thing that will ease my discomfort and wipe the ache in my heart is Jacob's comforting words. I hope so. I put my head between my legs and sighed. He will. As for you, we'll have a little talk later about the stunt you did. He directed his words to Lena, the seriousness returning to his face. But she totally duh. Later, Lena. Vixen raised his fingers in a stop-talking gesture. You did not just shush me up. Lena gasped and glared at him. Great, now they're going to bicker like an old married couple. Guys, I'm going to take a walk. Call me if you need anything. I quickly got up and headed for the door. I already have a headache from today's occurrences, and I don't need Lena and Vixen snapping to make it worse. Hey, Ava, Vixen said. Yeah, we're going to resume our training. He smirked. I groaned, stepping out of the room, and slammed the door shut. He sure has the perfect timing, stupid Vixen and his training schedule. Couldn't he wait for us to go back home? Ugh, he's such an ass sometimes. The vibration of my phone made me groan once again. Ugh, what now? My eyes popped out of their place. It was a message from Jacob. I'm sorry.
Author's insight. The apology text, I'm sorry, is a classic double-edged sword. It shows Jacob regrets losing his temper, but it also shows he isn't ready to face her in person yet. He is texting because he is still afraid of his own wolf. This isn't just a fight, it's a realization that their bond is volatile. End of chapter analysis. This chapter establishes a dangerous precedent. Vixen is the mediator. When Jacob attacked, Vixen defended Ava. When Ava was crying, Vixen comforted her. When Jacob calmed down, Vixen delivered the message. While Jacob is the romantic lead, Vixen is doing the actual emotional work of a partner. This creates a subtle love triangle dynamic, even if it's purely platonic for now. But in terms of survival, Vixen is currently the only stable element in Ava's life. Audience engagement questions. Jacob growled at his own mate and kicked her out of the room. Was this justified because she burnt Vera, or did he go too far? Vixen stepped in to protect Ava from Jacob. Do you think this will cause friction between the two men later? Ava lied to her mother about being comfortable. Should she have told the truth and asked to come home? Transition teaser. The apology text might fix things for now, but as Ava walks alone through the castle halls, she's about to find out that not everyone is as forgiving as Jacob.
Chapter 26. Ava POV. Vixen, you can't order McDonald's. I hissed under my breath, aware of Vixen pouting like a 5-year-old whose favorite toy got broken on Christmas Eve. He's been craving junk food all day long, and being the dummy he is, he decided to order McDonald's. To the freaking castle. I'll order you a Big Mac, he bribed, wiggling his eyebrows in an extremely creepy way. Yeah, hunger does that to a person. He knows I've got a weak spot for the Big Mac, and he's using that weakness against me. It's not fair, I tell you. Vixen, no. Oh, for the love of. Nope. I popped the word out. Instead of one, I'll get you 5 Big Macs. He raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smirk playing on the corners of his lips. Don't let his deceptive ways fool you, Ava. We cannot, and I repeat, cannot order food to the castle. Or can we? No, get that thought out of your head. As tempting as your offer sounds, I have to turn it down, Vix. It felt like one of those soap opera moments. The only thing missing was the cheesy, overdramatic music playing in the background. "You're a pain in the butt," he pointed out, huffing in protest. "Well, someone's cranky today. Thanks." I grinned, seeing him roll his eyes annoyingly. It would be inappropriate on so many levels, and I didn't want another heated confrontation with Jacob, nonetheless, on a stupid matter like ordering food. I've been avoiding any contact with him for the past 2 days, and it hasn't been easy. He has tried several times to speak to me, and, to be honest, the desperation in his eyes made my heart ache. After various failed attempts, Lena took action. She knew very well that I needed some time to myself, to think things over and clear my head. So she confronted him and told him to back off for a while until I feel ready to talk to him. Not to mention that she threatened to castrate him. Yeah, you heard that right. Lena told him off like that. I was a bit surprised that she kept her tongue in check. She usually uses more vulgar terms. On the other hand, Vixen never stopped guilt-tripping me about the whole deal, and I couldn't help but feel that he's doing that on purpose, so I'll talk to Jacob. But my stubborn self was in control, and although I felt a pang of guilt for ignoring him this long, I still didn't want to talk to him. By the way, I saw Vera in the morning. Vixen smirked. And? I waited for him to continue. Nothing. She just huffed and walked past me. But she did look like she wanted to strangle me. I snickered. Looks like I put her in place. After the incident with Vera, Uncle Brian gave me one hell of a scolding and extended Vera's stay for another week or so. It isn't the best of news, but I had no say in this. Anyway, I avoided running into her at all costs, since it would only lead to more trouble for me. In the past 2 days, Lena and I explored part of the kingdom, since we got bored out of our minds from sulking in our rooms. We went to a mall not too far away from the castle, and let's just say that we enjoyed ourselves a little too much. Lena lived up to the definition of a shopaholic, buying a whole lot of clothes. And when I say a lot, I mean clothes that can fit an entire store. I wasn't that happy when she dragged me into a lingerie store, practically begging me to buy some lace items that caught my eye. "It'll come in handy," she insisted. I left Vixen to fend for himself in the kitchen. Sure, the chef would take good care of him and cook him a delicious plate to satisfy his cravings. I made my way up to the guest room where I was sleeping. That's true, I moved into one of the guest rooms. It may have been one of the stupidest decisions I've ever made, especially after Jacob apologized, but I took that decision out of anger. And technically, Jacob didn't apologize up front. He just said he's sorry in a text. So, that doesn't count as an actual apology. When Jacob found out, he wasted no time searching for me and banging on the door until it nearly collapsed. I couldn't be more thankful for Vixen's presence since Jacob was about to break the door. Being the loving best friend he is, Vixen knocked some sense into Jacob, telling him, "I'll talk to him when I'm ready." That didn't go out so well since I could practically hear Jacob yelling profanities, but it eventually worked out. I laughed, remembering Vixen's flushed face once he entered the room. "You owe me big time," he said. I closed the bedroom door behind me and made my way to the closet, but I stopped in my tracks, seeing a white box tied with a red ribbon placed on my bed. That's weird. The first thing I saw when I opened the box was a small letter. I ripped the seal open to read whatever was written inside it. "Meet me on the top floor. I'll be waiting for you at 8. And wear the necklace. Jacob." My jaw dropped as I gazed at the box's contents. That must have cost him a fortune, I said, mainly to myself, blowing out a breath I didn't know I was keeping. "Where's Lena when I need her?" "Oh my gosh, look at the necklace." Lena gushed, staring at the diamond necklace in the palm of her hand. I nodded, a small smile playing on my face. Ever since I read his letter, my mood turned upside down, and I couldn't wipe the smile off my face. The necklace is beautiful and very expensive. I can tell by just looking at it. It's made of pure gold, with diamond gemstones rounding its top and bottom. Shoot, it must have cost a fortune. Lena stared at it closely, the awestruck expression still on her face. Remind me to tell Vixen to buy her a necklace soon. Lena's a sucker for those types of things. "Ava, if you tell me you ain't going to see him, then I might just throw you from the balcony," Lena stated, narrowing her eyes in a do and to dare break the guy's heart manner. I rolled my eyes, but the smile on my face didn't falter. Truth is, I wanted to see him desperately. Even though it's only been 2 days, I terribly missed him, and knowing he was only a few meters away didn't make things any easier. You know the feeling when you're mad at someone, but at the same time yearn to see him so much it hurts? That's what I'm feeling. I want to, but I don't know what to wear. I sighed, staring into the now open closet, and shook my head. Believe it or not, most of the clothes I brought consisted of sweatpants, shirts, shorts, and sneakers. None of which is fit for a date. The thought itself made me want to jump from excitement. Well, sort of, it's considered a date. Don't worry, I have just what it takes to make Jacob drool over you. Wait for me. Lena winked, skipping out of the room. I stared at the same spot she was in seconds before and chuckled, shaking my head. No more than 2 minutes later, Lena walked in, carrying a bag in one hand and a shoebox in the other. I knew I had to buy those when I first laid my eyes on them. She strolled in and put the bag and box on my bed. The way she grinned set off alarm bells in my head. Please don't tell me the dress she bought is too revealing. She pulled the dress out and grinned widely. Now, I can definitely see why she bought it in the first place. The dress was beautiful. Wow, that's sexy? I know. She sighed contentedly, her eyes zooming up and down my figure. With my magical touch, Jacob will be on one knee proposing to you in no time. She clapped her hands together, her eyes glinting in excitement. I guess she got a little too far with her imagination. Magical touch? I raised a brow in amusement. No way in hell am I letting you ruin your moment with Jacob with your horrible makeup skills. She shuddered, possibly remembering the time when I volunteered to do her makeup on her first date. Yeah, that didn't turn out as expected. She looked like Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Hey, that was one time. I protested. The poor guy looked like he saw a scarecrow. She raised a brow at me, challenging me to say otherwise. He wasn't that good looking anyway. I snorted, feeling the faint blush rising to my cheeks. Yeah, you're right. But still, I'd rather die than let you do your makeup on this wonderful evening. Especially since I have a feeling that you're going to call it a night really late, if you know what I mean. She winked, smirking when she noticed my burning cheeks. Don't let your thoughts take you too far, Lay. It's just a date, nothing more. I stressed. Whatever floats your boat, babe. She chuckled, that annoying smirk of hers widening. Lena's beam spread from ear to ear. I thought her face would crack any minute now. Without even taking a look at myself, I can tell that she put all her heart into making me look spectacular. Turn around. I did as I was told and stared at my reflection in the mirror. My breath hitched as I took in the girl staring back at me. She looked stunning. I should really think of this as a career. Lena folded her arms over her chest, admiring the piece of perfection she had just done. You should. I smiled, running a hand down the waves of my silky black hair. The knee-length black dress I wore hugged my body in the right places. It was an off-the-shoulder bodycon black dress, with a mid-thigh slit adding to its elegance. I pulled my hair aside as Lena clasped the necklace around my neck. Time to make Jacob swoon. Lena winked, tapping the rose watch on her wrist. That's right, time to make Jacob swoon. Chapter 27. Jacob POV. I leaned over the railing, admiring the view ahead of me. You can see what's beyond the forest surrounding the castle from the terrace situated on the top floor. The city's lights shimmered from such a long distance, and it was mesmerizing. Suffice to say, I did a nice job with the decorations. Everything was just as I wanted our first date to be, the only missing piece of the puzzle being Ava's presence. I sighed angrily, mostly disappointed in myself. I'm an idiot, I admit. What I did was such as behavior, and I couldn't be more regretful. There's no excuse for the way I acted. I couldn't take the pain look in her eyes when I yelled at her in such a horrible way, out of my mind. It made me miserable. And the worst part is that I didn't know what happened to me back then because I never let my anger slip. I still couldn't wrap my head around the fact that I hurt Ava to an extent that she avoided talking to me like I'm the plague. Every time we cross paths, she literally runs in the opposite direction, ruining all my attempts to speak to her. She had every right to walk away from me. That's the least I deserve anyway. First, I accused her of attacking Vera, not knowing that she was only defending herself. Then, I threw a tantrum about the possibility of a scandal if the reporters found out. And I actually had the nerve to snap at her. If there were any contests for the shittiest boyfriend on the planet, I'd be on the honorary list. So after an urgent advising session with Vixen, who practically turned into a psychic, I knew I had to mend things with Ava. Quickly. Diamonds are the key to a girl's heart, he said, and not an hour later, I headed toward the finest jewelry store in the city. I was about to give up, but then a necklace caught my eye. It was just as she liked them. Simple yet outstanding. I wish I could have seen her face when she opened the small box I put the necklace in. Buying it was somewhat like an "I'm sorry" gesture. Think of it as a way to make her think things twice and willingly accept coming up here. What can I say? Vixen is a mastermind. I warned everyone not to set foot on the top floor except for the butler who'll be serving us. I wanted Ava and me to have our complete privacy, knowing that there'll be a lot of explaining to do. Honestly, I didn't know what kind of reaction I was expecting from her. What if she doesn't like the necklace? What if she comes up here to bash me? What if she doesn't come at all? Hearing the click of shoes, all the dark thoughts swiveling through my head disappeared, and I turned around only to get the breath knocked out of my lungs. Ava. I stood inside the elevator, clutching my Louis Vuitton purse for dear life and deliberately stared at the time on my phone screen. 8 sharp. What can I say? I'm very accurate with my timing. Although Lena kept on nagging about making him wait a little longer, she eventually agreed that we're not playing some revenge game. Hearing the ding sound of the elevator, which meant that it reached the top floor, I took a deep breath and stepped out when its doors opened. I gasped in awe as the first thing I saw was the lantern scattered on the floor and hanging in the air. The warm glow it gave out lit the way to, oh dear Lord. Wearing a slim-fit black button-up shirt rolled up to the sleeves, a pair of charcoal gray trousers, a black belt, and black shoes, Jacob stood in all his glory. He looked like he had gone out from an Esquire magazine, with his hair tucked back and chic apparel. The moment our eyes met, it was like the pull between us reawakened itself again. My heart swelled with happiness, seeing his eyes soften and a sincere smile spread across his features. Ava, he breathed out, his eyes searching my face as if not believing I am actually here. I was engulfed in a pair of strong arms and wrapped in his tight embrace as he held on to me as if his life depended on it. Even with the heels I'm wearing, Jacob still towered over me. I stood on my tiptoes and wrapped my arms around his neck, breathing in his musky scent. I'm so sorry, sweetheart. I know nothing I'll say will be enough, but I hope you forgive me. His voice came out as muffled but apologetic. I cleared my throat, detaching my arms from his neck and pulled away. It wasn't that big of a problem not to forgive him. I'm not a person to hold grudges, especially with the people close to my heart, and needless to say, I forgave him long ago. You're a jerk, I stated. I know. What I did, it was foolish of me. It was wrong, yelling at you like that. I should have been more thoughtful, heard both sides of the story before letting a person as deceitful as Vera play with my head like that. And the fact that you burnt her wrists made me actually believe her lies. He sighed, lowering his gaze shamefully. My eyes softened. That's all I wanted to hear, for him to know that I would never lie to him to get myself out of a shitty situation, to know that I would never harm someone with no good damn reason to. When I saw the way your eyes were blinded with rage, all directed towards me, without even hearing what I have to say, really hurt Jacob, I spoke. His eyes mirrored his emotions. He felt pained. I told myself that's not the Jacob I fell in love with. It was as if I was talking to someone else. I spent the entire night crying my eyes out because I thought that I lost you, and trust me, it isn't the most pleasant feeling in the world. I pursed my lips, hearing him inhale a sharp breath. Just don't let this happen again, Jacob. If you're under a lot of pressure, we can talk. I'm always here for you, you know I am. He nodded. So, you forgive me? I chuckled, seeing his face light up and a slight smile begin to form. I forgave you the same day you pulled that stunt. Though, next time you feel pressured, try not to take it all out on me. I joked, trying to lighten the mood. That'll never happen again, sweetheart. He grinned, taking my hand in his, leading me to the round table set at one of the corners of the terrace. We walked through an aisle of lanterns, our fingers intertwined, until we reached the beautifully decorated table. A bouquet of roses was put at the center of the white veil-covered table, surrounded by several lit candles. And that wasn't the best part. The view was breathtaking. It wasn't only the familiar scenery of the forest I grew accustomed to, but the lit roads and houses that branched from different sides of it. Like it. I turned my head and looked at him. He, too, was staring into the distance, enthralled by the exquisite sight before him. A lot. He smiled, loosening his hold on my hand, and moved so that he held the chair out for me to sit. Such a gentleman. I teased, taking a seat. Only for you, sweetheart. He winked. Taking 2 strides, Jacob pulled out his own chair and took a seat himself, the smile never leaving his face. Being this carefree after the troublesome days we've both gone through has comforted my uneasiness. It was as if I had been rescued from a bottomless, dark pit and seen the light again. Did you do all of this? I took a glance at the surroundings and then back at him. All except the lanterns. Vixen helped me set them up since they took a lot of time. He scratched the back of his neck, smiling sheepishly. I chuckled, shaking my head. I wasn't surprised that Vixen hid this from me. He's such a hopeless romantic at times. After we talked about how we had spent the past few days, the food was served. The medium grilled teriyaki steak, along with the grilled vegetables, looked mouth-watering, and it tasted even better than it looked. "This is delicious," I commented. "I hoped you would like it." Vixen told me that you were sort of craving a Big Mac, but I didn't think it would have gone well with a romantic dinner, you know. Vixen is in for a big one this time. He probably didn't tell you that he was begging me to let him order McDonald's earlier today, did he? More like bribing. Jacob's eyebrows shot upwards, amusement dancing through his eyes. He probably didn't know that Vixen would do whatever it takes for the sake of food. He's that sneaky. I didn't find it hard to believe that he tried convincing Jacob to bring us McDonald's so that he could order as well. Don't get me wrong, nothing tastes better than the Big Mac with extra cheddar cheese along with the large fries, but it didn't suit the romantic scenario Jacob had in mind, and thankfully enough, my boyfriend uses his brain, not like some other people. That guy is unbelievable. Jacob shook his head, though I could see a smile stretching on his face. Trust me, if anyone knows Vixen's tactics, it would be me. I snorted, rolling my eyes. Jacob barked out a wholehearted laugh, throwing his head back, and I found myself laughing as well. You look beautiful tonight. Jacob was staring at me intently, admiring me from head to toe. I blushed, lowering my gaze, my cheeks probably matching the color of the roses on the table. You look handsome yourself. It didn't give him justice. He looked ravishing, sexy, drop-dead gorgeous. But of course I won't tell him any of that. His already boosted ego will skyrocket. He stood up, going around the table and offered me his hand, which I took, but what I didn't expect was to be yanked up and collide with his rock-hard chest. What the hell, Jay? He shut me off with his lips, firmly pressed against mine. His hands roamed my back until they settled onto the sides of my hips. It became more intense, needy, but just as his tongue traced my bottom lip, I remembered that the butler who served our food was standing just a few feet away. Jacob, the butler. I put my hands on his chest and pushed myself away, feeling the heat rushing to my face. So what? He breathed out, confusion covering his features. So, we can't do this. Not here at least, I exclaimed in a hushed tone. Love, I'm sure Albert will busy himself with something. I had a feeling that he would start with the "we can do whatever we want wherever we want" reasoning. No, mister, not here. Sweetheart, kissing my mate is not a crime. I'm the prince, which means that we can do whatever we want wherever we want. He smirked. Told you so. Not tonight. I shook my head, glancing at Albert, who had definitely been looking our way, but averted his gaze as soon as he saw me turn. Albert sure was loving the show. Never took you as the shy type, Ava. His eyes were shining with laughter. I know what he's doing. He's trying that reverse psychology trick, so we'll continue with our make-out session. Better luck another time, babe. I smirked, satisfied with how he shook his head and sighed. No harm would be done if I kept him on his toes, right? Fine, but before I forget, you'll be sleeping in my room from now on, no more guest room crap. The stern look on his face made it clear how serious he was. I nodded, my lips spreading in a grin. I didn't want to protest. Hell, I'd be an idiot if I told him no. I wanted nothing more than to spend the night tucked under the bed sheets with his arms wrapped around me and sleep peacefully. Chapter 28. Ava POV. Now and then, life throws nasty things at you, and it's just how things are. You can do nothing about it. You have to grab your life together, man up, and deal with it. Some might feel defeated and surrender to whatever is thrown their way, not realizing the inner strength they hold, whereas others show strength through endurance and patience. We cannot often see the good in the bad, notice the positive in an all-negative situation, and understand that some things may happen for a reason. It's ironic how life takes an alternate route so easily, turning what you least expected into reality. But from what I learned, there's a ray of sunshine after every storm. The storm being the crappy days Jacob and I went through, and the sunshine is just how much deeper our relationship has become. I don't know how I survived the past couple of days, knowing that Vera's still in the castle, ready to pounce on her prey, Jacob. She did push her luck way too far, but Jacob turned her down every single time. I won't hide the fact that it took me a lot to keep my nerves in check while seeing her seductively smiling at my boyfriend. Honestly, she looked like a bloating fish. Of course, I hadn't been next to Jacob when this happened. If I were, I would have torn out her eyeballs, but I admit that I was watching from a near distance. I never felt like smothering him with 1,000 kisses more than that same moment. Please don't take it the wrong way. I was neither following nor stalking him. Being there was pure coincidence. Lena didn't believe a word I said and now thinks I have turned into one of those creepy girlfriends that'll chop a girl's head off if she neared Jacob with an axe. She has a unique imagination, to say the least, and the fact that Vixen was sitting next to her as she rattled on about movie scenes where the ex turns nuts and practically goes voodoo most likely made Vixen scared for his life. I'm afraid she'll kidnap then torture you, and when Jacob comes she'll spare your life only if he makes her his queen. But that'll be so cliché. I mean, there are so much better scenarios. Lena propped a hand under her chin, her brows furrowed as she intently stared at the floor. You really know how to lift one's spirit up, I muttered dryly, placing aside the need to throw a raw lettuce at her. Hey, I'm only trying to help, Ava. I don't want Miss Bat Crazy that'll do whatever it takes to reach the throne to attempt murder by poisoning your food. Vixen snorted, choosing to interfere. Babe, stop scaring the poor girl. Vera's stupid, but she isn't that stupid. Besides, nothing's going to happen to her because she has an extremely sexy and strong bodyguard beside her. He wrapped his arm around my shoulder, flashing me a Colgate smile you only get to see on TV. And you have an extremely sexy and hard-headed girlfriend that you need to keep an eye on in case she decides to let evil spirits roam the castle. He whistled as I gave him a pointed look. Touché. I'm not going to summon spirits. Maybe pull a couple of pranks on she-bitch down the hall, but nothing serious. Lena took another sip of her Dr. Pepper and picked up the gossip magazine on her bed. Lena, if you even think of doing that, I'm locking you inside this room until you regain your sanity. I pinched the bridge of my nose, feeling a headache coming on, and noticed Vixen's arms drop from my shoulder. Lena. The seriousness of his tone and warning in his eyes reminded me a lot of Jacob. She wasn't being serious, of course, just expressing her demonic thoughts, but Vixen didn't take her alleged pranking lightly. Sheesh, I'm kidding, Vixen. She scowled, looking between both of us before dipping her head yet again into the scandals she was reading. Sure. He drawled out, curiously eyeing Lena, a hint of suspicion in his tone. Lena only rolled her eyes, but the small smile playing on her lips didn't go unnoticed. She somewhat loves that Vixen reads her like an open book, maybe because she's actually an open book. She's horrible at hiding her feelings, always the blunt, straight-to-the-point kind of girl, the perfect match for Vix. I'm good at playing Cupid, aren't I? Did Jacob tell you about the council meeting today? Vixen asked, turning to look at me. That was enough to spike Lena's interest more than the celebrity articles. What council meeting? Lena and I asked in unison. We wore the same blank, questioning face, our lashes fluttered upward. I tried to recall Jacob telling me about a council meeting, but nothing scratched my memory. The council meeting that's taking place today. His deep voice rumbled, and all three sets of eyes lingered on an amused-looking Jacob. My father called for the meeting to announce that I found my mate, though I doubt they haven't heard of us yet. News travels fast around the kingdom. He looked at the black steel watch clasped around his wrist. It's in an hour. He casually sauntered in, drooping his arm around my shoulder. It hit me like an ice bucket, and I stood unmoving as I processed the given information. I'm going to be introduced as Jacob's mate, the future queen of the werewolf kingdom, that so happens to be the princess of demons and witches. No pressure, don't hyperventilate, Ava. Meeting bulky, scary, most likely dangerous alphas is not a big deal. What? I demanded, my voice rising to a screech. Whoa, calm down, sweetheart. No need to go into panic mode. All you have to do is stay by my side. My father will do all the talking. He explained smoothly. Couldn't you have told me this beforehand, Jacob? I look like I've been run over by a bulldozer. Why the hell are you smiling like that? I glowered. You're sexy when you're mad. He smirked, leaning closer to kiss the corner of my lips before pulling away, his smirk getting bigger by the second, seeing my flushed face. But when he let out a deep throaty chuckle, I scowled annoyingly. He did that on purpose. Jacob, this is serious. You could have given me a heads up to prepare myself. Mentally and physically, I wanted to say, love, you're beautiful. Scratch that, you're stunning. You don't need to put anything on your face to look good. You already are to die for. And there's no need to be nervous, Ava. You have a positive aura that attracts all people around you and makes them instantly fall in love with you, just like I did. His eyes softened as he stared at me with so much love that I melted on the spot, my heart swelling with immense admiration. I wanted to hug the life out of him and kiss him till tomorrow. Too bad Lena and Vixen were in the room. I bit my lip, tucking a strand of my hair behind my ear, knowing that my face would crack if I continued smiling like this. Fine, I'll do it, but please next time tell me ahead of time. He nodded, sighing in relief. The excitement in his eyes intensified. He looked eager to introduce me as his mate, too eager. I believe I deserve a kiss, don't I? His eyes glimmered in mischievousness, his hand circling my waist, tightening his hold on me and bringing me closer to him. I stood on my tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his lips. Snap. I directly pulled away, hearing the click of a camera. Lena was staring at her phone, smiling smugly. Oh my god, you're so cute. Seriously, couple goals. She gushed. Seriously, Lena? I raised a brow, ignoring Jacob, who was chuckling beside me. Shut up, Ava. The best pics are the ones taken spontaneously. I can't argue with that. Jacob squeezed my hand reassuringly. We got this, love. My bundle of nerves waned all so suddenly, and I breathed in a deep breath to keep myself composed. Jacob pushed the door open, our hands still interlocked as we walked inside. King Brian, as well as 9 other men, sat each on a huge seat, but of course, the king's chair was the largest. The aura of the room overflowed with power radiating from the alphas, Jacob's and the king's being the most dominating. Alphas, Jacob acknowledged, nodding his head in a greeting. They nodded respectively, but their stares were rather fixed on the unknown girl standing next to the prince. Obviously, there's a much more significant purpose as of why I called for this meeting. Uncle Bryce spoke, a broad smile appearing on his handsome face. They were certainly discussing other matters before Jacob and me entered. I shifted uncomfortably, feeling the men's curious gazes. Uncle Bry got up from his throne, his footsteps tapping lightly against the marbled floor, echoing through the pin-drop silence of the room. Alphas, I'd like you to meet Princess Ava. As you all know, she's like a daughter of my own, so I'm very happy that fate chose her to be my son's mate. He grinned, the fatherly love in his eye blooming. The curiosity in their gazes shifted to surprise, then to contentment, their faces breaking into genuine smiles. I let out a sigh of relief as a series of congratulations rang out, my shoulders finally relaxing. Told you they'll love you. Jacob whispered in my ear, sending pleasant shivers down my spine. A black-haired guy slapped Jacob on the shoulder and smiled broadly. I recognized him as Maxwell, Jacob's cousin and the king's right hand. Congrats, man. You sure know how to pick 'em. He sent me a flirtatious wink. I bit the inside of my cheek, trying to hide the smirk threatening to surface as Jacob growled lowly, sending Maxwell a warning glance. Maxwell barked out a laugh, clearly finding joy in stirring Jacob's jealousy. Turns out the alphas weren't as intimidating as they seemed to be. Although we didn't really talk a lot, they were friendly. Jacob and I left the headquarters and headed to the garden, both of us falling into silence. Not an awkward silence, more like a comfortable one. Since I promised to tell you everything not an hour prior to it occurring, there's another thing I need to tell you about. I waited for him to continue. My parents may throw a party to celebrate finding my mate. He scratched the back of his neck, and I groaned. Please tell them not to. That's one thing I can't promise, love. You know how my mom can get. She takes those kinds of things way too seriously. Dear Lord, parties are sacred to Aunt Lila. I doubt Jacob will be able to convince her not to throw a celebration party. We have no other choice, do we? I asked, desperation coating my tone. I guess not. He chuckled, dipping his hand inside his pockets. Ava, there's another thing. I scrunched my nose in confusion at his abrupt change of expression. Which is marking.
Audience engagement questions. Marking. Do you think Ava is ready for a permanent, magical bite on her neck? Lena joked about Vera poisoning Ava's food. Is that foreshadowing, or just Lena being Lena? The alphas accepted Ava very quickly. Do you trust them, or are they plotting something behind those smiles? Transition teaser. The alphas have accepted her, and the party is planned, but before the celebration begins, Ava has to make a choice that will mark her body and soul forever.
Chapter 29. Ava POV. Marking, in which a werewolf sinks his teeth into his mate's flesh in order to stake his claim. Usually, the mark is either on the neck or the wrist, and it's the first step in completing the mating process, which consists of marking and claiming. The second step, claiming, is when mates complete the mating process by having sex. It's got something to do with the female carrying the male's scent and, as far as I remember, sharing their feelings and thoughts through a mind-link bond. Marking. I uttered breathlessly. Let's talk about this someplace else. Jacob sighed, staring at me for a brief moment before leading us through several corridors until we reached our room. Stepping inside, Jacob let go of my hand and closed the door behind him with a light click. He looked deep in thought, like he was thinking about a way to explain things to me without the possibility of having me run away. But what he didn't understand is that I knew very well that marking is a primal instinct, and at some point in our relationship, it was going to happen. It's natural for werewolves to mark their mates in a way to tell all other unmated males to back off. It usually happens the instant mates spot each other. Once marking is complete, there's something called claiming, but of course that's a talk for another time. He swallowed nervously, a flicker of hesitation passing through his eyes before he continued. Now that people know you're my mate, it's kind of necessary that you carry my mark so that no suspicion arises. I hid my smile and stared him straight in the eye. But if you're not ready, I totally understand, he quickly added, taking my silence as a negative sign. But it isn't. On the contrary, I'm absolutely ready for this kind of step. Hell, I was ready a long time ago. Reading about marking is definitely different than being put in the position where you're actually going to have a werewolf bite on your neck. Here it goes. I'm ready, I stated, my voice laced with confidence and certainty. As much as I'm scared of getting teeth sunk into this delicate skin of mine, I wanted this. Surprise was written all over his face, and the corners of his lips tugged up in a wide, brilliant smile that reached his eyes. I was hoping to hear that. I felt like a ticking time bomb seeing men staring at you. I let out a laugh and grinned. I like the jealous side of him. But I only have eyes for you, you know that, right? I nudged his shoulder playfully. I squealed, thrashing out as his fingers ran along the sides of my waist and tickled me until tears began streaming down my face. Jacob, stop. I pleaded breathlessly, landing on the bed. The ticklish feeling suddenly got replaced by tingles as his warm hands gripped my waist. My eyelids flew open, and I saw myself staring into a pair of deep forest green orbs. I ran a hand along his perfectly shaped jawline and rested it on his lined beard, smiling as he turned his head slightly and pressed a soft kiss to the palm of my hand. I love your laugh. He leaned in closer and kissed the edge of my lips. I love your smile. He pecked the other side. I love you, sweetheart. I melted right then and there. I love you too. Hovering above me, he dipped his head and nuzzled into my neck, trailing soft kisses until he reached the place where my neck and shoulder meet. I shuddered as he growled lowly, his canines scraping against my skin, and bit my lip painfully, feeling them piper into my skin. It was like getting stabbed with 4 knives, literally. Tears stung my eyes, and I could taste the bitter taste of blood on my tongue. His canines retracted, and I let out a breath of relief as the pain vanished completely. I'm sorry. His face was etched with worry, his eyes scanning my face to see if I was still in pain. Apart from my neck throbbing like a beast, I was fine, no biggie. We climbed off the bed and stood on our feet. It's okay. I smiled lightly, showing him I was indeed all right. He should really stop treating me like I'm made out of glass. I'm a big girl, I can handle a bite. It's a turn-on seeing you wearing my mark like that. Jacob grinned cheekily, staring at his mark with so much pride. Ugh, men and their possessiveness. Wait, did he say that it's a turn-on? Really now? I trailed my hands from his broad shoulders down to rest on his chest, pressing myself against him so that no space lay between us. For some strange reason, his words made the lust inside of me awaken. His eyes darkened as they landed on my lips, and not wasting any time, I smacked my lips onto his. He was just as hungry as I was, attacking my lips with full force and backing us up until my back hit the wall. I moaned, feeling his hands roam my hips and cup my backside, giving it a tight squeeze before lifting me up so that my legs were wrapped around him. I slid my hands into his hair and parted my lips, allowing him entrance, hearing a low rumble leave his throat. His hands went under my shirt, roaming freely, and I let out a low moan at the contact of his bare hands against my fair skin. He carries us back to the bed and sets me down beneath his large frame. I could feel his hardness beneath his pants rubbing against me, his hands skillfully making the need inside of me intensify at the friction. Heat surged through my entire body, pulsing with desire, desperately wanting to feel him. It was something new, an unfamiliar feeling. Then realization hit me, I've never done this before. I broke the kiss in need of air and turned my head to avoid his confused gaze. This is so embarrassing. What's wrong? He said, trying to catch his breath. I didn't look at him, still, my cheeks burning from embarrassment. Most guys prefer experienced girls, if you get what I mean, and I'm a know-nothing in that zone. It's not that I don't understand how things go when the clothes are off, but never has a guy other than Jacob touched me like this. Love. He turned my head so that I was staring right into his worry-filled eyes. I'm a virgin, Jacob. My voice was barely above a whisper, but he heard that, all right. His eyes softened, and I bit my lip in fear of what I was about to hear. He's pitying me, he's going to end this, he doesn't want a girl like. You realize that this makes me love you even more, right? He smiled affectionately. I frowned a little and, don't get me wrong, I'm beyond ecstatic at the moment, but I'm shocked. Are you serious? I blinked several times, checking if I was imagining things. Nope, this was real. Jacob's brows shot upwards, a hint of a frown forming, and I knew right away that he put the pieces of the puzzle together and found out what's running in my head. Did you actually think that anything between us would have changed? Ava, I love you and I always will no matter what. I'm honored, over the moon that I'm the first and only guy who'll ever get to touch you. Heck, this just makes me want to make love to you right here right now, but I know you're not ready. I won't pressure you into anything, princess. I want your first time, our first time to be special. Can a guy be any more perfect? He pecked my lips, getting off me, and stood up. I was about to get up as well, but he just shook his head, a painful expression crossing his features. Sweetheart, I don't think I'll be able to hold myself if you come near me. He groaned. When my eyes trailed down his body to the bulge in his pants, my mouth turned into an O. Shoot, that must be painful. Sorry. I scratched the back of my head awkwardly. I had nothing else better to say. No worries. Though I could really need a cold shower right now. I grimaced watching as he headed for the bathroom, the guilt in the pits of my stomach growing as I saw his uncomfortable walk. So I understand that you gave him blue balls? Lena snickered, throwing her head back, laughing her butt off. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what happens when you open the door to your best friend about your intimate life. It wasn't like I intended to do that, but it just happened. I grumbled, rolling my eyes. Poor guy, she'd sked in fake sympathy. Thank God she didn't say blue balls again. It would have been the 50th time she said that. But seriously, Ava, giving him blue balls. What the hell were you thinking? Never mind. That's just it, I wasn't. My brain wasn't functioning and I wish it stayed like that. I think I got scared, I didn't want to disappoint him. He had probably been with the best of the best, and then there's plain inexperienced me. I sighed. My ship of self-confidence is officially sinking. What the hell, Ava? Where is my best friend and what have you done with her? She glared, tapping her foot against the floor. Jacob is happy that you've never been with someone else. Get that into your thick skull. He is happy. I bet that if you had slept with a guy, he would have thrown a fit. Got that? Now get your life together. I want my best friend back. She crossed her arms over her chest, her lips pressed into a grim line. She's right. There's no reason to feel desperate. Jacob loves me, and that's all that matters. She's back. I smiled broadly. Thank the heavens, she exclaimed, throwing her hands up. Lena has a way of making people feel better. She's not usually the compassionate type, but obviously the one who knocks sense into your head. Back to the blue. Aunt Lila sauntered in, her heels clicking with every step she took. Lena's eyes widened in horror, and so did my own. I put my hand on my mouth to cover my smile, seeing Lena's face go pale. Lena dear, why do you look like you have seen a ghost? Aunt Lila scrunched her nose up in confusion. Haha, Ava and I were talking about blueberry pie. Yeah, Ava thinks that raspberry is way better, but personally, I love blueberry. She chuckled nervously, and I snorted. Not bad, Lena. You actually got yourself out of this one. Blueberry pie, huh? Try the strawberry. I like it best, Aunt Lila advised, and the color returned to Lena's face. We should try strawberry. I think it'll taste delicious, right, Lay? I gave Lena a meaningful stare and smirked. Yeah, definitely. She bobbed her head up and down. You should have told me that you don't want a banquet nor a ball on your behalf. Aunt Lila reminded me of my mom with the way she put her hands on her hips and sternly stared at me. So Jacob told her about that. I opened my mouth to speak up, but she raised a finger to shush me up. I guess I know why she and Mom are best friends. They have such similar personalities. As much as I want to celebrate, she sighed sadly, I won't. If you won't be happy under the spotlight, then it would be useless. Anyway, it's alright. When you and my boy have babies, I'll throw the biggest baby shower in history. She beamed, her eyes sparkling in humor. I think I died. Lena howled in laughter, clutching her stomach, whereas Aunt Lila smirked, clearly enjoying the idea of having grandchildren. I think it's a little too early for the baby talk. I chuckled half-heartedly. Sure. She winked, skipping past the door, but not before waving us goodbye. You know, you were about to make babies. Lena. I shot her a death glare. Okay. But you're one lucky girl, Ava. I'd kill to have a mother-in-law like her. She plumped herself down on the sofa. I know. I smiled, pulling my hair up in a ponytail. It was only an hour later, when Vixen barged through the door looking as frantic as ever, that I knew bad news was coming. We searched every corner of the castle. Vera's missing. Chapter 30. Ava POV. Any conversation that includes Vera or the idea of her means trouble. If a person catches a glimpse of her, they get an unmistakable feeling that shit is around the corner waiting for a snap of her fingers to attack. Yeah, to that extent. It's not because I hate her guts, well, maybe a little, that I think of her badly. From the first second I saw her, I knew there was a twisted underlying evilness behind her sweet facade. And the fact that she's gone missing adds to my suspicions. Seriously, though, who would want to kidnap a lookalike Barbie with a voice that leads to eardrum explosion? Exactly. What do you mean by missing? She's not an angel. She can't disappear into thin air just like that. Why don't you check them all? I'm positive you'll find her in the skimpy lingerie section. Lena waved her hand off and returned to skimming her Instagram. Lena, I'm being serious. There's a big possibility that someone kidnapped her, Vixen deadpanned, sending Lena a hard look. Lena only snorted, not giving the matter any importance. Don't worry, if someone kidnapped her, then they'll return her by noon. You can count on it. Unless they're going to use her as a play toy, then trust me, she won't be the one that wants to come back. I tried to hide my laugh, but with that stupid grin slapped on Lena's face, I couldn't help but burst out laughing. She, too, was laughing silently, her shoulders shaking slightly. As much as I adore your sense of humor, Lena, this is serious. He crossed his arms over his chest, his muscles flexing through the tight, dark blue sweater he wore. Aren't there cameras all over the castle? I asked, crossing a leg over another. That's when Jacob strolled in, his eyes blazing furiously and his lips pressed into a thin line. We checked everything, but there's no trace of her on the surveillance cameras. My father and I think that they went through one of the underground tunnels, hence why the recorded videos showed nothing, he explained, his shoulders rigid. Any witnesses? Vixen turned to Jacob and he shook his head. Not yet. We interrogated the entire staff, but in vain. Her personal maiden last saw her yesterday night. Other than that, we got nothing. Jacob rubbed his temples, seemingly stressed with the whole situation. Who would want to kidnap her? I asked, and Lena snorted. The only thing keeping her from spilling whatever was on her mind was Vixen's warning glare. Clearly, she and I thought of the same thing. A psycho. That's what I'm not understanding. By now everyone in the kingdom knows you're my mate, so I find no reason for anyone to kidnap her. He intently stared at the blank wall behind me, looking deep in thought. What if she ran away? Vixen suggested. Vera? Running away? Yeah, right. She follows Jacob wherever he goes, and I pretty much doubt she'll step a foot onto a place that doesn't have Jacob alert hung at its entrance, I exclaimed. The bitterness was evidently there, and I think I saw a glimpse of a smile on Jacob's face. True. Lena nodded. A moment of silence passed. Jacob and I were talking, and we think it's best if we go back home, Vixen said. Jacob wore an unreadable expression. Though I miss home like crazy, my heart clenched painfully at the thought of being more than 100 miles away from him. I understand that going back home is the safest choice, but I want to stay. But why? Jacob, if you're scared that I'll be roaming in the city or somewhere in the castle, you can assign a guard to accompany me. I tried convincing him, but I knew it was a lost argument. Jacob had already made up his mind. Sweetheart, I'm not risking anything happening to you. Even if I assign you a guard, my mind won't be put at ease. I know you don't want to leave, but it's only for the time being. Once I'm sure everything is safe, I'm bringing you here myself. I couldn't argue with that. He has a point. If Vera actually is held captive, then what would ensure that the same doesn't happen to me as well? I said nothing as I was lost in my own thoughts. Every word he said was on point, and as much as I wanted to beg him to remain here, I had to comply. It is dangerous. Love, look at me. I didn't realize he was right in front of me until he put a hand under my chin so that my eyes met his. It won't be for long. Just a couple of days until I catch the kidnapper, all right? He said softly. Okay. I nodded. Jacob, we tracked the footsteps. Maxwell strolled in like the commander he is, but the usual twinkle in his eyes present every time I see him was replaced with dead seriousness. I was pretty intimidated by the change of demeanor, and even though Jacob had told me about Maxwell's strength and bravery, I couldn't imagine him as a ruthless beast. The softness in Jacob's eyes faded, his business mode returning. Did you find anything? He inquired, turning to look at his cousin, but Maxwell's expression didn't give off any good. We followed the footsteps. They led us to the forest, but the strange part is that once we entered the forest, the traces disappeared. We tried to track Vera's scent, but it was long gone, Maxwell addressed, glancing at me a couple of times. Which means that all of this happened at night, Jacob concluded. Maxwell nodded in confirmation, a sigh escaping his lips. But how come the footsteps stopped all of a sudden? Vixen interjected, his frown deepening. That's what I'm trying to find out. Maxwell ran a hand through his pitch-black hair, reminding me of Jacob when he's stressed out or nervous. The talk happening between the guys had me feeling a little left out. Sure, they're military and know the tactics and procedures of such cases, but still, they can make us feel like we're still in the room rather than invisible statues. Not long after, Lena and I started packing. Apparently, the king called for an urgent meeting with his generals, Jacob and Vixen included. They needed to find out who broke into their system, deactivated the cameras on the perimeters of the castle, used the underground tunnels, and, most importantly, kidnapped the she-wolf. But a voice inside my head kept on telling me that there's something not right with this kidnapping ordeal. The cameras, the tracks, they're going through the dungeons, and no one hears a sound coming from Vera's room. I mean, a single scream of hers can wake up the castle. So if this kidnapper actually dragged her up by force, wouldn't she have at least screamed or crashed stuff? Then again, the captor might have drugged or threatened her with a knife. You don't look thrilled about coming back, Lena said, putting the last stack of clothes inside the suitcase. Well, I can't say I'm that excited. Sure, I miss my parents and all, but sleeping alone in my room will never feel the same again, especially not after I've gotten used to sleeping beside Jacob. I can't say I'm all that happy. I mean, I don't know when this will be over. Finding Vera might take weeks, and I'm not keen on the idea of not seeing Jacob for that long. I rocked on the balls of my feet and bit my lip. If it takes long, he'll come and visit Ava. Don't worry. He doesn't want this as much as you do, but it's essential to ensure your safety. She reasoned. I know. Sighing, I tucked a strand of my loose hair behind my ear, sitting down on the king-size bed. Lena checked her phone, and by the deep frown on her face, I instantly knew something was wrong. Lay, what is it? She angrily tossed her phone on the bed. Lena. I stood up, suddenly alarmed. We're growing distant, she silently muttered, still glaring daggers at her phone. Surely, Vixen has something to do with this. I walked closer to her, and my eyes softened seeing her devastated expression. I know Lena very well. She wouldn't be acting this way for no reason. Come on, tell me what happened. I smiled gently, sitting on the bed and patting the space next to me. She gruffly sat down and let out a deep sigh, her eyes focusing on nothing in particular. That's when she spilled her heart out. I was all ears, listening to her until the very end, squeezing her hand when she looked like she was close to tears. This is Lena's first genuine relationship. Of course, she used to date, but none of those were as serious as her relationship with Vixen. And from what I concluded, she has fallen in love with him. Hard. As she said, one time, he's the perfect boyfriend a girl dreams of, but the next, he's this distant, closed-off guy, and she's finding it challenging to deal with. I'm lost, Ava. She ran her hands through her hair. Lay, you know that Vixen's been through a lot, but I'm certain that he loves you. He needs a bit more time to open up his heart and trust you with it after he promised himself not to fall in love again. He's a great guy, Lena, and I'm positive that in the next couple of days he'll make it up to you. And I meant that. He'll eventually wake up from the semi-emotional coma he's been in. I hope so. She stood up and put her hands on her hips. Come on, I need to eat to get my mind off of things. How about I tell the chef to cook us that Italian dish we saw on Insta the other day? She grinned, the sparkle in her eyes returning. She had me at food. You bet, I'm starving. I missed you so much, sweetie. Mom gushed, pulling me into yet another bone-crushing hug. I chuckled, hugging her back with all my might. Truth is, I missed her like crazy. My mom and I's relationship is very close, and I think the number of hugs and tears I've gotten from her demonstrates that. Dad was standing next to her, staring at both of us adoringly. I can tell my absence has been a little tricky to handle, especially for Dad, since I'm his little princess, but they managed. I guess they finally understood that I'm all grown up now, soon to be queen, too. Hooray, not. Vivian, you're cutting off her air supply. Dad chuckled, and Mom and I laughed. She pulled away, her arms dropping to her sides, and hooked her hand with Dad's. Miss you, sis. Axton grinned, draping an arm around my shoulders and kissing my cheek. Miss you too, Axie. I ruffled his hair and laughed softly, seeing his skull. Don't call me that, he grumbled, rolling his eyes. Sure thing, Axie. He snorted. We sat together and chatted, laughing at my dad's jokes and Mom's teasing. I admit that I'm blessed with my family, and I know that I should cherish every moment with them. Time flew by unnoticed. It wasn't until I checked my phone that I realized it was midnight. The hallways of the castle were deserted, with only a few guards taking their night shift. I sighed contentedly as I entered my room, placing my purse on the nightstand before slipping into something more comfortable. I moved to close the curtains, not wanting the morning rays to disturb my sleep. But I froze in place, seeing two black figures standing at the edges of the forest, the moon's glow showing their silhouette, not enough to reveal their faces. It felt like déjà vu all over again. That one night I saw a dark figure like the one standing in the same place. And then I gasped in horror, steadying myself with the wall, feeling my legs wobble. Their eyes flashed a bright, murderous red. I staggered a few steps back, taking in hurried breaths, feeling a little lightheaded as black dots clouded my vision. It was only seconds before everything went black.
End of chapter analysis. The visual of the red eyes is the ultimate cliffhanger. In chapter 12, Simon was described as having ice blue eyes with splashes of fire red. Now, Ava sees bright, murderous red eyes in the forest. This confirms two things. The fire are not monsters, they are humanoid, or shapeshifters. Simon is either one of them, or working directly with them. Ava fainting is a biological reaction to her phobia, but strategically, it leaves her defenseless at the exact moment the enemy is making their move. Audience engagement questions. Jacob sent Ava home for safety, but she saw the red eyes at her home. Did he accidentally send her into a trap? Vera was kidnapped without a struggle. Do you think she went willingly to join the villains? Ava fainted when she saw the red eyes. Is this just fear, or is the fire using some kind of mind control magic on her? Transition teaser. Ava passed out at the sight of the enemy, but when she wakes up, she won't be in her bedroom anymore, she'll be face to face with the monster she fears most.
Chapter 31. Ava POV. Running. Something was after me, and I was running fast, my breath becoming short. I didn't know where I was going, but as long as my legs carried me to a place far away from the darkness after me, I couldn't care less. I whimpered in fear, hearing their vicious growls, but nonetheless didn't stop. Tears streamed down my face, my vision became blurry, and the forest turned into a blur of colors. But I tripped, my foot stuck in one of the trunk branches, and I let out a strangled sound as I hit the ground. I tried getting up, ferociously tugging my leg out of it, staring at the creatures coming nearer and nearer. I managed to get my foot out, but they were so close, too close to be able to outrun them. Even if I had a go at it, they would capture me, but I stood up and sprinted anyway. The snapping and jarring of their jaws grew louder, more threatening and victorious. Just as the forest's narrow exit came into view, they pounced, forcefully knocking me down onto the ground, my head violently hitting a rocky surface. The last thing I saw was their wicked red eyes. My head hammered just like the aftermath of getting wasted. I was surrounded by muffled but hushed voices, almost inaudible, but they were there. I groaned, prying open my eyes, but shut them close instantly for they felt so heavy. Ava, thank goodness, she's awake. I recognized the worry-filled voice to be my mom's. Another groan escaped my lips, this time from opening my eyelids only to find myself practically being ambushed by 3 sets of anxious irises. Lena, Vixen, and, of course, my mom's. Vixen was staring at me calculatingly, as if he was analyzing a puzzle. Lena had an ultra-shocker expression on her face, looking like she was deliberating whether she wanted to scream out of joy or fire questions at me. And last comes Mom, her pupils soft with nothing but softness, a simple yet heartwarming smile spread across her face. But I stiffened, realization dawning on me as I remembered last night. Silhouettes. Red eyes. Forest. Blackness. Was I dreaming or was it real? What happened? My voice came out croaked. Lena and Mom exchanged a wary glance and Mom sighed. We found you passed out in the morning, darling. The doctor came and checked on you. He says it may have been because of tiredness. I nodded rigidly, pulling myself up. Stay, you need some rest, Ava. Mom scolded disapprovingly. I felt like a dog being taught tricks. Mom, you're acting as if I've been through a trauma. Relax, I'm perfectly fine. I got up, covering her hand with my own. Don't worry, if anything happens, then I'll let you lock me up in a tower. Deal? I grinned. She rolled her eyes, but stayed silent, her eyes looming with clear relief and contentment. You had us worried sick. Lena butted in, her hands placed on either side of her waist. Guys, it's nothing. I was tired from the long flight, no big deal. And I might just haven't eaten all day yesterday. Besides, I'm more than fine right now. I lied through my teeth, hoping that neither of them would see through it. And luckily enough, they didn't. Dad came to check on me minutes after Vixen told him that I woke up. Let's just say he prepared a 10-minute lecture on malnutrition and the downfalls of tiredness. If it weren't for my mom, he'd be going on with the lecture for more than an hour. Honestly, I don't know why I didn't tell them what actually made me lose consciousness, and the guilt was eating me from the inside out. But I was 100% sure that the moment my father knew about the happenings of last night, he was going to order guards to follow me around, again. Did I want that? No. Maybe, just maybe, my mind was playing tricks. It was a possibility, a very little one, but it's still there. The last time I saw the silhouettes, nothing happened, and I highly doubt anything will this time either. My thoughts strayed from the silhouettes to the nightmare I had. I was so afraid, so lost, wanting to get away from whatever was coming after me. It was so intense, so fearsome that it shook me to the core. Usually, people see nightmares of things they know about, but for some strange reason, I dreamt about something unknown. The day passed in the blink of an eye. Suffice it to say, I was pampered with all sorts of dishes that made me feel as if we had just survived World War Z and were eating after a severe famine. Jacob knew nothing about last night's incident, of course, and neither did he know that I blacked out. I didn't want to make him worry about me more than he already is, plus he's got a lot on his plate. Lena was lying on the sofa, whereas I had my legs curled up. We had nothing else better to do than watch TV and entertain ourselves. She held the remote in her hand and was flipping through the channels with a bored expression. Clicking on a news channel, Lena was about to change it, but I stopped her once I stared at the headlines. Turn up the volume, I demanded, throwing my legs onto the floor and leaning forward. The kidnapping of Vera Delake, the heir to the Werewolf throne's former chosen, Prince Jacob, is still under ambiguous circumstances. Authorities have not yet given full detail, but certain allegations are vividly debating that Lady Vera was not the alleged person to be kidnapped, but instead, Princess Ava. The blonde reporter stated, and I could definitely make out the castle behind her. A shockwave hit me, my eyes popped from their sockets, not believing what I'd just heard. Vera wasn't the one they wanted, but me. I glanced at Lena only to find her in her own state of shock, jaw hung open. Sources claim that the kidnappers might have mistaken Lady Vera's room with the princess's, whereas the real reason behind the very cause of kidnapping remains vague. She continued. What? Lena spluttered in disbelief. The reporter said a couple more things, but neither Lena nor I was listening. Did you hear what I just heard? She stared at me nervously. I think I did. I breathed out, my hands trembling. If the kidnappers took Vera out of a mishap between the rooms, that means that they'll soon be coming for me. I put my head in my hands, hearing my heart rapidly thumping against my chest. I take that you listen to the news. Vixen barged in, frantically looking at my pale self, and I nodded, having no desire to talk. He sighed, putting his hands on his hips, the frown creasing, his forehead deepening. "We should call Jacob." He finally spoke. "Take good care of yourself, Ava. Please don't keep me worried about you. Don't go anywhere unless escorted by guards. Those people are still out there, and we're not sure whether or not they're after you," Jacob said. I could imagine him pacing back and forth with worry etching his face. I sighed, switching the phone to my other hand and placing it to my ear. "I know, Jacob, and we're taking precautions." I played with the heart-shaped necklace around my neck and pursed my lips. "How did the media know about Vera?" I blurted out. "Someone in the castle is leaking information." He sighed heavily. I wanted to hug him so bad and try to lift the burden off his shoulders, if only I were beside him right now. "I'm scared, Jacob." "Sweetheart, there's no need to be afraid. Your father's doing a great job in securing all your kingdom's entries and is making sure you're guarded 24/7. And I'm here, though not physically next to you, but I'm working on catching whoever's playing this mind-twisted game to ensure your safety, love." I nodded, pursing my lips into a thin line. My life just can't be every day, can it? "Yeah, okay. Ava, stop it," he stated. "Stop what?" I said defensively, raising my eyebrows. "Stop acting like this." "Well, excuse me, but I don't think you're the one whose life's in danger and have some crazy lunatics wanting to kidnap him." I snapped, my anger surfacing. "Don't use that tone on me, Ava. I'm doing what's necessary to keep you safe, and you're complaining like a little kid. If I recall, I'm the one that's staying up all night to track those damn kidnappers." He deadpanned, anger radiating off his voice, and I flinched. I felt like a total witch for talking to him like that. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that," I murmured regretfully. I heard him let out an exasperated sigh from the other end of the line. The situation we've been put in is making the both of us feel frustrated and snap at each other. "I'm sorry to, love. The last thing I want is to upset you." A small smile played on my lips, hearing his caring words. "It's okay, babe. We'll get through this together." I heard whispering and a bit of shuffling from his side. "Of course we will." "Sweetheart, I have to go now. Something went up with the investigation." "I'll talk to you as soon as I can," he said. We barely talked for 5 minutes, and now he has to go. "Okay, I love you." "I love you too, sweetheart." I pressed the red button, ending the call. I won't say that I was pleased with our less than 5-minute talk, but it was better than nothing at all. His schedule is stacked with meetings, military, and pack-wise. So the reporter was right. It was more of a statement than a question. I nodded, confirming Vixen's thoughts, and he, in turn, ran a hand through his hair. "What the hell do they want with you?" Lena snapped, shaking her head angrily. I forgot to mention that Jacob did say that there was a huge possibility of me being the kidnapper's target. Hearing him speak so was really comforting, note the sarcasm. If only I knew. I threw my head back and closed my eyes in an attempt to have a peaceful moment. "I think they want to hurt Jacob by taking you hostage." So much for a peaceful moment, Vixen. I lifted my head up and narrowed my eyes at him. "Thanks for the wonderful scenario, buddy," I grumbled, crossing my arms over my chest, and Lena snorted, rolling her eyes. "I'm not kidding. It's directly linked to the rogue attacks. Since Jacob didn't inspect the area where they attacked in, they lost their chance of killing the heir to the werewolf throne. And now that everyone knows you're his mate, they're going for the next best thing." He mused. "Which is capturing me," I finished. I'm pretty sure the starstruck expression on my face gave away the fear rolling its way inside of me. But of course, that's just a theory. He added wistfully, noticing the dullness of my eyes. "A theory that makes a lot of damn sense." "Great, just what I needed. Things keep on getting better and better," I muttered dryly. "I feel like I'm in a movie." Lena grinned, and I shot her a glare. I meant that everything's so surreal, totally motion picture material. She spluttered quickly, noticing the slip of her tongue. The amount of pressure I'm being put under is unbearable, and the fact that Jacob is risking his life to find those people had me riding a panic flight. My heart felt heavy. The dreadful feeling of depression succeeded in controlling my system. I needed fresh air, I needed to get away, to be alone. I darted out of the room and ran straight to the garden, wanting to clear my head a bit. And I was most thankful that neither Lena nor Vixen followed me this time. It was late when I headed back to my room. I wasn't surprised that no one followed me. My parents understood that the news hit me like a sledgehammer and that I desperately needed my alone time. The door of my room creaked as I slowly opened it. I felt exhausted, mainly from all the thinking I've done. Jacob called me a couple of times, but I didn't have the energy actually to talk to him. Not wanting to put him under any further stress, I sent him a message saying I was a bit tired and going to sleep. My eyes were closing on their own, my mind on the brink of shutting down. I decided to take a steaming hot shower and relax my muscles, but before I could enter the bathroom, I spotted a letter on the nightstand. I slowly but steadily got closer, curiously eyeing the letter like it was a ticking time bomb. The air was knocked out of my body the moment I read it. The same black ink. The same handwriting. Chapter 32. Ava POV. All I wanted was to be swallowed into the pits of the earth so I could prevent any harm from reaching my family, my friends, and Jacob. Those monsters meant every word they wrote in the letter, and they will hurt them if I tell anyone about this. Which is why I won't. I won't risk the safety of the people I love to protect myself. I'd rather die than watch anything happen to them, or maybe even worse, grieve over one of their graves. I shivered at that dark thought. No way am I letting those people get to them. Not at any cost. I couldn't weigh my options at this point. It was either do as they say or have blood on my hands. My eyes watered, a tear trailing down my cheek as the letter I was holding dropped onto the floor. Any wrong act will cost you the death of your beloved ones, your precious Jacob being the first. I angrily crumpled the paper and threw it onto the wall with much force, unable to stop the tears from falling. I cursed the day Zelda, the element beholder, gave me the power of gravity. It was the sole reason behind those people being after me. They wanted the power, the strength they'll possess once they put their hands on it, and that'll be through me. My mind went back to the information I knew of about those people, those creatures. My heart sped up as I realized that I'm throwing myself into the creatures that want to destroy our world, the fire. I was unprepared for what was yet to come. Deep down, I was certain that they would not waste any moment and make me go with them if I set foot into the forest. I shivered involuntarily, thinking of the worst. They might hit me, torture me, perhaps kill me. They'll dispose of my body once they get the underlying, unknown power I hold. I didn't ask for this. I choked out, my voice faint and heavy with emotions. I don't want this. It's not my fault that I was cursed with a power I don't even know how to use. I glanced at the side of my room, which led to a secret passage, wiping tears from my face with my palms. As Jacob's image flashed through my head, I let out a shaky breath and momentarily closed my eyes. I've made my decision. Opening my eyes, I cautiously took small steps towards the passage, my heart painfully clenching with every step. Forgive me, I whispered. Goosebumps covered my skin as I stood in the midst of the dark woods. The moon was at its brightest, gracefully sending out its light, but no light could eclipse the peculiar feeling the trees were giving off, or maybe it was my intuition telling me to get the hell out of here. It was practically begging me to make a run for it, the sickening feeling in my stomach growing harder to ignore. Let's get this over with. I breathed out, saying to no one in particular, eyeing my surroundings very carefully. It's pleasant to see that you didn't make us wait long, princess. The air got stuck in my throat. I looked around, but no one was there. Needless to say, I was scared out of my wits, but of course, I didn't want whoever had talked to see that, so I hid my emotions under a neutral mask. Who's there? I asked. The person chuckled darkly, and I soon heard the clicking of footsteps. I whipped my head to the side following the sound. A shadow emerged from the darkness, and I warily took a step back. I gasped, seeing the man standing in front of me, not believing my own eyes. Surprised to see me, princess? He grinned maniacally, showing off a pearl set of teeth, his icy blue and fire-red pupils staring directly through my soul. His black hair was neatly tucked back, making the evil lurking in his eyes more evident. A wicked laugh escaped his lips as he took notice of my horror-struck expression. A wave of nausea crashed over me, my stomach churning aggressively. The man facing me was no other than Lord Simon. I wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Laugh at my naivete for not being able to see through his act and cry because I could have prevented all of this from happening. Right then, I wished I had trusted my intuition and not come here in the first place. How could I not have noticed his cunning act, the manipulation of his words? I recalled the day when I last saw him. He suddenly asked to see me and began asking questions about Jacob. You. I glared. Didn't see that coming, did you? He smirked, taking a few dangerous steps towards me, and I, in turn, took a couple back. He seemed satisfied with the reaction he got, the smell of fear widening his smirk. What do you want from me? I gathered the courage left in me and stood my ground, reminding myself that I shouldn't show my nervousness. In a flash, he was behind me, grasping my wrists and pulling them in a tight grip. I flinched as he lowered his lips, feeling his breath on my ear. You know exactly what I want from you, he stated in a low tone. I wanted to throw fire and burn him to ashes, but I couldn't use my powers. Why the hell am I unable to fire at him? You're in the middle of a power shield made just for you. Fire won't help you today, darling, he said, seeming proud of himself. I struggled to get out of his iron grip, but suddenly a cloth covered my mouth. I thrashed out only to get lightheaded, everything around me turning into swirls. The last thing I caught sight of was several other shadows emerging from the looming darkness. I woke up to a very uncomfortable bed. It wasn't my bed, that's for sure. My bed soft. I shot up straight away, groaning when I was met with a pounding headache. I was expecting to see myself in some dungeon where rusty chains surround me hung over my ankles and wrists. However, and to my utter surprise, I found myself in a well-organized, clean room. It was plain simple, its white walls staring back at me. It consisted of a nightstand, a closet, and, of course, the bed. I was intrigued to say the least. I mean, why in the name of all that's holy would Simon put me in a room when I'm his prisoner? Shouldn't he go all bad guy and lock me up in a cell? Either the kidnappers have changed their tactics, or he's a gentlemanly kidnapper. I'd take the first choice. I leaped out of the bed, seeing the window creak open, but then I couldn't move any further. Clasped around my hand were cuffs attached to the bed's headboard. My jaw dropped, and the adrenaline rush I felt moments ago was replaced with despair. I tugged at it a couple of times, but to no avail. Freaking-tastic. I guess it was kind of dumb of me to think that Simon would leave the window open without taking precautions, aka handcuffing me. Staring down at myself, I sighed in relief, seeing that I was still in the clothes I was in last night. Now what? I asked myself. The sound of footsteps caught my attention. They were becoming louder, meaning that the person was coming this way. The footsteps came to a halt just in front of the door. As it clicked open, a man in all black came in, from his boots to the leather jacket that engulfed his bulky figure. His eyes were silver, his light, almost white blonde hair sending shivers down my spine. The corners of his mouth curled up in a smirk as his eyes practically devoured me. I wanted to slap the living daylights out of him and teach him some respect, but of course, in my current situation, I couldn't. Men and their nasty minds. Our king wishes to see you, he stated. The shocked expression on my face must have been too obvious since the man smirked again, clearly enjoying my confusion. Simon is king, huh? I watched as he took out a key from one of his pockets and snapped the cuff open. Much to my dismay, he roughly yanked me up, holding me by the arm rather tightly, too tightly for my liking. Don't touch me. I'm way smarter than thinking that I could run away from this hellhole without getting caught. I narrowed my eyes at him. Shut up. You're in no position to tell me what to do, girl, he said. It was useless to fight him since I had already tried to use fire, and it didn't work. So I let him drag me down many halls until we stopped in front of a big wooden door. The man knocked once before opening the door with one hand and yanking me inside with the other. When I get out of here, I'm going to make sure he ends up with a few broken bones. I gently rubbed my arm, glaring daggers at him. Jerk. Ah, so you've finally woken up. I was getting a tad worried that the drug we used was too strong, so I sent Elias to check up on you. He glanced at the man, Elias, beside me and nodded. Your friend bruised my arm. I snapped, wincing in pain as I touched the area he locked his grip on. It will be a matter of hours before a purple bruise forms, all thanks to the melanin void jerk. Elias, you know we don't harm young ladies like Ava. Simon mocked, his eyes glancing briefly at my arm before moving to his friend. Not when they're of such importance. He wickedly grinned, and from the corner of my eyes I saw Elias grinning as well. It's Princess Ava to you. I spat venomously. No need to be such a killjoy, princess. He paused. Do you know why you're here? He asked, twirling the pen in between his fingers. I contemplated my answer. If I told him that I do, then he'll be certain that I'm the gravity controller he's looking for. So playing dumb could be the route to my freedom. No, I don't. I said slowly. This makes things even better. He clapped once, getting up from his seat and walking around the desk. It was a fancy study, that's for sure, most suitable for a royal. Unlike Simon, the room gave off warmth, painted in the most beautiful patterns. He went around his desk, beaming all the way as he leaned over it and crossed his arms over his chest. It's a shame that your parents didn't tell you about the exquisite power you behold. He sighed dramatically, but the glint in his eyes showed how much he was enjoying this. You see, princess, you have the power to destruct this entire world in a snap of your fingers. You can control gravity, and let's just say that I'm planning to use that power to regain my rightful place as the King of Kings. He took a step closer, the red of his eyes dominating the blue until they were nothing but a dark red. Red eyes. He was the one standing at the edges of the forest last night. You'd be crazy if you think I'll help you. I growled, fisting my hands, but I was taken by surprise when he let out a deep, throaty laugh. Naive girl. I wasn't asking you. I will drain you out of that power and it will become my own. The supernatural world will be under my command and no one else's. My legs wobbled, and I found it hard to keep myself steady. I very well understood the double meaning of his words. He wants to wipe out the royal bloodline, including me. Tears prickled my eyes, but I shook them away, not wanting to appear weak. The sole reason I agreed to his letter was to protect the people I love, but this... I had had enough of his games. I would not let him hurt my family, let alone hurt Jacob. I launched myself at him, my fingers aiming for his throat. I want to kill that son of a gun and get this over with. My family's a red line, and I won't let him get near them over my dead body. Before I could reach him, I was grabbed from behind and thrown away. Elias held my hands together, bringing my wrists behind my back. I tried to pull my hands out of his grasp, yelling and kicking, but he was too strong. Without fire, I couldn't do anything. He had the upper hand. Wrong move, Simon said, strolling to where I stood, his eyes returning to their normal state. I didn't put you in the dungeons because I wanted your power to remain as strong as it is. But pull this kind of act again, and I won't hesitate 1 second to throw you in a cell. He hissed, his face inches away from mine. Noting the deadliness of his words, I resisted the very urge to spit at him. Simon seemed pleased with my silence, nodding before he ushered Elias to take me away. I didn't struggle, nor did I yell. My mind was too occupied with other thoughts. If Simon transfers gravity from my soul to his, we'll all die. Chapter 33. Jacob POV. I paced back and forth, my hands locked behind my back and my head pointed downward. Everyone was on edge, tensely sitting on the sofas with their brows knitted together. And by everyone, I mean the kings, the generals, Vixen, Axton, and me. This is not happening. This is freaking not happening, I said to myself over and over again. But it has already happened. Ava went missing, and I am the one to blame. She didn't want to come back in the first place, but I practically forced her to, thinking that it was the best way to keep her safe. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I should have never told her to go back. I should have let her stay in the castle and protected her with my blood. Those monsters were aiming for her in the first place. Vera's kidnapping was only part of their plan. We found a letter in her room saying to meet them in the forest at night and threatening her to hurt her loved ones if she didn't abide by their commands. Of course, Ava put her family's safety before her own and went out there because of the fear of losing the people she loves. She didn't want to risk our well-being, so she listened to her heart rather than her mind. Any person in her place would have done the same, not caring about what happens to them as long as they're sure that their family's safe and sound. How could I not have seen this sooner? They used Vera to plant fear in my heart, to let me think that the same would happen to Ava, and as a result, they knew I would make her return home. And they strike, it being the perfect opportunity to kidnap the princess in a castle viewed as secure. I got a call from Vixen this morning saying that Ava's nowhere to be seen. They first thought she was in the garden reading like she usually does, but when they checked, they didn't find her. When I barged into my father's office, he already had that fearsome look on his face, meaning that he knew. I didn't need to be told twice. My father and I headed straight to the demon and witch kingdom, only to find the entire castle in chaos. Vivian looked like she hadn't slept for several nights, her eyes red and puffy. Lena stayed beside her, patting the queen's shoulder so gently, murmuring hopeful words in an attempt to stop the flow of tears, but at the same time trying not to break down herself. I banged my fist with full force onto the wall, the wolf inside of me yearning to shred the people behind this into pieces. I could feel their stares on my back, but I couldn't care less. My mate is missing, kidnapped. The girl I love is God knows where, in the hands of people who most likely want to hurt her. A menacing growl tore off my throat, and I banged my fist yet again, even harder, creating a deep hole in the wall. Son, I understand that you're angry right now, but taking out your frustration on the wall won't help Ava. I felt my father's presence behind me as he put a hand on my shoulder. My mate is kidnapped. How do you expect my reaction to be? I bit out, turning around to meet his eyes that were swarmed with sadness. Just as the words were about to come out of his mouth, the office door burst open. Turning around quickly, I furrowed my brows and changed into a defensive position, seeing a pale-looking Maxwell. My kings, I apologize for my sudden entrance, but a maid was found lying in her own pool of blood. He breathed out, his eyes focused on Eric specifically. Eric was on his feet in seconds, rushing towards Maxwell with us following suit. As we passed, Eric walking in front, the people swarming the halls made way for us and bowed, their voices turning into hushed whispers. As Maxwell led us to the crime scene, I froze in shock, my eyes landing on the dead body just a few meters away. A young girl lay lifeless on her back, blood trailing down her split throat. A large circle of blood had already formed beneath her, soaking her hair and clothes. Eric cursed under his breath as he inspected the body, Jayavan right beside him. I didn't move a limb, hundreds of thoughts running through my head. I matched the points together, my chest heaving up and down, feeling a jolt of pain surging through my chest. The sequence of events was all connected, and I was positive that those people were behind this girl's murder. The stabbing pain in my chest was there, reminding me with my every heartbeat that Ava's in tremendous danger. From the fresh blood on the floor, my speculation is that the murder happened no longer than 20 minutes ago. Jayavan examined, placing a finger on each of her blank eyes and closed them, sighing before he stood up. Eric, there's something in her pocket. Remy pointed around, fixatedly gazing at the pocket on her apparel. I followed his gaze, and he was most definitely right. Eric and Jayavan looked at each other for a brief moment before he crouched down and took out what seemed like a folded paper. I impatiently waited for him to open it up, but the feeling in my guts told me that it would make matters worse. My frown deepened, seeing Eric's face drain of color, taking a deep intake of breath. What does it say? I demanded, shifting closer to him. He said nothing, intently glaring at the paper he had in hand. I marched his way and snatched the paper, surprised that he didn't object but went through its contents. Now I understood Eric's reaction to mine was mirroring his own. I reread it over and over again, my eyes narrowing into slits. Jacob, you're scaring us here. Vixen voiced out. I raised my head, letting out a shaky breath to meet their worried faces, all desperately wanting to know the content of the paper. We will return with a power able to put you down on your knees. Too bad the princess will have to end up in the same state as this girl once we have what we want. I said out loud the words imprinted in my head that I didn't have to read. The monsters that Jayavan once warned us about were here, inside the castle, ready to attack when they see an open opportunity. They were saying it loud and clear, making it evident that they're behind the kidnapping and the murder. This poor girl was brutally killed for them to make a point that they're back and as ruthless as ever. It's a way of them saying that they're ready for the bloodshed. With power comes death, and they'll stop at nothing to reach power, even if it means killing millions of innocent lives. They'll burn houses, entire cities, and anyone against their rule. My feelings shut down, and my whole body turned numb, not only because of the endless possibilities of the outcomes of whatever is yet to come, but also because of the thought of Ava being in the place of this girl, drenched in blood. Eric, we need to act quickly, Jayavan stated, running a hand through his blonde hair. This is my daughter we're talking about, Geo, and I'm sure as hell doing as much as I can. Eric yelled, throwing his hands up in frustration. I shook my head, glancing at Vixen, noticing the dark expression covering his face. His arms were crossed as he stood like a statue, unblinking. I know, Jayavan calmly replied. He understood that Eric was in a very tough situation, with his daughter in the hands of monsters and the world at stake. We cannot talk here, we still don't know who the traitor is. Let's go back to your office, I have a plan in mind. He said he had captured our interest. That's when hope sparked within me. Angels are known for their wisdom, and they're infamous for their intelligence as well. And Jayavan, being the king of angels, meant that every word coming out of his mouth is beneficial. Transport the body back to her town. A decent funeral is to be held there, and send her family my condolences. Eric stated, ordering the guards. The queen is not to know of any of this. Not to know of what? Eric closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Shoot. I cursed under my breath, watching her come closer. She can't see this. If she does, then God knows what'll happen to her. She already dried herself out of tears this morning, nearly collapsing along the way. Aunt Vivian, how about you and I go on a walk? I'm not a fool, Jacob. I know you're hiding something and I want to know what it is. She demanded, her eyes stern. I sighed. I guess I now know where Ava gets her stubbornness from. She walked past me, pushing through Remy and my father. Eric, what's going on? Why are you all circled around? Oh my gosh. She gasped, a hand flying onto her lips. She didn't move, staring at the body in complete terror. And she fell to the ground. Luckily, Remy was able to catch her with his speed before she hit the floor. Eric shouted a couple of profanities, taking his wife into his arms and carrying her away. I was on edge, needing to take a run. I needed the fresh air to think of a way to find Ava. My wolf wanted to be set free and unleash the anger we were feeling. So without uttering another word, I left. Every step seemed too heavy to take, my lungs not functioning correctly, knives squeezing their way into my heart. Ava. Time's running short. I have to find her before those monsters fulfill their promise. I let my inner beast take control, and I shifted, wasting no time in running into the forest's grounds. I held in agony, in anger, in despair, nearing the waterfall where I first told Ava that I love her. My paws dug deeper into the ground, and I ran like a bolt, the wind slapping my face. It's my fault. Her smile, her laugh, her softness, her blush. The images kept flashing in my head. How could I be so stupid? I held again. Hearing the water stream, I slowed down, knowing that I had reached my destination. But I was mentally and physically exhausted, changing back into my human form and falling onto my knees, letting a tear trickle down my cheek. They say men should not cry, men should keep their tough exterior in check. But I am a man with feelings, and knowing that my mate's throat could be split in half, just like the girl back there is killing me. It's eating me alive. A tear led to another, the tears becoming cries of pain, and the cries eventually turning into sobs. My shoulders shook as I let the pain out, but that's when I saw it. A necklace. And it was Ava's. Chapter 34. Ava POV. I watched silently as the reporters swarmed outside the castle, the gates being the only barrier keeping them from entering. The camera zoomed in, revealing a clearer view of the castle and the dense guard presence outside. I had a feeling a reporter or a photographer tried to sneak in but got caught along the way. Knowing my dad, he wouldn't have put that many guards if something like that hadn't actually happened. Or maybe it was because they were afraid someone else would be kidnapped, both possibilities equally logical. The male reporter appeared yet again on the TV screen, speaking in the usual reporter voice, exaggerated. Or was he? Well, I'm not the one to judge. I'm living pretty peacefully at the moment. Of course, minus the pressure of having my power taken away and used to destroy what my ancestors built, being locked up in here, and last, but not least, probably getting killed after Simon gets what he wants. No pressure at all. Did I forget to say that all the people I know would die as well? Yeah, add that to the list as well. So much for a peaceful mind. Staring at the walls for 2 consecutive days had me feeling depressed. Watching television is mostly what I have been doing, aside from attempting to chat with the girl who enters my room about 3 times a day. She's young, barely looking over 17 years old, and she's definitely not the brightest. I managed to make her crack a smile or two, which, let me tell you, was quite a challenge, but she still wears a grim face. Simon finally began thinking straight and understood that the handcuffs were a dumb idea on his part. With every single window locked in this house, as well as the men standing outside securing it, it was nearly impossible to escape. Though there's something Simon told me that I can't stop thinking about. He said he had a little surprise for me, wearing a wicked grin. He didn't give away anything else, but with that glint in his eyes, I directly knew that this surprise was as black as his soul. Focusing once more on the TV, I sighed heavily, hearing that the security circumstances of all kingdoms have turned rocky. The people were in a frenzy, questioning who would dare step foot into the castle and kidnap the princess without anyone noticing. But they got it all wrong. Simon and his men didn't take me from the castle's ground. I went to them of my own free will. I still wonder who put the letters inside my bedroom, but I'm pretty sure that there's a traitor inside the castle. I feel useless. I crossed my arms over my chest and leaned against the headboard. Due to the power shield precisely made for me, I couldn't do anything useful. Screw this. Groaning, I grabbed a pillow and covered my face with it. Can life be any more tragic? Hearing the door creak open, I put the pillow aside and shot up rather quickly. A man in black shades held the door open for someone, and the click of heels told me it was a woman. Those people should star in Men in Black, I mused. Why put shades on when there's no sun, and in a house? My eyes popped out of their sockets in total shock, and the alert signals in my head beeped red. No, it can't be. Dressed in a pair of black stilettos and a simple pencil skirt was Vera. She looked satisfied with the reaction she got from me as her smirk widened. Silent and shocked, I couldn't make sense of things. She was kidnapped a week ago, and right now she's here standing in all her glory. Surprised? She raised an eyebrow, venom dripping from her mouth. For a person kidnapped, you sure know how to dress up. I said dryly, narrowing my eyes. She let out a laugh, totally fake if you ask me, and stared at me with disdain. Such a naive girl. She fake sympathized, taking a step forward. I still don't understand how you got Jacob to fall in love with you. You're too dumb for his liking. She sked, shaking her head mockingly. You filthy. I advise you to keep that pretty little trap of yours sealed. After all, I can have you thrown into one of the cells with a snap of my fingers. She grinned, taking a few short steps so that she stood in the middle of the room. I eyed her cautiously, and as much as I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, I kept my mouth shut because the last thing I wanted right now was to rot in there. But then she started laughing, actually laughing like the crazy witch she is. It was her way of payback. I hurt her, so she wants to hurt me. I took away her Prince Charming, so she wants to take away my life. That's when Simon made his grand entrance, looking between Vera and me like he just won a prize. He tugged his lips upward in a disgusting smile and made his way to stand next to her. What do you think about my surprise? He smirked. Shitty. I was hoping for a brighter word. You ain't getting one, you bastard. I wanted to yell, but bit my lip instead. What's going on? I demanded and stood on my feet, seeing Simon and Vera glance at each other. I'm disappointed, princess. By now you should have at least gotten an idea. He folded his arms. It was all part of the plan. When I first knew that Vera was going to be Jacob's chosen, I didn't hesitate to get in touch with her. I offered her a deal which was very hard to resist, and she accepted. I could feel my heart beating 1,000,000 miles per second, and my face had paled. Part of the deal was providing me with all necessary information about the royal families, and when you came along things got at their best. I knew you were the gravity controller all along, but I wanted the perfect opportunity to make my move. You should thank your precious prince for that. He saved me a lot of work. I wanted to smack the hell out of Simon, remove that nasty smirk off his face, and strangle him until he turns 50 shades of purple. Vera, I already did enough damage by burning her hand. Speaking of which, I stared at her hands and was absolutely stunned that no burn traces were there. The perks of being a werewolf, you heal super fast. She raised her brow, giving me one of her infamous sickening smiles. What do you mean by I should thank Jacob for this? I averted my attention to Simon, ignoring Vera's existence. The evil glint in his eyes returned, having brought up a topic of his interest. Vera's disappearance was for a reason, princess. Not knowing the hidden passageways in your enemy's kingdom is a disadvantage, so stepping foot into the castle wouldn't go unnoticed. I wanted you to be somewhere I know every corner of, so your dear father's castle was the perfect choice since I have a couple of spies there. He stated. And you made Vera get out of there so that Jacob sends me back home. You wanted a place you can sneak your threatening letters into. I voiced out my thoughts, getting angrier by the moment. So, you're not as dumb as you look. I ground my teeth at Vera's snippy remark. But I wasn't going to let her see me affected by the nonsense she just said, not at all. I'm not a fragile girl. I'm the princess of the demons and witches' kingdom. No one insults me and gets away with it. At least I'm not the one that was so desperate to get into Jacob's pants just for power, so if anyone's dumb in this room, it would be you. I retorted. The look on her face was priceless. Mouth agape and eyes wide, blaring with anger, she growled loudly, clenching her fists. She wanted to pounce, I know she did, but Simon's hand locked around her wrist, keeping her tame. Werewolves are also known for their strength, Vera, not just their fast healing. And letting Simon keep you by his side like a lost puppy is just so sad. Not only are you weak, you're also pathetic. I smiled smugly, hiding the rage pulsing through my body. I pushed my limits to the extreme. The deadliness in Simon's orbs made me swallow uneasily. I was shoved against the wall, Simon's fingers roughly grazing into my flesh. His grip was too tight. I put my hand on his and tried pushing him away. I felt like I was breathing in my last breath of air until his hold on my neck loosened, and I was dropped on the floor. Putting a hand on my neck, I coughed, feeling the tears brimming in my eyes. I've been too lenient with that foolish mouth of yours. He hissed. I couldn't see his face since I was looking at the floor. Vera, I think it's time for Ava to know what being a prisoner means. I sucked in a sharp breath, hearing the threat in his tone. Elias. The sound of footsteps echoed. Yes, my king. Elias approached Simon, not sparing me a second glance. Put the princess in a cell. She needs to learn her place. I glared at him with complete hatred. The next thing I knew, I was being roughly lifted and dragged down the corridors. I needed to understand why this man was working with Simon and what he was getting out of it. Why are you doing this? I asked hopelessly, noticing the way his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Maybe this will work. Simon is an evil man that aims for nothing but destruction and killing millions of lives. Why are you helping him? I whispered, lowering my voice so that no one could hear. He took out a key from the inside of his pocket and inserted it into the lock, slamming the door open with his foot. He didn't reply, but continued, dragging me into the darkness. Has he lured you with money? Or was it power? The way his grip on my arm tightened made me grin. I hit a nerve. We've been hiding for long enough, and it's time to claim our rightful position in this world. If it's on the behalf of innocent lives, then so be it. His emotionless tone left me biting my lip as my heart sank. I thought he was working with Simon for some sort of deal like Vera has done. But he's one of them too. He opened the cell's door and pushed me inside before locking it up and leaving, the click of his steps fading away. If it weren't for that torch of light, I would have been in complete darkness. Hugging my knees to my chest, I rested my cheek against them, letting a tear trail down my face. Will Jacob come for me? Of course, he will. But the question is, will he be here on time? I hope so, I really do.
Author's insight. Chapter 35 pushes the tension to the breaking point. The good news is that Vixen found them. The bad news is that he might be too late. While Jacob is preparing for a rescue, Simon has already drugged Ava and started the transfer ritual. The description of the ritual, trails of white liquid, burning sensations, soul being torn, is visceral and horrifying. The rescue team arrives at the last possible second, interrupting the process, but the damage might already be done. Ava is alive, but she is weak, unchained, and still in the enemy's hands.
Chapter 35. Jacob POV. I drummed my fingers on the desk, waiting for Vixen to return. We waited anxiously, the tick of the clock feeling like years rather than minutes. Eric had a hand placed under his chin, sweat dripping from his forehead as he looked very deep in thought, his eyes focused on the floor. I gazed back at the screen of my phone and smiled sadly, looking at the selfie Ava and I took on our first date. We looked so carefree, so happy. I was hugging her closely, my hand draped over her shoulder, with both of us smiling at the camera. Out of all our pictures, this was my favorite. That same day meant the opening of a new page, void of any people coming in between us. I knew that going through our pictures would only make me feel more and more miserable. With that said, it was literally like my heart being snatched and crushed, for it clenches every time at the thought of her being kidnapped. I let out a sigh, pressing 2 fingers between my eyes and closing them, my mind wandering off to Vixen. Why is he late? It has been an hour since I sent him to check the area around the waterfall. When I caught the necklace on the ground, I sprinted at full speed to the castle again. As soon as I got there and showed Eric Ava's necklace, he began barking orders at the generals to send out patrol groups, but I opposed that idea, and even Jayavan agreed to that. The Fire aren't that stupid to not spread men around the place they're at, so those groups won't go unnoticed. We needed one person only, a professional tracker, and Vixen was the first in mind, the best of the best. He knew the area like the back of his hand, not to mention his pro skills in tracking and tracing. He was more than happy to go on this mission, wanting nothing more than to find the place where his best friend is held captive. We agreed that the sole reason for this task is to find their location. Any faults on Vixen's part, such as knocking down the door or killing one of them, will lead us back to ground zero. It's been over an hour. I slumped against the seat, running a hand through my hair. It's nerve-wracking waiting while holding on to the line of hope, a hope that might remain or die. If Vixen took that much time, this means that they are hiding farther than we expected. Eric broke from his trail of thoughts, raising his head so that he was now staring at me. I still don't understand how he could appear as solid as a rock amid our current situation. Not only is he carrying the burden of his kingdom during this tough time, but he's also experiencing the internal struggle of having his daughter kidnapped and knowing that there's a possibility of her getting harmed. Yet he made his strength his weapon, and that made me respect him even more. Just thinking about the pressure Eric is under made me feel a pang of distress. It's not easy, not at all, and I wish that if someday I were to be in his place, I would have enough strength and courage to endure this much pressure. We fell into silence, the two of us engrossed in our own thoughts, and it wasn't until we heard a knock on the door that I jumped to my feet, hurriedly walking to open the door. Vixen stood in front of me, tall and proud with a sloppy grin on his face. My heart felt at ease, my shoulders relaxed, and my whole demeanor changed as I let out a sigh of relief. He didn't need to say anything, for I already knew what he was holding back. I found them, he said, his grin growing even wider. It was all he needed to say to make the darkness creeping into my soul turn into light. Let's get ready to kick some ass and return Ava back. He slapped me on the shoulder before stepping in. It was way too soon to let my emotions surface, but I couldn't help myself. We found out where their hiding place is, and I'm not wasting any time getting my sweetheart back. Ava POV. The slam of metal jolted me up from sleep, and I groaned at the immediate headache pulsing in my head. Can someone sleep without getting disturbed? Not that the sleep was comfortable, not in the slightest, but I needed the rest. Hearing footsteps nearing, I sat up straight, waiting for my guest to arrive. I could tell there was more than one person, and the click of heels told me straight away that Vera was one of them. Why are they here? To drain the hell out of you, my subconscious replied. They drew closer until they were right in front of the cell, and just as I thought that it was only Simon and Vera, I was surprised to see Elias and another man standing behind him. My suspicions grew by the second, seeing the joy on Simon's face. Not to mention Vera's too evident smirk. They were up to something, and that guard being there only confirmed my suspicions. Elias stepped forward, unlocking the metal door and leaving it wide for Simon and Vera to enter. Rise and shine, princess. Today is a very wonderful day. He stood tall and confident, his shoulders wide as he came closer with Vera just behind him. Something's not right, I can tell. But honestly, when was something ever right? My life is built on bad luck. I would say that it's karma's way of being a witch, but I haven't hurt anyone for it to backfire at me. I bet Vera gave you a good time this morning as it became wonderful. I smiled humorlessly, unable to contain my anger any longer. I hated the way he showed up here, being all bubbly and fun, enjoying the fact that he's going to suck me dry of my power. You won't be having that many guts when I chain you up and take that power of yours. My smile dropped instantly, and my body was seized by nervousness. Vera looked like she was having the time of her life watching me squirm in my place. You can regain your rightful place in a peaceful way, Simon. I reasoned, keeping my voice steady even though I'm scared out of my wits from the inside. Now, where's the fun in that? His eyes lit in amusement. Beside him, Elias snorted and rolled his eyes as if saying to himself how stupid my suggestion was. But I had to plant some doubt in his head to stop him from reaching his aim. And where's the fun in killing thousands of lives? The kings won't give you their land on a silver platter, and the people will not stand with their arms crossed waiting for you to attack. They'll fight till the last drop of blood. Look around you, Simon. You don't even have an army and you're hiding in a cottage in the middle of the forest. The power you want from me won't help you that much either. I fought with logic. Honestly, I wasn't sure if what I was saying was correct, since I don't know exactly what this element of mine can do. I wondered if it was even there in the first place. How can a person possess an aspect he cannot use? But I was sure the kings would not accept Simon with open arms. They're not dumb enough not to know that he's planning to conquer the supernatural world and get rid of the royals. Oh, but that's where you're wrong, princess. I may not have an army, but once I take your power, I'll be able to wipe out entire armies. Don't underestimate gravity, dear Ava. There's a reason why only one person can control it, he said, grinning like a Cheshire cat. But why let innocent people pay the price of our ancestors' mistakes? I breathed out, that spark of hope I felt dwindling and dwindling. Because if time repeats itself, they would have done the same thing, killing our kind with cold blood. I gulped, staring into his eyes that had now turned red. This man is insane. Elias, he ushered. My breath hitched as I looked at the white-headed male stalking towards me, having a predatory expression plastered on his face. Stay away, I warned. I expected Elias to manhandle me like he usually does, but he stayed in his place, unmoving. I felt something sting itself like a bee on my arm, and looking down, I gasped in horror seeing a needle dug into the skin of my arm. What the hell? I staggered backwards, suddenly feeling lightheaded. It's time, princess. Gravity will be mine. I fell onto the ground, everything becoming a blur, and closed my eyes, surrendering to the poison spreading into my body. My hands were tied. I couldn't move. I was held above the ground, held in place. I opened my eyes, only to find myself chained against a wall. Sitting a few meters away from me was Simon, gazing at me with an unreadable expression, his arms folded over his chest. The chains rattled when I moved, thinking I could free myself from the metal grooved into the wall. What is this? I asked, staring at the white circle drawn on the wall I'm held against. It was drawn all around my figure with several symbols I had never come across. It's an ancient technique to transfer elements from one being to another, mainly used by our kind as a way of punishment. He spoke tonelessly, his eyes cold as ice. "Let me go, Simon. Please don't do this." I pleaded, my eyes begging him to back down from his choice. He chuckled darkly and shook his head before standing up, and in a flash, he was in front of me. I yelped, my eyes going wide in fear, seeing the menacing smile spread on his face. I hastily looked around as he began chanting in a language I didn't know, the circle around me glowing a bright white. I fought against the chains and the circle as if melting, the trails of white liquid from all around coming towards me. I screamed in pain, my head hitting the wall, feeling burning sensations in my body. I was suffocating, my body on fire. I thrashed and thrashed, the pain being so unbearable. I knew this was it. I was drained, and my soul felt as if it were being torn from my body. But then it stopped. The burning stopped, the pain faded. "What do you mean they found us?" His voice boomed. I couldn't raise my head to look at who he was talking to, but I'm pretty sure it was Elias. "They found us, and they're coming. We should get ready." That was definitely Elias. "Heck, this is not happening." Simon screamed, and I heard the slam of metal. "Take off the chains, Elias, but keep her in the cell. I'm not done with her yet." I groaned when his arms wrapped around my waist, unchaining me and laying me on the ground. I couldn't even open my eyes, too tired to even blink. "Let's go." Though in my state, I smiled. Jacob's face appeared in my head. They found me. They didn't give up.
Author's insight. The description of the white liquid during the ritual is unusual. Most magical rituals in fiction involve blood or darkness. This suggests that Simon is using a form of alchemical magic, or perhaps ancient fire technology. The fact that the ritual was interrupted rather than completed is a huge problem. Is Ava's power still hers, or is it fractured now? End of chapter analysis. The timing of the rescue is suspicious. Vixen found them just as the ritual started. Was this luck, or did Simon want to be found? Think about it, Simon claims he wants to wipe out the royals. What better way to do that than to lure all three kings, demon, angel, wolf, to one location and blow it up? The rescue might be the real trap. Audience engagement questions. Ava was drugged and partially drained. Do you think she will have the strength to fight when the rescue team breaks in? Vixen found the hideout alone. Is he really that good, or did someone, maybe Elias, tip him off? Simon stopped the ritual to get ready. Does he have a secret weapon waiting for the kings? Transition teaser. The ritual is paused, the heroes have arrived, and the final battle is about to begin, but Simon has one last card to play, and it might cost Jacob everything.
Chapter 36. Ava POV. The chains rustled as I yet again attempted to break free or tried convincing myself that I might. It was foolish of me to think that I could outstrength metal, but it was worth a shot. Again and again, but the cackling of chains taunted me, as if saying that I'm never getting out of here. "Someone help." I cried out, but deep down I knew it was useless. Everyone in this house is probably with Simon, wherever the hell he is, or just ignoring my very existence. "Please help me." My throat hurt from all the screaming, so I began coughing, wanting the pain to subside. I didn't say anything else, surrendering to the fact that no one's going to help me. It felt like one of those moments where the princess will never get her happily ever after, but instead die in a rotten hole waiting for her captor to drain the life out of her. My mind went back to the night I willingly handed myself to Simon after reading his threat. Maybe I could have avoided all of this by giving my father the letter and letting him take the lead on things. Would Simon have dared actually to kill one of the royals? He definitely would have. Blankly staring at the floor, I let my thoughts carry me into this endless rotating cycle of what-ifs. I didn't regret my decision. After all, I made it to keep my family safe. But then again, They're out here somewhere searching for me and will face Simon. So my plan for protecting them has gone to waste. But what did I expect? For them to leave me in the hands of a beast, knowing that he'll eventually kill me? I should have considered my options twice, but I was too caught up in the moment. Though my heart acted on its own accord, putting the people I love first, but what's done is done. There's no time machine to let me go back and change the events, so wallowing in self-pity will get me nowhere. But of course, the pessimistic side of me ruined my determination to remain strong-willed and to have faith in Jacob, sneaking in the possibility of him getting hurt while confronting Simon. A lump in my throat formed, and I cursed Simon with every ounce of sanity I had left. If anything happens to Jacob, I would happily welcome death, probably jumping off a cliff to end my life. I can't stand that possibility, and though it's minimal, it's still there. I drew in a wavering breath to steady my nerves and swallowed, blinking away the tears with difficulty. Jacob is the secret to my smile, the key to my happiness and my light in this very dark world. Fate didn't pair us together for nothing. We're the gate to something bigger, something unknown. At least, that's what my heart's telling me. I let out a frustrated sigh and pulled my knees inward, resting my chin on top of them and wishing I could burn the metal clasped around my wrists and flee for my life. I sat up straight, hearing the creak of a door open. Fear struck my heart again, thinking it was Simon coming to finish what he'd started, but I raised my brows in confusion as I heard the light, fast footsteps approaching. It wasn't Simon nor Elias, and neither was it Vera, since I would have known her from the sound of her heels. "Who's there?" I frowned, waiting for the person to emerge from the darkness. I gasped in shock, seeing the last person I expected. The young girl who used to enter my room several times a day, bring in my meals, and check whether I needed anything was staring at me through the bars, nervously glancing around and taking out a chain of keys once she was sure the coast was clear. My jaw nearly hit the floor, my eyes lingering on the set of keys she was hastily going through before inserting a key inside the lock. My heart raced as I anxiously waited for the door to open, and it did. Oh my gosh. I was on my feet immediately. The girl, whose name I still don't know, rushed inside and kneeled in front of me. With shaky hands, she unclasped the metal surrounding my ankles and took them off. "Thank you." I breathed out sincerely, gripping her arms as a smile spread onto my face. "The exit is the first door on your right, but be careful. 2 men are still in here. When you get out, head west." I overheard Simon saying that they're heading towards a meadow not too far away from here. "Hurry before it's too late. He plans on killing them all." She glanced behind her shoulder and back to me, smiling gently. "Save your prince," she whispered. "How do you know?" I furrowed my brows, confusion coating my features. "Everyone knows. But that's not important right now. You need to get out of here. Follow me," she said quickly, ushering me to stay behind her as she led the way. I couldn't comprehend what just happened, more precisely, why this girl is helping me. Just as I thought that I was going to be locked down here forever, she appeared out of nowhere, like an angel sent from heaven. Reaching the door, I repeated what she told me. "I should go right then. Once I'm out, I'll have to head west." I mentally smacked myself, remembering that I still don't know her name. "What's your name?" I asked lowly, afraid anyone from the other side would hear. She turned to look at me, her cheeks turning a tint of red. "Madison, Your Highness." I like this girl even more. "Ava, just Ava." A small smile tugged at my lips, seeing her gaze lower to the ground. "Thank you, I owe you my life, Madison." She let out a gasp as I wrapped my arms around her petite frame and gave her a tight hug before pulling away. "Be careful," she stated, worry lacing her tone. I nodded stiffly, breathing in and out as I gripped the large handle and pushed the door open. Seeing no one there, I wasted no time and darted toward the door, praying that I wouldn't get caught. This is my chance. I have to run away and reach Jacob. I followed Madison's instructions, my feet landing on the forest's ground, and headed east, sprinting past the trunks of trees. I have to be there on time, I have to. So I let my legs carry me at the maximum speed they could manage, and even though I've got so little energy surging through my body, I ran fast, letting the adrenaline pulse through my veins. He'll hurt them. Simon is going to kill them. Though my legs begged me not to, I pushed myself faster, letting the wind slap my face. I almost tripped hearing the sound of ferocious growls right behind me, the pounding of footsteps digging into the ground. No, this can't be happening. Glancing behind me, I let out a small scream. Two creatures, monsters, were following behind me, growling and snapping their jaws like they wanted to sink their sharp teeth into my flesh, their red eyes promising sorrow and regret. God help me. I choked out, my breath uneven as I dodged a branch and kept moving ahead, not letting the two beasts get to me. Keep on running, Ava, I told myself for Jacob. But right then, and for some strange reason, realization dawned on me. It was just as the nightmare I had. Red eyes, scary snapping, thuds against the dirt, but most importantly, tripping over a branch. Then it clicked. The nightmare was a warning, telling me to be careful. Frantically, I looked ahead of me, trying to spot any branches that could get stuck in my leg. Got you. I jumped on top of it and continued, the determination inside of me skyrocketing. Their growls showed how pissed off they were, two beasts unable to catch a girl. I knew I needed to do something to lay them back because, by the sound of it, they were getting closer. Wait. Simon had made a power barrier around the house we were in, now that I'm far away from it. I raised my hand and concentrated. Fire. There it was, the flame. I narrowed my eyes and breathed out, hoping my plan would work. Slowing down, I applied what Vixen had taught me, a firewall. It took me a lot of energy, but it worked. The firewall bolted from right underneath the ground up into the forest sky. The beasts were taken by surprise. One of them halted his steps and stopped right in front of the shield I've made, but the other one crashed right into it, and its howl of agony rang through the area. I turned around, seeing an area void of the countless trees the forest contained, so I quickened my steps, hoping that this was the meadow Madison was talking about. I gasped in horror at the sight I was looking at. Some warriors were lying in their own pool of blood, whereas others were being dragged away from the meadow. My father was fighting two beasts with all his might. I cried out seeing the beast biting his shoulder, but Dad was quick to regain his balance and attacked the beast. Seeing Axton back my dad up made butterflies well up in my stomach. My little brother has grown up to be a man, definitely fit to be the next in line for the throne. He has a lion's heart, preventing the beast from coming near my father, and he fights it instead. I put a hand on my mouth, disbelievingly seeing Vixen injured, blood trailing down his leg, but even with his injury, he had the upper hand. It was as if I was seeing a totally different person. The warrior Vixen radiated power and strength. My eyes searched the area for Jacob, and I bit my lip, thinking of the worst, as I was unable to spot him. It wasn't until a giant werewolf snapped the head of a beast that I breathed out in relief. The body of the beast dropped to the floor, and Jacob turned around, heading toward Vixen, wanting to finish off another one. But it was then that I saw a figure heading forward, Jacob being its target. It moved so fast I couldn't see who it was, skillfully avoiding the fights, jumping over everybody. My eyes went to Jacob again, and my breath hitched, seeing he was busy fighting side by side with Vixen to notice what was coming for him. No, I whispered. A silver dagger was in his hand. He became close, too close. I moved, wanting to knock that person down before he got to Jacob. Everything happened in slow motion. The dagger pierced Jacob's flesh. Jacob. I screamed above my lungs, my heart shattering into a million pieces. Part of me died, and I dropped to the ground the exact moment Jacob dropped. I choked out a sob, unaware of the tears falling onto my cheek, putting a hand over my heart, as if it felt like it was just ripped out of my chest. And seeing the person who plunged the dagger made the demon inside of me unleash itself. I saw red. I wanted Simon's blood on my hands. The ground began to shake, the trees around me cracked, and some even fell. A force was controlling me, so powerful I was consumed by it. It felt like I was awakened, an energy so new yet so dangerous, consuming my insides. I was floating in the thin air, so much power wanting itself to be released, my eyes focusing on the one person who dared to hurt my mate. Simon. Chapter 37. The energy surging through my system made me feel like a totally different person, an old version replaced by a new one. I was alive, powerful, and radiated strength. He talked about the power he wanted to own, but never described how good it would feel to maintain such strength. The element Simon wanted was right in front of his eyes. With my arms open like an angel's wings and hovering 10 feet off the ground, the terror on his face fed my resolve. I wanted him to pay. For every sleepless night, for the tears I shed, for hurting my father, and for the injury to Jacob's chest. My eyes returned to Jacob, fueling my anger as I saw him lying on the ground with Vixen kneeling by his side. Everyone's eyes were trained on me, some in horror and some in curiosity, but Simon's nervous swallow was all I needed to unleash the power bubbling inside me. The force controlled my body and my mind, raising my hands so that Simon, Vera, and his men lifted off the ground. The color drained from their faces, the fear in their eyes making it seem like their worst nightmare had come to life. I took a few steps forward, walking on air as if it were solid ground. You threatened me with my family. My voice thundered like a lightning bolt. You threatened me with my life. Simon's eyes widened. But my mate? Wrong move. I hissed. I sent them flying in various directions with such strength that the trees cracked upon impact. I forced them to remain still, ignoring their failed attempts to drop back down by kicking and thrashing. With a snap of my fingers, they fell to the ground, the sound of impact echoing through the clearing. Join me, Simon croaked, trying to push himself up, but gravity seemed to take its toll on him, pulling him back down. You'll become the queen of all supernaturals. We'll be invincible. The nerve of this man disgusted me. He thought he was smart enough to manipulate me with his lies, luring me by promising a grand title as if I didn't have one already. Shut up, I growled, letting him rise to his feet while the others still lay face down on the ground. He staggered backward, gravity tugging at him, making it hard to regain his balance. Watch your men fall, Simon, because fate knows your end is going to be far worse than theirs, I said, his men no longer on the ground but rather on their feet, frozen in place. His lips turned into a grim line, and before he could say anything else, I sent him flying to ram into a nearby tree and hang there, his position giving him a full view of the field. Vera, on the other hand, looked sick with fear, her face changing into various shades of pale. I was keeping her until the end. I had something else in store for her. All of you were loyal to this monster knowing that he wanted to take innocent lives and destroy our world, I boomed, my voice heavy with authority. You could have at least helped me escape his lair, but you didn't. For that, you wasted your chance to stay alive, and you will face the consequences. Elias's eyes remained on Simon, his forehead dripping with sweat. The rest of the men were shaking, their eyes fixed on their leader, pinned against a tree. Their shouts for mercy echoed through the meadow, and Vera's anguished cries overpowered their voices. I blocked out their concerned calls and closed my eyes, concentrating on nothing but the power at hand. The ground shook underneath me, and soon the sound of cracking filled the air. I opened my eyes, my vision clear, and focused on the men shouting in panic as they watched the ground under them split in half. I spread both arms in front of me and narrowed my eyes as I recalled Simon's hateful words. His voice rang in my head as if he were whispering them right now. I will get rid of your precious little Jacob. Like a volcano, I erupted. The ground didn't stop shaking, and the shadowing trees broke apart, landing with a loud thud. Simon's men cried out as the soil separated. One by one, the earth swallowed them whole, their screams fading as they fell deep into the abyss until none of them remained. All this time, I watched Simon's stunned expression, his eyes lowering to the ground. He knew this was the end. He had been beaten at his own game. I closed my eyes and commanded the ground to close again, and it obliged, sealing itself up. My eyes fluttered open, knowing that I had unfinished business to attend to, Simon and the woman. I took slow, deliberate steps toward both of them. Vera shuddered and Simon gulped. I debated what I should do from this point forward, many options running through my head. I wanted him to answer for everything he had done. "What do you think I should do with you?" I asked quietly. I removed my gravity hold on Simon, knowing he could do nothing more now, and he dropped to his knees. "Please." It was his fault. I had nothing to do with any of this, Vera yelled, her voice hoarse from crying. "You have everything to do with this," I replied, disgusted by her pitiful act. Her pleas and tears didn't fool me, though I understood why she was throwing all the blame on Simon. Her life was at stake. "Ava, we'll put them in the dungeons for now. Go to your mate. He needs you." I turned around abruptly and met my father's stern gaze. He was fighting his inner demon for control, shutting himself out of his mind to think clearly. My breath hitched at the mention of Jacob, and I looked over my father's shoulder only to see a doctor crouching down next to him, shouting orders at the warriors surrounding them. Jacob was unconscious. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran toward my mate, Simon, and Vera, long forgotten. I let go of the force I was applying to them and focused on the far more critical matter at hand. Crouching down, I took Jacob's hand in mine and squeezed, looking at his unmoving frame with so much pain. My eyes watered at the sight of him. "Jacob," I whispered, my eyes trailing over the wound on his chest. The doctor was kneeling on his other side, trying to stop the bleeding. Something was terribly wrong. His body should have healed directly after an injury. Why isn't he healing? I demanded, noticing the doctor tense. The dagger was coated in wolfsbane, and it is toxic to werewolves. "We should get him back to the castle immediately," he explained, sadness flooding his eyes. "Will he be okay?" I choked back a sob, unable to stop the tears from falling. The doctor sighed, and I waited for his answer, my heart squeezing at the thought of Jacob. I couldn't even say the word. "Please tell me he will be all right." "I will try my best, but I promise nothing." Any flicker of hope in me faded at that moment. 2 warriors came in to carry Jacob, but I couldn't find it in me to let go of his hand. It wasn't until a pair of arms wrapped around my waist and pried me away that the warriors seized the opportunity to lift him up. "Let me go," I screamed, turning around to push against the person holding me. "Vixen," I breathed out, instantly relaxing. It took me a few moments to calm down, and when I did, I threw my arms around his shoulders and hugged him tight. "He's going to be fine, baby girl. Jacob is far stronger than you think he is." He hugged me closer and stroked my hair gently, trying to ease my pain. The doctor said the dagger was coated with wolfsbane. I sniffled and pulled away to notice Vixen's worried expression. "He will make it through. Have faith in him." I nodded stiffly, and he sighed, rubbing his temples. It was then that I remembered his wound. I looked down and gasped, seeing the bottom of his pants soaked in blood. "Vixen, your leg," I said, staring at the large gash. "It's nothing. I've had worse than this." He smiled a little, though it didn't reach his eyes. "Ava." Vixen's eyes shot up, and I turned around to face my father's tender yet serious gaze. "We have to get going, princess." I nodded, linking my arm with Vixen's to help him walk. He covered his pain well, but by the way he told me to take a walking break every few minutes, I knew he was hurting. I paced the corridor, waiting for the doctor to come out. When we reached the castle, I was welcomed with my mom's warm embrace. She had lost some weight, the redness of her cheeks was now pale, and the bags under her eyes gave away her lack of sleep. I blew out a deep breath as my mind wandered back to Jacob, feeling a lump form in my throat. I wished I had taken that dagger instead of him. I wished I had been there on time. I know that look. I looked at Vixen and pursed my lips into a thin line. "It's not your fault, Ava. None of this is." He spoke firmly, furrowing his brows. "Vixen's right, you shouldn't blame yourself. This was bound to happen." Lena smiled sadly, her tone laced with sympathy. I kept quiet, knowing that whatever they said, I would never be all right unless I saw Jacob awake and in good condition. Lena's welcome was similar to my mother's, but she held back her tears, knowing it would make me cry as well. We waited for what felt like forever. It wasn't for another hour that I heard the click of the door opening. I stopped dead in my tracks, my eyes fixed on the man who had just come out of the chamber. Please say he's alright. He'll make it through. I let go of the breath I was holding and smiled, tears running down my cheeks, tears of joy. Chapter 38. How are you feeling? Lena asked quietly, breaking the silence that had taken over the room. She had her shoulders slumped in defeat, her eyes illuminating the sadness she felt. I took in a deep breath, scrunching my eyebrows when I couldn't particularly find an answer to her question. What did I feel? I felt nothing, absolutely nothing. It was weird considering that just yesterday, my life was about to be taken away from me, not excluding the fact that Jacob's condition was pretty dangerous. But there it was, the emptiness. I still couldn't comprehend the reason behind my coolness, my state of numbness. It was as if my emotions were put on pause, waiting for something to press play. Everyone was nervously waiting for me to break down, expecting me to lose my calm any minute now, as if it was the most normal thing in the world, ready to give me a shoulder to cry on. And to be honest, I suppose the same. Being locked up in a cell for days, pressured by the thought of my fate either being a powerless demon or a lifeless body, was enough to make anyone's mental state unstable. Good, I guess. I shrugged my shoulders, looking back at her before redirecting my gaze to the outside. I could see a couple of reporters still unwavering outside the gates, hoping to be the first to unwrap the big mystery of the princess's return. Any other girl in my shoes would have loved the attention she was getting, being the talk of the town, the headline of every magazine, a downright celebrity. But no, not me. Not a girl who experienced the true meaning of having the life sucked out of her, the crushing reality of almost losing a mate. I remember reading a book about werewolves a couple of years back, enthralled by the section on mates. The love of having one, but the pain of losing one. It's like your soul being split in two when a mate dies, an unbearable agony surging through your entire self. Mind, body, and soul. Though I am not a werewolf, I have gone through that. Watching Jacob drop to the ground the way he did, his eyes closing as he took in what could have possibly been his last breaths, cracked my ability to endure. The image of the gash over his blood-covered chest was forever carved in my head, and it was that same moment that I thought it was over. Not only his life, but mine too. Ava, are you even listening to me? I glanced sideways to see an annoyed-looking Lena wearing a scowl on her face. What were you saying? I tilted my head, pushing myself away from the window to come closer to her. I was saying that Vixen talked to the doctor this morning and he said that Jacob should be up in the next 24 hours, give or take, she said carefully, her eyes roaming my face, waiting for my reaction. Yeah, he told me. I nodded solemnly. She bit her lip, wondering whether she should say anything else regarding Jacob's condition. Honestly, I didn't want to talk about it, and I was more than glad when Lena didn't press the matter any further. It's not that I didn't trust the doctor's words, but those 24 hours might extend to become 48, and the 48 might actually become a week. I didn't want to live each day on the hope that could turn into a disappointment. He was going to wake up eventually, but I'd rather stay the way I was than feel my heart sink deeper and deeper each passing day, with the only movement of his being the rise and fall of his chest. The doctor explained that Jacob survived the attack because pure royal alpha blood ran through his veins. His wolf was much stronger than any other alpha, which is why the wolf's bane didn't spread into his system as fast as it usually did. Even the doctor was astounded, never having witnessed such strength, especially since the dagger hit the place just below his heart. It was a miracle that he survived. And I couldn't be more thankful. When Jacob's parents knew that their son was between life and death, they raced to the castle in a frenzy. My father led them to Jacob's chamber to let them see that he was indeed all right, just needing a bit of rest. Uncle Brian calmed down after that, seeing his son breathing steadily, but Lila was the one to burst into tears. We tried to comfort her, telling her Jacob would wake up soon and that she should be happy he made it. I guess that did it and put her nerves at ease. I straightened myself, seeing Vixen enter the room, eager to hear what the council decided to do with Simon and Vera. Oh, right, I forgot to mention. The duo was thrown directly into the dungeons and left to regret every choice they had made. From threatening the royal family and kidnapping me to harming the next in line to the werewolf throne, my father strictly ordered the guards to make them pay for what they had done, even before their trials. Tell me. Lena's eyes mirrored mine, curious to know Simon and Vera's fate. Needless to say, Lena was more than ecstatic to know that the woman was finally put in the place she belonged. The cells. When I first told her that Vera had been part of my kidnapping, it took me all my might to restrain a fuming Lena from blowing up the underground level dungeons. Vixen came in shortly after Lena began screaming profanities and banging the doors to get out while promising to break every bone left in Vera's body. Just imagine the look on his face the moment he witnessed his girlfriend turn into a monster. The mixture of disbelief and uncertainty, plain as day on his face, made me lose a hell of a lot of willpower and fall into fits of laughter. It was that hilarious. They want to wait until Jacob wakes up to perform the trial, he explained, digging his hands inside the pockets of his jeans and shaking his head in dismay. That's complete bullshit. Lena threw her hands up in the air, her eyes holding frustration as well as disappointment. What the hell? Why would they do that? All of you are witnesses that Simon was the attacker, so why do they want to wait for Jacob's testimony? I buried my face in the palms of my hands and groaned. I didn't understand the need to wait for Jacob when they could easily convict Simon of attempted murder. My father, the king, had already given his statement, and so had Vixen. Don't ask me, Ava. Those bunch of assholes. If your father wasn't there to stop me, then I would have knocked out a few of them. Vixen's eyes darkened, possibly remembering the council meeting. I can't believe those toe lickers. Lena had her hands on her hips, a stern look of disapproval on her face. Did she just say what I think she just said? Toe lickers? I snorted, rolling my eyes, but it was Vixen's confused and utterly lost stare that had me laughing my ass off. He was staring at Lena as if she had grown another head. Seriously, Lay? I chuckled, unable to hide my smile. That was by far one of her most imaginative insults. I was pretty sure no one had ever reached the toe licker level. Don't laugh at me. I'm trying to keep my mouth filtered, and you guys are not helping, grumbled Lena, her cheeks tinted red. She was blushing. Out of everything, you picked toe lickers? Is that even considered an insult? I asked, biting my lip to prevent myself from laughing all over again. Well, duh, she scoffed. I just shook my head and looked back at Vixen, who seemed to be gradually getting over his shock. Anyway, Vixen cleared his throat. Did you check up on Jacob? He sat on the bed next to Lena, placing his hand on top of hers. I won't say I didn't feel a tad bit jealous, because I'd be lying. It wasn't that I was envious of my best friends, but it was more of a feeling of envy seeing them affectionate while I, on the other hand, was waiting for a single movement from Jacob. I was in his room this morning, I said, keeping my voice even. Good thing they didn't notice my shoulders stiffen. I really hope he wakes up soon. Lena sighed. Me too, Lay, me too. My stare dropped to the ground, and I closed my eyes to clear my head of bad thoughts. Lena and Vixen dove into several topics that held no interest for me. I sat on the nearby armchair and dwelt in my own thoughts, completely blocking out their voices. What I really wanted right now was to have some alone time. I appreciated my best friends being here for me and trying their best to cheer me up, but it just wasn't happening. Turning my head to the right, I stared back at the girl with Vivian eyes, the dark circles around them betraying the apparent lack of sleep. Not only were my eyes tired, but my entire face was pale and void of its usual liveliness. Even my hair had lost its shine. The past week had taken its toll on me, and it hadn't made an appearance until I rested. I couldn't stare at the mirror image of me any longer, hating the way I looked, so I did the next best thing and left them alone, leaving to go to Jacob's room. I opened the door and entered slowly, my eyes set on Jacob's lying form. He was sleeping soundly, tucked under the bed covers that reached up to his chest. Closing the door gently, I made my way toward him, the bed dipping as I sat down. I traced his shoulders, his arms down to his fingers, and captured his unmoving hand with mine, a heavy sigh escaping my lips. When will you wake up, Jacob? I need you, now more than ever. I tightened my hold on his hand, noticing that he hadn't shaved his beard, and it sure suited him well. I placed my other hand on his cheek, smiling tenderly at his peaceful face. It's breaking my heart to be unable to talk to you, hug you, kiss you. You're the one that puts me together, and seeing you like this is pulling me apart. I love you so much. I let a tear roll down my cheek as the emotions I had been suppressing surfaced. Silence. It was dumb of me to think that he'd wake up all of a sudden and tell me that he loved me too. The only reply I got was his soft breathing. Sighing, I placed a gentle kiss on his forehead, squeezing his hand a bit, and sat back up straight to admire his handsome face. Just as I was about to leave, I heard it. The breath caught in my throat, and I slowly turned my head to make sure that I wasn't hallucinating. Eyes open. I was staring right back into those green orbs I fell in love with. Chapter 39. Black. I was engulfed by that miserable color, not even a flicker of light present, only total blackness. I turned around, trying to spot any door, any exit, but couldn't see a damn thing. Where was I? Was I trapped 10 feet under the ground, or was this my mind playing tricks on me? I wanted to move, but amongst the darkness I was currently in, it was impossible. Anybody there? I asked, but I was taken by surprise with the way my voice echoed as if I were speaking through a microphone. I scrunched my eyebrows in confusion, forcing my brain to function in its exhausted state. Either I was in a deserted hallway or in the depths of a cave for my voice to ring this loud. Out of nowhere, a series of torches lit up, revealing a narrow corridor, making my eyes widen from shock. What was going on? Staring closely, I hazily saw the outlines of something that appeared to be a handle. Following my instincts, I began walking toward the end of the corridor, my steps slow and calculating. The last thing I remembered before waking up in this foreign place was fighting off the beasts. We were tracking the area that Vixen told us the house was situated in, and they emerged out of nowhere, taking us by surprise. They were more than we expected, about 20 fire behind a man I'd definitely seen before. He was the man Ava danced with at the ball, his striking, blue and red-streaked eyes hard to forget. That son of a bitch, I cursed under my breath, fisting my hands as a sudden wave of anger crashed over me. That excuse of a man hit me with a dagger while I had my back turned to him. How had he gotten that close without me noticing or even sensing him? I terribly wanted to end him with my bare hands. But then another image of the attack flashed in my head, Ava floating in the middle of the sky with her eyes blazing a hue of striking Vivian, and for the first time ever, she was in a state of complete rage. Many figures surrounded me, but my eyes were only set on my mate, who was radiating a power that would force anyone to their knees. Though I was on the ground battling unconsciousness, I felt it like a magnetic field, demanding its presence. My steps halted when things began getting clearer. Ava seemed like an airbender, floating up there the way she did, but the only problem was that she wasn't one. Which meant that. The gravity, I whispered to no one in particular, voicing my conclusion. The ring of power circulating around the meadow, the men being pulled up and thrown against the trees all at the same instant, and the fact that she got everyone to freeze in their places. It all made sense now. She was indeed what Jayavan said she was, a gravity controller. An unmistakable sense of pride filled me up. Having your mate be one of the strongest beings that ever existed was definitely something to take pride in. But my happiness didn't last for long, knowing that I still had to get out of this place. Absolutely fantastic, I sighed, dragging my feet to reach the door. Once there, I placed my hand on the handle and pushed the door open, too eager to get out of here as soon as possible. Staring ahead, I drew in a sharp breath, for before me was scenery out of this world. A swarm of elements appeared, a combination of fascinating ornaments visibly swiveling on both the bottom and the top. Fire, water, air, and earth in various shapes and sizes, too many to count, but their magnificence could leave anyone speechless. It was so bright, a hue of white and blue taking over the field, or was it a field? It felt like a dream to me, all of this being too surreal. The fire shooting from the top appeared like small, pointy stars, decorating the icy-colored sky with its warmth. The ground was a meld between rocks and soil, baby plants growing from its depths and floating white circles scattered all around. "Where am I?" I said, astounded as I watched the movement around me. "Welcome, dear Jacob," a soft, melodic voice spoke from behind me. Turning quickly, I gasped as the breath was knocked out of my lungs, staring into a pair of striking silver eyes, an empowering aura surrounding her. Her hair was as white as snow, and strangely, it added to her beauty. She must have noticed the quizzical expression on my face, for she let out a light-hearted laugh, which repeated that same melodic sound. "Who are you and where am I?" I knew I should have sounded more defensive than merely confused, but she didn't look threatening or like a person who might want to hurt me. "I'll explain all that you want to know." She smiled gently before turning around, ushering me to follow her steps. We walked for a bit, the white-bluish hue of the sky becoming a calming lavender, but honestly, I was growing impatient. "I am Zelda, known for being the element beholder, and you are in a place between our world and yours," she stated. I stopped walking and stared at her, eyeing her curiously. From what I'd heard, Zelda was only a myth. But how come they say that you're not real? Her grin startled me. My fellow witches hated the idea of myself being 100 times stronger than them, plus becoming an immortal and selecting the appropriate element for each individual. So they began dulling people into thinking that I was some sort of an imaginary being. She snorted, rolling her eyes. Anyway, back to the real deal. I already spoke with Ava months ago, and now I seized the opportunity to talk to you. She nodded, her grin not faltering. What opportunity? Raising my brow in apprehension, I waited for her answer. However, I was baffled when her relaxed expression turned serious. You don't know. She folded her arms over her chest, her eyes widening in disbelief. Would I be asking you if I had known? It was my turn to cross my arms. I don't appreciate sass, young man. She narrowed her eyes at me, but for some reason, a sparkle flickered in them. You're unconscious at the moment, Jacob. In your world, of course. Time froze that instant. What do you mean unconscious? How, why? This didn't make any sense. Simon coated that dagger with wolfsbane. You have been out for 2 days, but luckily you were able to survive. He hit you just beneath your heart, that bastard. It was hard to decide whether to be amused or surprised. Here I was in the middle of a dream, talking to an immortal who was bad-mouthing Simon. So you're telling me that I'm dreaming? She shook her head. Far from it. This is not a dream. This is real, Jacob. You might not be physically awake, but mentally you are, she explained, a small smile playing on her face as she saw my bewilderment. Although I didn't find a logical explanation for her words, I believed her. I remembered that she just told me minutes ago about seizing my unconscious situation to speak with me, and I needed to know for what purpose. You said you wanted to talk to me, but you didn't specify the reason. There sure was a good reason behind the almighty element beholder communicating with the next in line to the werewolf throne, and I was going to find out what it was. Oh yes. I'll make this quick because I don't have a lot of time. You'll be waking up soon. I nodded. Do not, under any circumstances, agree on a punishment other than death. If things go by and you have to kill Simon yourself, then do it. If he doesn't get executed, then he'll never stop trying to find ways to watch the kingdoms fall apart. That man is the definition of wickedness, and it's best to get rid of him. Her tone was firm and warning. I wasn't planning on letting him live either way, I growled lowly, the mere thought of that man making my wolf agitated, wanting to destroy him. It tried to break every bone in his body. Wonderful. Then our work's done here. She clapped her hands, seeming more than happy with my statement, her grin spreading from ear to ear. Oh, and send Ava my greetings. Tell her not to forget about our little chit-chat. She winked and turned around, her hair swinging as she walked. Wait, what chit-chat? A gust of wind blew from the left, and, before I could understand what was happening, I found myself fading. Zelda! I shouted, feeling the air circling my body. It's breaking my heart to be unable to talk to you, hug you, kiss you. You're the one that puts me together, and seeing you like this is pulling me apart. I love you so much. My baby's soothing voice reached my ears. I was consumed with darkness, my eyelids feeling too heavy to open. I wanted to scream and answer her, hug her, kiss her, show her how much I missed her, but my mind was still reconnecting to my body. I was numb all over. Her scent, a mix of vanilla and lilies, made me try harder to wake up, wanting to hold her, to touch her, to caress her hair as I usually did. Her entrancing eyes and her enthralling laugh, how much I wanted to taste her lips and feel our spark again. Wake up. I kept telling myself that. My wolf desperately wanted to feel his mate and ensure that she was indeed all right, demanding to stake our claim. Not that I had any problem with that. I tried to kiss her senseless and make the pain in her voice disappear once and for all. Wake up. I felt her shift, moving closer to me until a light kiss was placed on my forehead. The energy returned, the numbness faded, and I was finally able to open my eyes. Ava, I murmured, staring at her frozen, retreating frame.
Introductory author's note. Chapter 40 gives us the moment we have been holding our breath for since chapter 36. Jacob is awake. He survived the wolfsbane, he survived the coma, and most importantly, he survived the attack with his personality intact. The scene between him and Ava is pure emotional payoff. They joke, they hug, and they finally find peace. But beneath the joy, there is a steel undercurrent. Jacob asks, "Did he touch you?" His reaction confirms that while the physical war is over, the personal vendetta isn't. Simon's trial is coming, and it won't be pretty.
Chapter 40. He was awake. I didn't move a limb, staring into those tender green eyes while managing to convince myself that this was real. I wasn't imagining things. Jacob was up from his coma and was looking at me with so much longing that it made my heart race. Jacob was awake. Oh my gosh, he's awake. Jacob. I probably looked frantic as I jumped onto the bed, but I couldn't care less. My lips landed on his in an instant, and I smiled when I sensed his surprise, but kept my lips planted on his. He responded quickly, pressing his lips harder, expressing his urgent need to taste my lips, to savor the taste of them. His hand snaked around my neck, pulling me closer and deepening the kiss, making me feel how much he had missed me over those awful days. He cupped my cheek, his tongue tracing my lower lip, and I keenly parted my lips, giving in to him. The tingles returned. That fantastic feeling of our lips connecting came back to me after a long wait, and I loved every single second of it. I gripped his shoulder, feeling his hand rest on me and squeezed tightly. We broke apart soon after, both in need of air yet wanting more. It wasn't until he winced that my eyes lingered on the patched and covered wound, my mouth opening slightly in horror. I totally forgot about his injury. "Don't move, I'm going to get the doctor to check on you, okay?" I said hurriedly, my eyes moving from his chest up to his face, the pain present moments ago changing into a look of dismay. "Don't go. The doctor will come either way to check up on me. Right now, I want us alone." His raspy voice brought tingles down my spine. Even though he had just emerged from a coma, he sounded incredible. I snapped out of it, a blush creeping its way to my face, and tried to wipe out any thought that might make me blush deeper. It wasn't easy, not when he was lying half naked and staring at me intensely, holding so much desire. "Come here." He patted the place on the bed next to him, pulling himself up into a sitting position, definitely in pain. I bit my lip, feeling my own chest constricting at the sight of him. I wished I could make his pain fade away. I came nearer, but still, he wasn't satisfied with the space between us. The raise of his eyebrows said it all, and without saying another word, he wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me closer. Turning to look at him, I instantly giggled, seeing that boyish grin on his face, and snuggled closer to him, throwing my hand over his stomach eagerly, but carefully. "I was so worried, Jacob. I thought I was going to lose you. The doctor said that you'd eventually wake up, but he wasn't so sure about the effects of the wolfsbane on your body," I murmured against his chest. Tears gathered in my eyes, remembering the doctor saying precisely that. Hearing no response, I looked up to notice him staring down at me with much adoration. He placed a soft kiss on my forehead, then sighed heavily, sadness flashing in his eyes. When Vixen first told me that you were nowhere to be found, you can't imagine the dread I felt. A young girl working here was murdered, and 2 staff members went missing after that, so we suspected that they were the ones who helped Simon. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. The shock on my face must have been evident since Jacob nodded stiffly. I was so scared, Ava, fearing that they'd do the same to you. I wasn't sleeping, always on patrol shifts with the warriors to look for clues, any signs or footsteps. I was literally going insane, thinking of where you were and what that man was doing to you. He bit out harshly, anger crossing his features. I couldn't imagine the frustration he went through during those days, searching in every corner of the kingdom to find me. Squeezing his hand, I gently caressed his cheek to calm him, and it worked. He closed his eyes, relaxing under my touch. We sat in comfortable silence, content with each other's embrace. Did he touch you? He suddenly spoke, his gaze hardening. When I didn't answer him immediately, his gaze was filled with rage, and I found him starting to climb off the bed. That? He didn't touch me, Jacob, I stated softly, watching him snap his head in my direction with a distraught look on his face. I think he may have misunderstood my hesitation. Then why did you hesitate to tell me? He asked, raising a brow. You took me by surprise, that's all. I shrugged. Good. Because if that man had laid a hand on you, then I swear I would detach his head from his body. I knew he wasn't joking. Honestly, I was kind of stunned that Jacob hadn't yet gone to the cellars to confront him. And I wanted him to do precisely that, more than eager to see Simon face justice, but I knew that right now wasn't the best timing. I guess we would have to wait for the trials. How are you feeling? Any pain? I asked, still concerned. Slight pain, but a kiss will make me feel better. He smirked. Not until you let me call the doctor. I bit the inside of my cheek to keep myself from laughing at his horrified expression. Is it so wrong to ask for some alone time with my girlfriend? He folded his arms over his chest, and my eyes trailed over him. Seeing that I was indeed staring, I snapped out of my daze and forced my eyes to meet his. Not at all, but I'm only worried about you. I furrowed my brows to let him know that I was serious, not that I wasn't enjoying the sight of him pouting. Sweetheart, you were the one who got kidnapped, so I should be worrying about you, not the other way around, he pointed out, and almost instantly, my mood turned 180 degrees. Yeah, I looked down, not really knowing what to say. I wouldn't go on and tell him that Simon locked me up in a nasty-smelling cell and was about to kill me while transferring the gravity element. What happened? He placed his hand under my chin, making me look up. I didn't want to trouble him, and frankly speaking, reminding myself of those nightmarish days would depress my bright mood. I don't want to talk about it now, maybe later. He studied my face for a moment before finally nodding, though it seemed forced. Ava, you fell asleep in there? It was none other than Vixen banging on the door. Jacob snorted, and I rolled my eyes, but my lips were stretched in a goofy smile. Do I let him in? I turned to Jacob, and by the smirk tugging his lips, I knew he had something planned. Play sad and don't tell him that I'm awake. He kissed me on the cheek and tucked himself under the covers, mastering the neutral facade. You're mean, I pointed out. He smiled and opened one eyelid. I know. I shook my head, smiling. It was like he hadn't been in a coma for 2 consecutive days. Ava. Vixen hollered from the other side. Come in, Vix. As soon as I yelled that, he barged into the room, his brows knitted in worry. I did as Jacob told me and tried my best to appear as dull as possible. His features softened when his eyes fell on me. You had me worried sick. He sighed and walked across the room, the bed dipping as he sat next to me. Vixen had been my rock for these past few days, never leaving my side unless I told him that I'd be going to Jacob's room or just that I needed some alone time. Sometimes he wouldn't even budge, and that was when Lena came in handy. He kept on telling me over and over again that Jacob was a powerful alpha and that he'd be all right. What's wrong? He observed my face, clearly noticing my misery. I was feeling the guilt already. The usual. My gaze dropped to the floor, and no, it wasn't because of shame. It was the fact that if I looked him in the eye, I'd crack a smile as big as the universe. I was engulfed in a pair of strong arms, held gently against their chest, and I smiled, realizing Vixen had bought the act. If I hadn't known that Ava's like your sister, then I would have knocked you out cold right now. Jacob's amused tone reached my ears. Vixen's arms were gone immediately, his dumbstruck expression making me grin sheepishly. Oops. What the? You're awake. He jumped to his feet, his mouth agape. You're gonna catch flies. I snorted at Jacob's comment. Looks like someone was having fun. Leaving Jacob and Vixen to chat, I ordered a guard to notify the doctor that Jacob had woken up and headed to my father's office, finding not only my mom there but Aunt Lila as well. With a beam, I uncovered the great news, and let's say that Aunt Lila sprinted to her son's room, followed by my mom. When's the trial? I asked my father as we walked up to Jacob's room, the guards and maids bowing in respect for their leader. It's most probably going to take place in a day or two. It all depends on Jacob, he explained, turning left. In no more than 2 days, Simon would be gone. I didn't want his sentence to be life imprisonment. That would be too much of an easy sentence for a monster like him. But as for Vera, I was still unsure of the proper punishment for her. Reaching Jacob's room, I smiled seeing Lila sitting next to him with tears of joy welling in her eyes. She was controlling her emotions as much as possible, not wanting to cry in front of the others, even if it was from pure contentment. The doctor said that Jacob's system was free of wolfsbane, which was a relief to all of us, so from this point onward, he could resume all his regular activities. Of course, my best friend, being who she is, wiggled her eyebrows at that. I think Jacob and Vixen noticed the double meaning behind Lena's behavior, for they began choking on their own spit to hide their own laughter, men and their minds. Well, men and Lena. We all sat around the table, the sparkle returning to everyone's eyes, chatting and laughing at lame jokes Vixen threw now and then. We were having a good time. What happened last week was almost non-existent. But with the way Jacob kept trailing his hand up and down the exposed part of my thighs, I grew warmer, the flames of desire making me press my legs even closer. My eyes went wide when his hand went under the hem of my dress, just inches away from. Lena and I are going to retire for the evening. Vixen neatly placed his napkin on the table and stood up, Lena doing the same. Ava and I will too, if you'll excuse us. He was on his feet, his gaze prompting me to follow his lead. I slowly pushed the chair back and stood next to him, feeling a blush rise to my cheeks. My mom brushed us off before Dad could say anything to ruin the night, though by the look on his face, he was clearly displeased that Jacob and I were leaving together. We went up the stairs and down the halls with me deliberately watching him, noticing his hands balling into fists and the vein on his neck becoming visible. He was controlling himself, controlling his urges. Finally reaching his room, that feeling rolled its way through me again, the need for him to touch me, to love me. I didn't want to wait any longer. I wanted him to make me his. And the moment we stepped foot into his room, I was pushed up against the wall, Jacob's lips crashing onto mine.
Author's insight. The prank on Vixen is more than just a joke, it's a re-establishment of the pack dynamic. Vixen stepped up as the alpha figure while Jacob was down. By pranking him, Jacob is affectionately reclaiming his spot as the leader. The hierarchy is restored, and everyone can relax. End of chapter analysis. The ending is a clear setup for the claiming scene. Marking, happened in chapter 29. Claiming, about to happen now. This is the final step in the mate bond. Once they consummate the relationship, their souls are permanently linked. This isn't just about romance, it's about power. A fully mated alpha pair is stronger magically than two individuals. This will be crucial for the trial in the next chapter. Audience engagement questions. Jacob threatened to detach Simon's head from his body if he touched Ava. Do you think he's serious, or is that just alpha talk? Ava is unsure about Vera's punishment. Should Vera get the same sentence as Simon, or does she deserve mercy? They are about to complete the mating bond. Do you think this will unlock new powers for either of them? Transition teaser. The waiting is over. Jacob and Ava are finally alone, and the only thing left to do is seal their bond forever.
Chapter 41. Our lips synced in a perfect rhythm, passionate yet urgent. He nipped my lower lip, taking it between his teeth and biting gently, causing a pleasant chill to run through me. He raised my hands, securing them above my head, his lips devouring my own. The kiss became more heated, his tongue twirling against mine in an act of dominance, showing me that even in a simple kiss, he was in control. His other hand roamed my body, trailing down to grasp me, and I moaned in response. "Jacob," I whispered, out of breath, staring into his eyes that were now a deep green, my chest heaving up and down. I bit my lip, stifling another moan as he pressed himself against me, and my breath hitched. "I want you so bad, love," he murmured lowly, planting kisses along my collarbone, kissing down my neck. My insides clenched, and I felt a pull of desire. He paused all of a sudden, pulling back slightly, his entire body tense as he sensed my arousal. "Mine," he growled, his lips attacking mine in a demanding manner, and I responded just the same. I didn't know where my rise of confidence came from, but all I knew was that it was just there. He touched me through the material of the dress, his intense growls blending with the soft sounds I let out. It wasn't until his hand moved under my dress, slowly reaching the place I wanted him to touch the most, that he stopped feverishly, realization dawning on his features. I whined, bringing my face closer to his neck. "Ava," he breathed out, his voice coming out strained, fighting his inner beast. "Don't stop," I whispered, the desire evident in my tone. "Are you sure?" "I won't be able to stop once I start." He was staring at me, searching for even the slightest pinch of hesitation, but there was none. "Make me yours." That was all it took for him to lose the last bit of control he was holding back. Our clothes scattered on the floor as Jacob lay me on the bed. "Beautiful," he growled, placing kisses up my inner thigh. I fisted my hand in his hair, throwing my head backward as he focused entirely on me. He took his time, making me reach heights I'd never reached before. "I love you," he said as we were together, his voice ringing in my mind for the first time. It was strange and unexpected to feel his emotions and hear his thoughts. We became one, two bodies and one soul, or as his kind called it, mated. I woke up the next morning with a hand wrapped around my torso, and I smiled to myself, enjoying the feeling of waking up next to him. I could get used to this. "Go back to sleep," he grumbled, bringing me even closer to him, my head resting on the rigid muscles of his chest. "Morning," I croaked out, fidgeting slightly so I could get a glimpse of him. A blush burned on my face at the sound of his groan. "Sweetheart, if you keep doing that, then we're going to have a problem getting out of this bed," he huskily edged on. I shivered at the sensations running up and down my spine, images of last night coming to life in my head. I swallowed unevenly and tried to get up, but bit my lip, feeling a sting. From the corner of my eye, I could see Jacob smirk, satisfied with his accomplishment. I didn't think I'd be able to walk properly right now, but I wouldn't be telling him that, of course. "How are you feeling?" I expected to find him grinning cheekily, but instead his face wore a look of concern. "A little sore," I spoke truthfully. I watched as he sat up straight, the covers dropping low, and as agonizing as it was, I kept my eyes focused on his face. "You're everything I've ever asked for," he murmured, his eyes softening, his fingers playing with strands of my hair that probably looked like a bird's nest. I pushed myself into a sitting position, leaning in to place a light kiss on his lips. He responded instantly, his hand tangling through my hair and pulling me closer, which earned me a low growl on his behalf. "We better take a shower, or we'll be late for breakfast," he muttered, pulling away. I grinned, looking into his now dark irises. I stifled a giggle and nodded, detangling myself from the sheets and standing up, not giving him a second glance as I walked into the bathroom. "Forget breakfast. I'll be eating something much more delicious." He followed closely behind me. "Looks like this is going to be a very long shower." Suffice it to say, Jacob, and I spent a lot more time than intended in the shower. Once we entered the living room, I definitely caught the sly smirk on Vixen and Lena's faces, both seeming to scan us from bottom to top. Someone's glowing today, Lena teased, the wicked twinkle in her eyes showing how much she yearned for the details. How was your first night together? I inwardly groaned, knowing Vixen's intentions. He wanted to confirm his thoughts by tripping either Jacob or me into saying something without noticing. Exquisite. Jacob gave my hand a light squeeze. Yeah, the entire floor could hear Ava. Vixen smirked devilishly, his eyes shimmering in glee. My eyes widened in disbelief, and my mouth hung open at his sudden confession. Huh? I spluttered, unable to formulate the right words. I probably looked like a gaping fish at a seashore, desperately in need of water. But instead of water, I needed some confirmation that what he was saying wasn't true. That's when he burst into fits of laughter, dropping onto the sofa and clutching his stomach. You should have seen your face. He howled with laughter. Realizing that Jacob and Lena were laughing as well, I crossed my arms over my chest and shot them a death glare. This isn't funny. I huffed, annoyed by their indulgence with Vixen. Oh, trust me it is. He snorted, finally recovering from his laughing fit. Are you done? I demanded, not finding the situation even remotely funny. I felt Jacob's hot breath on my ear and shivered involuntarily. Cool down, love, he's just joking. Besides, I don't mind them hearing those sounds you make when they know I'm the reason behind them. Holy crap, how was I supposed to keep the images out of my head now? See, I told you they sealed the deal. Vixen dared to say that out loud, earning him a smack from Lena. Stop embarrassing her. She hissed, her lips set in a grim line. I couldn't be more relieved to have Lena here. She always seemed to come in and rescue whenever Vixen couldn't keep his mouth shut. Vixen, Jacob warned, noticing my discomfort. I didn't understand why my best friends were talking about my private life in the first place. It was super weird and awkward. But knowing Vixen, he probably put a bet on us, which is why he's so ecstatic. Vixen only snorted, sitting back comfortably on the sofa. Seriously, how did this guy become a general? I ask myself the same thing. Jacob's voice flooded my head. Ugh, don't tell me that this is how it's going to be from now on. His hearing my thoughts wasn't always appreciable. You hurt my feelings, love. He faked being hurt. I rolled my eyes, but couldn't stop the smile from forming. I had an intuition that there actually was a way to stop him from knowing every single idea that crossed my mind. I guessed I would have to find out. In that same moment, my mom and Lila decided to join us, both looking utterly relaxed and carefree, giggling like 5-year-olds. But then, Aunt Lila stopped in her tracks, sniffing the air curiously as something had changed. She knew, and the way her beam stretched from ear to ear confirmed it. Damn werewolves and their heightened senses. As if Vixen wasn't enough, now Jacob's mom would begin rattling about grandbabies, and of course, my mom would soon figure things out and say something to embarrass me. You've made it. It was a statement rather than a question. Vixen's chortle of laughter made me snap my head to the left and send him a glare that said, "Shut the hell up or else." Yes, we did. Jacob pulled me closer to him, his hand resting on my waist, and just as I looked up, I flushed seeing his grin. I could assure you that I was as red as a tomato right now. Told you so. My eyes set on my mom, who was staring at Lila in triumph. Did I miss something? She shared the same expression that Vixen did a while ago, which only meant that. Mom, you put a bet on us? I demanded, narrowing my eyes and folding my arms over my chest. Thanks to the bond between mates, I could tell Jacob was just as shocked as I was, not believing our mothers were indeed conspiring behind our backs. Aunt Lila was in this too. I groaned, spotting Mom biting her lip. She usually did that when she was hiding something, and that, ladies and gentlemen, confirmed my allegation. They were betting on when we would finally mate. Unbelievable. I shook my head, extremely frustrated. If it makes you feel any better, we were putting bets on you too since you were 10 years old, she mused cunningly. Gosh, if things weren't embarrassing enough, she just had to make things even more uncomfortable. Mom, I scolded. I so don't want to be right now. Lena snorted, covering her mouth with the palm of her hand to keep herself from laughing. "This is so weird," murmured Vixen, clearly amused by the whole situation. "I'm not deaf, you know." I growled, satisfied that they immediately snapped their mouths shut. "Good. Calm down, love. You're making a big deal out of it." "They're just happy," Jacob soothed, his breath tickling my ear. That made my body relax, the tension between my shoulders easing. "Of course we're happy. Ava dear, I'm sorry if we made you uncomfortable in any way. It's just that your mom and I always dreamed of this day coming." "Well, not the details, but you know what I mean," Aunt Lila interjected, and I think I turned into an even darker shade of red. Wow. Was that supposed to make me feel better? What Lila's trying to say, Mom shot her friend a meaningful stare, telling her to stop talking or she'd make things worse, which I was glad for, is seeing you together brings us joy. Setting expectations is what mothers usually do, and we might have been a little carried away. "You think?" I asked, but she purposely ignored my comment. "But it's not something we can control." I sighed heavily, closing my eyes for a brief moment, but eventually nodded, convinced. "Fine," I exclaimed, and almost instantly their worried expressions changed into ones of relief. They decided to leave afterward, not wanting to cause themselves any more trouble, and thank goodness they didn't bring up any grandbabies talk. As expected, Vixen and Lena were having a blast with the teasing. I swear that at some point, Vixen's jaw was about to crack from all that laughing. Jacob was trying so hard not to lose himself in the laughter, keeping a stern frown on his face, but I knew better. Just as I was about to give them a piece of my mind, a knock on the door interrupted my train of thought, and I watched as a guard stepped into the room, clutching the sword that hung on his hip. Immediately, Jacob and Vixen straightened up. "His Majesty requests your presence at his study," he said, his eyes swaying from Jacob to Vixen and lastly to me. That meant one thing. The council finally set the date for Simon's trial. Chapter 42. All traces of laughter were wiped off my mate and best friend's faces. The expressions they wore were alarming, enough to make anyone we walked past scurry off in fright. We entered his study, and to my surprise, he was sitting on one of the couches instead of his usual seat behind his desk, shoulders straight and a leg crossed over the other. "Take a seat. We have a lot to talk about," he said, and thankfully, his tone wasn't an angry one. I presumed that his meeting with the council hadn't taken a bad turn. Jacob and Vixen sat facing my dad, their hands clasped in front of them, while I took the seat beside him. Nothing bad happened, right? I was the first to fire questions. The corner of his lips tugged upward, and though he masked his amusement pretty well, I already knew what he was thinking about. Always the impatient one. But I couldn't help it. Impatience ran in my blood just as it ran in my mother's. As he always told me, I was the absolute replica of my mom. No, but I have a feeling that they're planning on letting the verdict be life imprisonment. I couldn't believe my own ears. The council, which was supposed to be siding with us to the very extreme, wanted to sentence him to such an easy punishment? "No way in hell am I letting that bastard live," Jacob growled, his hands turning into tight fists. I could feel his anger, the frustration, and disappointment evident on his features. "I didn't say we approve of that. Neither I nor the kings will accept such a decision. His punishment should be death and nothing other than that." Dad spoke calmly, acknowledging Jacob's outburst. I let out the breath I was holding, pleased to know that the kings were with us on this. How can they be such fools? Vixen gritted out, incapable of hiding his irritation. "Dad, will they be able to do so?" I questioned, my voice surprisingly quiet and collected. He straightened up, a dark expression crossing his face. "They don't withhold that much power. The decision is in our hands, the kings and I." A burden was lifted off my shoulders, and I found myself smiling. Well, that's a huge relief. That rat deserves to die in the most horrible way for what he has done. Vixen straightened his shoulders, the grimness of his expression easing off. When's his trial? Jacob, who had been deep in his very own thoughts, finally spoke, and strangely enough, I felt the mind link between him and me disconnect. "Jacob, you okay?" I spoke through the mind link, but the block was still there, as if he was preventing me from reaching out to him. My brows ceased as I stared into the darkness of his eyes, his void face, my lover replaced by the strong, merciless alpha he was known to be. I had an intense feeling that what was going on in his head wasn't something I'd be too happy about. That's the issue I wanted to discuss. My focus returned to my father. The trial's today, in a couple of hours to be more specific. We only have little time left to prepare. Dad's gaze fell on Jacob. To say the least, I wasn't expecting that sort of bomb. I wasn't ready to look into that monster's eyes without wanting to take his head off, and though my father had already informed me of the trial's probable date, I still didn't feel ready in any aspect. But isn't that too early? I asked, but a protest-filled message underlined my tone, and, of course, my father instantly caught on. Not at all. The sooner we get rid of Simon, the better. I can't wait to see the life leaving that man's eyes. His eyes turned pitch black for a second or two before shifting back to their usual striking silver. Vixen, you are to stay beside Ava throughout the entire hearing in case Simon decides to pull something, which I doubt, but we have to take precautions. My father commanded, and Vixen lowered his gaze and nodded. Of course, Your Majesty, he said, shifting his stare so it was directed my way, giving me a light smile. I couldn't smile genuinely, not with all the evil thoughts racing through my head, the endless possibilities of how the trial might end. Vixen sensed my worry, his smile long gone, replaced by sheer determination, and I knew right then that he would protect me with his life. I felt proud having Vixen, my best friend and now general, so entrusted by my father. But I'm going to be with her as well. Jacob's nose scrunched up in confusion, his frown deepening. He wasn't jealous, but I could clearly see that he was puzzled, and so was I. Now thinking about it, why should Vixen be at my side when Jacob was? You won't be next to Ava, but next to your father. As the heir to the werewolf throne, your rightful place is beside your father. My mouth turned into an O understandingly. That cleared the confusion on Jacob's face, convinced by my father's logical approach. All right then, it's settled. Be ready in 2 hours. My dad was on his feet, and we followed suit, excusing ourselves and walking out. Jacob left to speak to his father, promising that he'd see me before the trial began. I waited for Vixen while he talked to Lena on the phone, trying to find out where she was. Your room. I rolled my eyes, but nodded nonetheless. I still couldn't figure out the reason behind Lena picking my room as her daily hideout. Sometimes I felt it was more her room than mine. As usual. Sighing, I linked my hand with Vixen's arm, heading to my chambers. The nagging feeling in my heart didn't stop, and Vixen sure detected that. You're going to have wrinkles if you keep on frowning like that, he pointed out, trying to get me to speak. I cracked a smile, turning to look at him, noticing the worry in his eyes. I wanted to see whether Vixen spotted anything unusual in Jacob's behavior earlier in Dad's study, so I asked him, "Did you feel like Jacob wasn't acting as himself?" I murmured, tilting my head to the side, studying Vixen's expression change. Your dad was in the room. Of course, he wouldn't be the Jacob we know. I sighed heavily. Vixen's sole focus was on my father, so he definitely wouldn't have sensed anything bizarre. I decided to drop it and change the topic. So, are you planning on telling Lena to move in with you? It was sudden, but I couldn't refrain from asking him that. He and Lena had come a long way, so I guessed it was natural for them to move in together. I am, but I don't want her to feel that I'm rushing her into anything. He scratched the back of his neck, uncertainty coating his features. It was one of those moments that deserved an "aw so cute" followed by a dreamy sigh. Oh, trust me, she'll be over the moon with that kind of surprise. I snorted, a beam stretching onto my face, and Vixen chuckled, shaking his head. You really think so? He boyishly grinned, eyes twinkling in amusement. I don't think so, I know so. I shoved him playfully, laughing when I saw him roll his eyes, and I think I heard him murmur something on the lines of such a know-it-all. Reaching my room, I was the first to step inside. Lena was in the far corner of the room, sprawled across the sofa and holding her phone above her head, going through whatever online shopping site she usually checked. Finally, I'm bored out of my mind. she exclaimed, her exaggerating self emerging. Jumping onto her feet, she tossed the phone aside and stared at us expectantly, eyes wide and all ears. So, tell me what you talked about. She folded her arms over her chest, propping a hand under her chin. Simon's court trial is in 2 hours, I said, watching her expression morph into that of pleasantness, but as she sensed my discomfort, her brows dipped downward. And isn't that a good thing? She asked. It is, but I don't know, I have a bad feeling about it. I sighed and rubbed my temples. A hand placed itself on my shoulder, and I turned my head slightly to look straight into Vixen's comforting eyes. Nothing will go wrong. Stop worrying about it. His voice held warmth, and I instantly felt my shoulders relax. I guessed he was right. I really should stop thinking the worst. He would be convicted for his actions and receive a fitting punishment. Okay. I breathed out and rubbed my forearm, trying my best to keep my mind off today. I was about to stagger backward when all of a sudden, Lena bolted from her place to stand just in front of us, her eyes sparkling in wonder as she stared at Vixen like a little child wanting her teddy bear. Can I come? She asked sweetly. No, it was a firm response. I stood there amused, watching Lena perfect the puppy dog eyes and pout. Why? She whined, stomping her foot childishly. Because you'll cause trouble. He gave her a pointed look, crossing his arms over his chest, but I could see, though faintly, the twitching of his lips. I promised to keep my mouth shut and stay next to you guys. Her eyes lit up in hope. Babe, you know that not anyone can enter a grand meeting, especially not as important as this one. Lena's smile dropped, and she bobbed her head in understanding. Lay, I'll tell my dad that I need you there for moral support. He won't say no to that. Her sudden squeal made me laugh wholeheartedly, amused by her excitement. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She gushed, throwing herself on me and practically crushing my bones with the tightness of her hug. We spent the next 2 hours talking about random topics, neither of them opening up any trial speculations, knowing that it would just make me even more nervous. Bottom line is, we ended up laughing our asses off remembering how Vixen and Lena first met and how she was about to throw a Diet Coke all over his head. All too soon, a guard notified us that we were needed in the council hall, as my father had requested. Just as Lena was about to move, the guard sternly told her that the king had demanded only the two of us, leaving her no choice but to comply. Vixen sensed my hesitation, putting a hand behind my back and guiding me ahead. Jacob hadn't come as he promised me he would, and the mind link was still shut off. Something's not right, I can feel it. We were led to the hall, and I was surprised, to say the least, seeing all the kings gathered each on his own throne. The moment I walked in, all eyes landed on me, but I brushed the odd feeling aside and glanced at Jacob, standing right behind his father with Maxwell beside him. The hall was round primarily at its end, where the king sat. On the first throne sat Uncle Brian, next to him, Uncle Giovanni, my father, and lastly, Remy. Giovanni welcomed me with a warm smile, as if to say not to be afraid, while the rest of the kings wore stoic expressions, including my father. The council members were all sitting on both the left and the right side of the hall, and from what I could collect of them, I think there were about 15 members. Vixen led the way, our footsteps tapping loudly against the marble floor until we reached my father's throne, taking our place behind him. I felt Jacob stare all along, but didn't bother to spare him a glance, showing him that I was indeed angry at him. Once everything was settled, my father and Uncle Gio glanced at each other before nodding. Bring them in, Dad ordered, his booming voice making me flinch. Vixen squeezed my wrist, reminding me that he was there, never leaving my side, which I was more than grateful for. I needed the support. The moment everyone had anticipated arrived, and I saw the council members on their tiptoes, trying to see who exactly this Simon was who threatened to destroy our nation. His hands were sealed behind his back, 2 guards gripping either side of his arms and dragging him in, but the triggering part was his menacing smile. I fisted my hands, fire bolting through my veins, noting that his soul hadn't broken. A few seconds later, Vera was pulled in the same manner as Simon, but instead, she had her head dropped to the ground, her body shaking in terror. Jayavan began uncovering Simon and Vera's doings, from the planning to the kidnapping and the near killing of the princess, as he listed. I listened attentively, but my eyes never broke Simon's deathly gaze. As Jayavan finished, he turned to one of the council members, who seemed to be the head of them, and urged him to voice their verdict. Looking deep into this case, we council members came to the conclusion that Simon is to be. I challenged Simon. His voice thundered in the entire room, causing waves of shock to ripple throughout my whole body. I gasped, seeing Jacob step forward, his eyes narrowed at his opponent. The hall was pin-drop silent. No. A fight of life and death.
Author's insight. Jacob blocked the mind link earlier in the chapter. This was a deliberate tactical move. He knew Ava would try to stop him from challenging Simon to a death match. By blocking her out, he ensured that his decision was final. It hurts her feelings, but it guarantees the result he wants, Simon's execution. End of chapter analysis. The council's lenient verdict, life imprisonment, confirms the corruption or cowardice within the system. They are afraid of Simon's followers, the fire, retaliating. Jacob's challenge forces their hand. In werewolf law, a challenge for life and death cannot be refused, especially when honor is involved. This moves the conflict from the courtroom, where money talks, to the arena, where blood talks. Audience engagement questions. Jacob blocked the mind link to keep his plan secret. Was this a smart move or a betrayal of trust? Simon walked in smiling. Do you think he wanted a trial by combat? Is he stronger than Jacob thinks? Vera is shaking in terror. Do you think she will testify against Simon to save her own life? Transition teaser. The challenge has been issued, and the arena is set. In the final chapter, only one man will walk out alive, and Ava is about to find out if her mate is strong enough to kill a king.
Chapter 43. The council members' eyes were set wide in absolute shock, no one daring to utter a sound, too absorbed with Jacob's act. I wanted to shout and tell him to stop this nonsense. No one would benefit from those two fighting each other. I didn't doubt Jacob winning one bit, but I had no desire to repeat the nerve-wracking ordeal of him being in a coma. I couldn't go through that, not again. I parted my lips to say something, but my voice somehow seemed stuck in my throat, not allowing any sound to escape. I turned to Vixen, pleading with him with my eyes to stop this, but all he did was purse his lips and shake his head, knowing that it was not his place to interfere in the presence of the kings. He was tense as well, his eyes inspecting the situation unfolding in front of him with calculation. I followed his narrowed eyes, curious to see what got him glaring daggers all of a sudden. Simon was grinning as if it were some game, thrilled to get started, and he even clapped once to show he was enjoying the show. How touching, really. You're challenging me to show the princess the hero you are and thereby prove that you're a man. He tilted his head to the side, providing himself a better angle to take me in from head to toe. I grimaced, disgusted with the way he was sizing me up. Jacob's posture stiffened, his hands curling into fists, his stance widening into a fighting stance. Dad, I urged breathlessly, my eyes still focused on Jacob, hoping that he wouldn't do something stupid and attack Simon without him actually accepting Jacob's challenge. The kings should also give him the green light, or else it would be taken as an act of defiance and disrespect. Prince or not, he would get punished if he did so. A law is a law, especially in the presence of all four kings of the supernatural world. I didn't miss the nods of agreement the kings were giving each other, Uncle Brian being the first. Being a werewolf himself, he fully understood why his son had challenged Simon. Their primal instinct to kill anyone who dares to hurt their mates takes over, and it's tough to control the drive to attack. Jacob most surely didn't take it lightly, having his mate kidnapped and almost drained to death, so it was nearly impossible for him to hold back his raging wolf when the man responsible for all of this was standing right there in front of him, wearing a twisted smirk on his face. Very well then, but the fight will not happen within these walls, but in the arena outside the castle, Dad stated, standing tall and powerful on his feet, descending the few steps to where Jacob stood. He ushered the guards to take Simon out, not even sparing him a glance, and I was more than happy to see the harshness of their grip and the roughness of their tug as they hauled Simon out. Everyone in the hall was on their feet, anxious to be outside and witness the fight between the two of them. The kings were next to my father in an instant, murmuring to each other so low that no one could hear. "We have to go outside, baby girl." Vixen's voice brought me back from my deep state of thought, and I grunted in dismay. "Why?" "So I can watch him bleed out again." It was harsh of me, I admit, but I couldn't bite my tongue. Feeling someone stare, I looked to the right and saw Jacob's intense gaze. Catching my father's raised eyebrow, as if asking why the hell I was still here when I should be outside with the rest of the council members, I darted out of the hall with my eyes set ahead, Vixen hot on my tail. "Ava, there's no need to be so mad about it. He's just doing what he had to do, and to be honest, I saw it coming," Vixen argued. "So the best solution was to challenge Simon and probably end up with another wound as large as the one on his chest?" "Vixen, the man is dead either way. That act of heroism wasn't needed." I snapped, halting my steps to a stop, and sighed in frustration. I couldn't understand why he didn't tell me that he was actually going to do that. I wasn't as angry about the entire deal as much as I was irritated that he didn't try to bother telling me. I put two and two together, and the mystery behind the mind link being cut off was finally discovered. He did that on purpose, not allowing me to feel him, to hear his thoughts, to talk to him, all because of this rubbish. Unbelievable. I shook my head, turning around and continuing walking straight down to the arena, spotting the council members gathered in a circle from afar. "Would you stop being so damn stubborn, Ava?" Vixen growled, blocking my path. "What do you want, Vixen?" I folded my arms over my chest, not in the mood to hear him side with Jacob on this. "Did you seriously expect him to keep his cool just as the person that nearly killed you and him was a couple of steps away?" he demanded, staring right down at me. "Yes." It took me a few moments to answer, but there was no doubt that it was a lie. Thinking his words over, I put myself in Jacob's shoes back there and understood that there was no escaping the inevitable. It was bound to happen. "You're lying," he pointed out. "Oh, I'm sorry, but I didn't know what to expect." I mean, sure, he wasn't just going to stand there. I trailed off, contradicting my thoughts from a few minutes ago. Gosh, why did he have to be so convincing? If he had let the council go through with the sentence, then others would start thinking of him as an easy target, and as a result, they'd begin using his weakness against him. You're his weakness, Ava, and not stepping in the way he did would have let others hurt you to get to him since he's going to be crowned king soon. He only did that to keep you safe. His frustration slipped in, his eyes searching mine for any change of judgment. I was speechless. It was like being hit by a stone to clear the fogginess clouding my mind and let it function properly. At a loss for words, I pinched the bridge of my nose and let out a heavy breath. All the frustration building up from the morning towards Jacob redirected itself to aim at me, and I never felt such self-disappointment as I did right now. Don't let the guilt eat you up. Just trust Jacob to make the right decision. He's going to be king, baby girl, and a king never acts out of ignorance. I nodded, unable to say anything. Vixen must have seen the kings and Jacob coming, for he put a hand behind my back and guided me to where the council members were. No one noticed the princess's presence, having all their eyes set on the royals behind me. We waited until the kings ascended onto an already set platform, for chairs like thrones placed atop it, and took their seats, both arms resting on the bases. I breathed in sharply as my eyes lingered on the man walking through the arena, the confidence rolling off him like tides. He knew I was watching, yet he ignored my heated gaze, not wanting any distractions. Just as he grazed his feet in the middle of the arena, Simon stepped out, 2 guards escorting him onto the battlefield. "I'm scared, Vixen," I muttered, my voice strained as I struggled to keep it from cracking. The fight hadn't even begun, and I didn't find it in me to be able to watch. "Calm down, baby girl. Everything will end up just the way it should," he reassured me with a gentle smile. The truth behind his words made me feel somewhat at ease, and I found myself able to look ahead again. "See that metal bracelet around Simon's wrist?" I frowned in confusion, but focused my vision on Simon, and as Vixen said, there was a silver bracelet wrapped around the devil's wrist. "What is that?" I squinted my eyes in an attempt to get a closer look at it, my eyes widening when I noticed a tiny red button on the bracelet. "It's a control bracelet. Your father has the remote. In case Simon even thinks of escaping, your father will press the activation button on the remote and automatically the bracelet will release electromagnetic shock waves, making Simon drop almost instantly." My mouth was wide agape. I wasn't expecting that. Rules are simple. The stronger lives, the weaker dies. No second chances and no mercy. My father's words were directed to Jacob in one way or another, and with that, the fight kicked off. The magnificent transformation of a man to a wolf took place, and instead of Jacob, there was now an alpha, an insanely strong werewolf prince. The deadliness of Jacob's eyes sent unpleasant shivers running down my skin, and I gasped as Jacob was the first to attack. Jacob fought ruthlessly, snapping his canines at Simon to rip his throat out, slashing him a couple of times with his claws. Simon didn't do less damage, changing into a repulsive beast, wanting to destroy Jacob. Both wanted to prove themselves to be the most powerful to survive. Undeniably strong. Unbelievably ruthless. Unmistakably bloodthirsty. Anyone in their place would have been limping from the injuries, the bites. But no, they were almost equally strong, sucking in the pain and lunging at the other. But only one could live. They fought as their lives depended on it, because it actually did. My eyes teared up as Simon's claws buried themselves into Jacob's back and rolled down, causing the blood to soak his sandy fur. "No," I whimpered, numbness replacing my ability to feel. But the unexpected happened, and Jacob's canines ripped into Simon's leg, making Simon howl in absolute pain and drop to the ground. He tried standing up, only to fall back down, and I could basically hear the pumping of my heart. Jacob circled him like the predator he was, snarling at his opponent as if saying that this was over, "You've lost." His eyes were the mirror to his soul, and once he glanced up at me, I understood. The look in his eyes held a promise. "Anyone who touches a single strand of my hair shall taste the bitterness of death. A slow and excruciating death." Slash. His claws went down Simon's back. Slash. Another tore the flesh of his chest. Jacob snarled, his face just inches from Simon, who was kneeling in his own pool of blood. The air felt so heavy, the shoulders of each of the kings just as tense as mine. It was when Simon raised his head to meet Jacob's flaring eyes that he bared his sharp teeth at him, finalizing his death statement. In one swift movement, Simon's head was off his shoulders, rolling onto the ground until it stilled. The redness of his eyes that were glowing a couple of seconds ago became nothing but a lifeless gray. Despite his bloody state, Jacob stood tall and proud, raising his head upward and howling in glory. Tears pricked my eyes, and I smiled, staring at my mate, who was now staring right back at me, the corners of his eyes lifting in contentment. Simon was once and for all done with.
Author's insight. And here we are. The epilogue. After kidnapping, torture, poisoning, and a trial by combat, we finally get the happily ever after. The timeline has jumped forward a few weeks. Simon is dead, confirming Jacob won the duel, and peace has returned. But this chapter isn't just about a wedding or a crown, it's about the union of two massive kingdoms. Ava isn't just a queen, she is the Luna Queen, a title that bridges her demon heritage with her werewolf future. This is the victory lap the characters, and the audience, have earned.
Epilogue, last chapter. The next few weeks passed in a blur. It was as if our lives had taken opposite paths, The stressful days we were all going through were long forgotten, buried deep in the pits of our minds. Just after Simon's death, news spread like a lightning bolt. Jacob had become loved by the supernatural world, yet feared for his extraordinary strength. Even young kids were idolizing him, wanting to grow up to be like the powerful alpha he was. It wasn't easy having the reporters constantly following us, the media having nothing but Jacob and me to talk about, but we managed. As Jacob said, it was only going to be a matter of time before they focused their cameras on another juicy topic. But it wasn't going to be anytime soon, having half an hour left until Jacob's coronation. I stared at my reflection in the mirror, taking in the breathtaking red gown Jacob had personally chosen for me. The fabric beautifully hugged my figure from the waist up, showing some cleavage yet maintaining its regal touch. The mixture of chiffon and silk truly was magnificent, custom-made to fit a queen. The jewelry completed the look, the ruby stone exquisitely matching my dress. "Can you stop fidgeting?" Lena snapped, folding her arms over her chest, sending me a disapproving glare. She, too, was dressed up, wearing a knee-length black dress that shone with a sexy yet elegant allure. "You're not the one that's going to be named queen today." I narrowed my eyes at her, watching her purse her lips before sighing. "Exactly. If I were you, I'd be jumping from anticipation, not sweating from nervousness." She gave me a pointed look. "I'm not sweating," I exclaimed, attempting to defend myself. "Yeah, right?" She scoffed, clearly unconvinced. "Well, excuse me for worrying about being screened on live TV and watched by God knows how many people." I hissed, walking past her to peek through the curtains, gasping at the number of people flooding the entrance of the castle. I felt Lena's presence beside me, and I knew that she, too, was looking out the window. Jacob told me a lot of people were going to attend the ceremony, but I hadn't expected this many. Everyone would witness the coronation today, the Prince of Werewolves becoming king, and the Princess of Demons and Witches title changing to the Queen of Werewolves. "Babe, everything's going to be fine. Just think of Jacob, okay?" She gently put a hand on my shoulder, with a gentle smile on her face. "Where is he anyway? He should have been here by now." I glanced at the door for a split second before looking back at Lena. "Vixen told me that they'll be here in a max of 10 minutes. Something about Jacob going over last-minute preparations." She crinkled her nose, trying to remember precisely what Vixen had told her. "Tell them to hurry up. We have less than 30 minutes to be in the throne hall." I sighed in frustration, slumping down in the armchair. Good thing my hair was tied up in a fancy bun, or I would have started pulling the strands out one by one. I kept reminding Jacob numerous times to arrive beforehand just in case something unexpected occurred, but of course, Jacob couldn't change his habits. And Vixen wasn't any better. I had a feeling that he was the one prompting Jacob to waste a bit more time so that they didn't have to deal with my distressed self. Honestly, even I didn't understand the reason behind my sudden panic. I'd been preparing for this day for the previous month and a half, looking forward to finally ruling alongside my mate. I must have been too caught up in my thoughts that I didn't hear Vixen and Lena arguing. "Oh, so they finally decided to show up. Took you long enough." Lena was staring at Vixen from head to toe. Unlike the regular tux he wore for royal events, this time Vixen wore his army uniform, the multiple patches on his black suit declaring his rank as a general. Whereas for Jacob, my mouth watered just at the sight of him. He wore a military uniform just as Vixen, but instead of a black blazer, he wore a red one, lined with many golden patches. "Ava's freaking out," she stated, her gaze flickering from Jacob to Vixen. Jacob didn't need any explanation to know what was wrong, and in a flash, he was at my side, wrapping an arm around my waist and tugging me closer to him. "Why are you so nervous, love?" he murmured deeply, his eyes burning through my soul. "There are tons of people down there." I sighed exasperatedly. "So you're telling me that you, the almighty gravity controller, are now scared of a bunch of government officials?" His eyebrows shot upward, the teasing smile on his face making me laugh. Yeah, but it's just that today's such a huge day for us." He cupped my face in the palms of his hands. "True, but your mate's right next to you." He planted a soft kiss on my lips, then moved to kiss my forehead, lingering there for a moment before pulling back. "We'll meet you downstairs, your majesties." Vixen faked a bow, earning a snort from Jacob. I only chuckled in response, amused by Vixen's behavior. Be careful not to trip. If looks could burn, Vixen would have had 2 holes the size of his thick skull on his back. I flipped him off, making him laugh out loud, sending us a wink before taking Lena's hand and walking out of the room, Lena giving me a thumbs up as encouragement. We still have 5 more minutes. Jacob checked his phone, putting it back in his pocket. That alone was enough to make my heart rate accelerate. Yeah, I swallowed, my brows knitting in a frown. "You know, I'm the luckiest man alive," he stated, staring at me so intently. "My mate is the most beautiful woman on the planet, and she's all mine." I hadn't gotten the chance to say this, but you look ravishing. I couldn't hide my smile any longer, the corners of my lips twitching. "I don't think I'll be able to keep my hands off of you tonight." I bit my lip at the huskiness of his voice, and it took all my willpower to push him away so that we didn't end up being late to the coronation. His coronation. Leave that for the night. His eyes darkened the moment the words left my lips, and I suddenly felt his hand grip me. "Jacob, those people are waiting for us," I scolded. They can wait a bit longer." He tightened his hold on me, pulling me to him so that no space lay between our bodies. As much as I wanted him to take me right here, right now, I very well knew we couldn't surrender to our desire. "Unless you don't want to be king, I advise you to calm your wolf down and think straight," I stated firmly, and thankfully, realization lit in his eyes. "Thank goodness. Right, we should probably get going." He cleared his throat, releasing his hold on me, his eyes changing back to their standard color. "Wise choice, my king," I teased. "Ready?" The warmth of his gaze eased my heart. "More than I'll ever be." The moment he saw my certainty and confidence rising back up, his face broke out into a full grin, and it was so contagious that I found myself grinning as well. We made our way out of the chamber, our arms linked together, every step bringing us closer to our future. I found it odd at first that Jacob and I hadn't yet married and were going to be the rulers of his nation, but as he explained, there was no need for marriage once a couple mated. It was like marriage, bonding you to life, but much stronger. "Relax, love," Jacob whispered under his breath, feeling the battle of emotions within me. I only nodded but said nothing. Reaching the throne hall, our steps came to a halt, waiting for the warrior at the entrance to announce our presence even though everyone knew of it. Prince Jacob of Werewolves and Princess Ava of Demons and Witches. The warrior's voice boomed across the hall, and instantly all the invitees stood up, their gazes fixed on us. Jacob led the way, and I followed, keeping my chin high and shoulders squared, fighting a smile at the admiration and acceptance stares I was receiving. At the end of the red aisle sat Jacob's parents on their thrones, the pride and happiness visible on their faces. They were waiting for us to stand before them so that they would declare the rise of a new era, Jacob's. Cameras were everywhere, streaming live from the hall, no doubt watched by millions. My family stood in the front line along with the rest of the royals, and I inwardly smiled, pleased with the fact that they were here to witness this special ceremony. We stopped, lowering our heads in respect and loyalty. On this day, a prince will be crowned king and a princess will blossom into a queen. May they rule our kingdom with wisdom and strength. King Brian boomed. He and Aunt Lila were standing right in front of us. We raised our heads with a signal from his hand. They held their crowns in their hands, slowly placing them on the top of our heads. I could feel my heart thumping in my chest, knowing that this was it. The moment had come. We were now king and queen. Turning around, we faced the crowd, but my eyes were mainly set on the front row. My parents' eyes glimmered with pride, Mom trying her best not to surrender to her emotions and allow traitorous tears to fall. Axton and Karen were beside them, happiness radiating from their smiles. Lena had a look of awe on her face, and I bet that if it weren't for the cameras, then she would have been jumping for joy. Vixen's eyes swarmed with hidden words, but his broad grin said it all. Although they promised to visit us frequently, I'd miss them tremendously. Alpha King Jacob and Luna Queen Ava, Uncle Brian declared, making the attendants lower their heads in submission. Alpha King Jacob and Luna Queen Ava, I like the sound of it, Jacob's voice rang in my head. I smiled and looked at him, finding him staring at me with so much love that my heart melted. You'll be hearing a lot of it from now on, Alpha King. His playful growl was enough to have me giggling. We didn't stay long after the ceremony, heading straight to the terrace on the last floor. It was more of an escape, not wanting to be bombarded by guests' congratulations and reporters' questions, though we had promised our parents we'd meet them for dinner. The sun was dipping behind the trees, casting a magnificent masterpiece. Arms wrapped themselves around my waist, Jacob's chin propping itself on my shoulder. I sighed blissfully, letting myself sink into the warmth of his chest, closing my eyes for a bit to savor this moment. I remembered the day this all started, us kissing near the waterfall, Jacob confessing his love, and me denying my feelings. A year back, all of this was nothing more than a fragment of my imagination. I would have laughed at myself for thinking about us ever becoming a thing and cried for believing that Jacob would never be mine. Mine. My king, my mate, my love, my life. But any of this wouldn't have happened if it weren't for Jacob's bold move of kissing me. The jolt of electricity and the tingling we both felt confirmed that we were indeed mates. His kiss. I hate it when you do that, he murmured. Do what? I turned around, raising my brows in confusion. Block me out of your mind. He hummed, inching closer to place a tender kiss on my lips. Just so you know, I was thinking about our kiss at the waterfall. I cheekily smiled, placing my hands on his shoulders. And why is that? He mused. Because if that weren't for that kiss, then none of this would have happened. I explained, my eyes trailing to his lips, then back to stare into those green orbs I fell in love with. I gasped as Jacob lifted me bridal style and began twirling me in circles, our laughter consuming the silence, his, in particular, music to my ears. Jacob, stop it. I squealed, tightening my hold on his arms. He stopped twirling, all right, but he didn't put me down, the glimmer in his eyes indicating that he wanted something in return. Only if you give this alpha a kiss. He smirked and, without any other word, lowered his head to capture my lips in an intoxicating kiss, knocking my breath away. As he put me back on my feet, I sighed happily. A single kiss was the key to our happily ever after. He smoothed a hand down my hair, his eyes distant, the memory replaying in his head. Not any kiss, an Alpha King's kiss. I giggled, playing with the neck of his shirt. You're Alpha. He placed his forehead against mine. That's right, you're mine. I smirked, hearing the rumble in his throat at the possessiveness of my tone. And you're mine, love. Only mine.
Author's insight. The narrative structure here is full circle. The story began, in flashback and reference, at the waterfall with a kiss. It ends on a terrace, looking out at the world, with another kiss. This circular storytelling signals to the reader that the cycle of conflict is closed. The adventure is complete. End of book analysis. The resolution, the bad guy, Simon, is dead. The rivals, Vera, are imprisoned or gone. The heroes, Jacob and Ava, are in power. The theme, unity. The story started with separated kingdoms, demons versus wolves versus angels. It ends with a mixed-race couple sitting on the most powerful throne in the land. Ava represents the unification of all species, which demon-wolf mate. The loose ends, Lena and Vixen are together but not mated/married yet. This leaves the door open for a spin-off or sequel focusing on the general and the witch. Audience engagement questions. Final verdict. Are you satisfied with Simon's off-screen death, or did you want to see the fight? Spin-off potential. Would you read a sequel about Vixen and Lena, or perhaps about the next generation, Jacob and Ava's kids? Best moment. Looking back at the whole book, what was your favorite scene, the waterfall kiss, the marking, or the gravity awakening? Final sign OFF. The book is closed, the crowns are placed, and the story of the Gravity Queen and the Alpha King is complete. But in a world this magical, the end is only the beginning of a new legend. Thank you for reading. Next steps. This concludes the Alpha King's Kiss series. Would you like me to analyze the entire story arc to help you write a blurb or summary? Brainstorm a spin-off featuring Vixen and Lena? Start a new story in a different genre?